So dramatic. It's such a very, very dramatic intro, which I really have come to appreciate. Good morning, everybody. You are with me here on CJ TV. I'm your host, CJ, and we are currently covering the Murdaugh murder trials, which is South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh. If you haven't been with us, we are on day 24 of, day 26, including jury deliberation, but day 24 of actual litigation. What a crazy trial, what a crazy trial it's been. I wanted to get it started a little early because I know that court takes a little bit to jump off. And we were in the middle yesterday. Well, not in the middle, but yeah, towards the middle. If you see the small breakout depiction on the to my there, we were watching the interrogation, which was 3 days after the murder of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh with Alex Murdaugh in the police car, which I thought was pretty interesting because of the how telling some people can be, in a situation where they're just 72 hours away from his wife and son being murdered, and it's not like his questions aren't, "What do you have for me?" Like, "Have you found anybody? What are your leads? Have you, what did you come up with?" There was nothing along those lines. It was never anything like that. Wayne, welcome to the show from Queensland, Australia. Man, yeah, definitely you want to share the stream out to anybody you can get your, wrap your head around, and or any groups that you might have on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, any other groups you might find interesting or might find this interesting. Yeah, taking care of your 84-year-old father to see good. Beverly, well, hey, all of our thoughts and, prayers go out to your father. Hope he is doing okay. Yeah, it's good to be here. It's good to have you here with us. I'm not going to chit chat too much. To catch you guys up, the prosecution has rested their case. The defense is coming to the final stages of their case. They're saying that within the week they should be done with their case. They do, however, have a field trip planned for the jury to Moselle, which is the hunting property for the Murdaugh family where Paul and Maggie were murdered. So they want to take everybody out to the location on the jury and give them a chance to kind of see where it all took place, to give them a better understanding of the time and space that these things were happening, where Paul or Alex was talking about when he was taking a nap, and where the gunshots were and the proximity to the house. And yeah, so that should be interesting. Much similar to the way that during the Darrell Brooks trial, they took the jury to see the vehicle. It's going to be something similar. They were having issues because there's a lot of people that were like kind of trespassing at the location, or they were at the location, which is for sale right now through Crosby Land, I believe is what it's called, for $3.7 million, something along those lines. So people have been down there, taking pictures, doing selfies, the crime drama of it all, murder porn as it is, people are really into this. So while we're waiting to go back into court with day 24, because they are not quite ready to start just yet, that being said, we are going to go ahead and watch some more of this interview with Alex Murdaugh 3 days after his wife and son were murdered. And we'll I'm just going to make sure that we are keyed in so we don't miss anything here. So let's take a look at the at this interview, which I thought was pretty interesting. So we're about 33 minutes, and we did the crime scene yesterday, and then now we're they're about 30 minutes into the interview here. So we're going to jump right back in for all those that were with us yesterday.
So Paul said that one was stolen or lost.
They're talking about that 300 blackout rifle.
Was
that Renee, thank you for those stars. Good morning, everybody.
Officially... Meet Litter Robot, the self-cleaning automatic litter box for cats.
Nothing I can do about
it eliminates
that, guys.
I would love to have
I wasn't
zero
totally convinced it was stolen.
Okay.
As opposed to lost. But I mean,
they seem to lose guns all the time.
People told about it.
Yeah.
I know that I told John Bedingfield about it. I know that I told some other local officers about it. you know, just in case it turned up in a drug thing.
Okay.
But I didn't do an official
In
report.
case it turned up in a drug thing. So these are things that catch me as we're watching this, you guys, that I've keyed in on for my personal thoughts on these. He has a way of positioning stories before they ever get to that point. So he was saying that there was a gun that went, Paul had a gun, the 300 Blackout, which is the same gun that was used to kill Paul and Maggie. One of the two guns went missing from a house party, apparently, that Paul was having. And then, as it is, conveniently, you know, in this interview, they're talking about this gun. And he's like, yeah, it went missing. We never filed a police report, you know, or anything like that, because maybe Paul just lost it. You know, they lose guns. These aren't cheap weapons, mind you, nor are they little pew-pews. You know, these are legitimate guns, like full, like, you know, it's an enhanced, it's a rifle, basically. That one, the Blackout 300 Blackout isn't quite. But that being said, but then he says something like that. He was like, turned up in a drug thing. Why would you assume that it would turn up in a drug thing? Why is that something that you would say? And these are the tells that come out of, you know, Alex Murdaugh. Like right when they started interviewing him at the kennels, the first thing he started talking about, the first thing, I'm talking within his first couple breaths, my son was involved in a boat accident. And if you don't know about that, he's been receiving all sorts of threats. I know this was that. I know this was that. This had to be that. People have been saying the worst things, terrible things, and threatening my boy. Oh, is he dead? Is he dead? Did you check his pulse? You check his pulse? I check his pulse, you know? And the whole theatrics of it, I was like, nah, dude, stop. Just stop, you know? And listen to him now. He's in the sniffle mode right now. He said he had a pocket full of pills at this interview, but, you know, he's got that, the Percocet sniffles, which, I'm not laughing at that because I remember going through all of those things back in the day, but it's listen to his tells. These are the things that have always kind of caught the ear. Also, you lose a gun, you report that.
The two that you bought for the boys, that each one of them had one, and the one Paul lost, is that the only ones that you have?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I thought that Paul got another one replaced, but Buster said we didn't. But I was certain that we did. But I mean, my memory is it's been gone for a substantial while too.
Okay. Do you remember anything about them as far as were they the same colors?
They were identical except for colors.
Okay. Which one was Buster's?
Buster's the one we still have. Paul's the one that lost his.
Okay. What were the two colors?
Black and tan. Buster's is black, Paul's was tan.
Okay. And you say you thought you replaced it after he lost it with another one, but Buster says you didn't.
I believe that we did.
Okay.
I mean, there'll be a record of that, won't it?
Should be, yes, sir.
I know we replaced it.
Yeah, them purchasing the gun, but not of them reporting it lost, which is crazy to me.
But, you know, I know we replaced it because I wouldn't replace it again. Maybe I just think that now.
All right, well, it looks like they're starting the trial right now. So,
loaded with delicious deeds.
That's fine. They can go ahead and run that. I don't mind that. We're going to go ahead and jump over to the trial. I think that they are, if this is any indication here, I believe that they are live. So here we go. And right now you have This is John
So
Marvin
I
Murdaugh.
could easily
which is
see where
Alex
Maggie
Murdaugh's
had
brother.
been. You know, I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who. And so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and, you know, they had covered it up with dirt. So there really was nothing to see where Maggie was. I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the descriptions. Y'all saw it. I've never seen pictures, and I've told them before coming to this court that I was not going to see pictures. But y'all can imagine what I experienced. It had not been cleaned up. I saw blood. I saw brains. I saw pieces of skull. And when I say brains, it could just be tissue. I don't know what I was seeing. It was terrible. And for some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul to clean it up. Felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt like I owed him, and I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day. I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just, I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I
Who'd
could.
you blame for what exactly?
And I would have moments where I would stop crying for a moment, and just just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy, and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing, and he immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there. And I couldn't stop. I had to do it for Paul. That's just what I had to do.
So, Sonny, that is horrifying, what he just described. Horrifying. Yeah. But it doesn't change the fact that I think the significance of it is, how could law enforcement allow this to happen? A, how could they not have cleaned any of that up? And B, was it proper to allow him to come onto that property and clean it up?
They were letting everybody.
So, unfortunately, I think law enforcement made a lot of mistakes. Let me be clear about that first, and how they handled this entire investigation, how they allowed people to move about the property that evening. However, it is actually not uncommon for family members to be charged.
You know,
with,
Mark.
I'm sorry, Sonny. Sorry, Sonny. I think there was a bit of audio that was played. Please continue.
No. But I'm sorry. So what I was saying is, it's actually not uncommon for family members to clean up crime scenes. It is not one of the things. Law enforcement does what they do, but the cleanup of a crime scene, and unfortunately what the uncle experienced, is not uncommon for families. It is not a part of law enforcement duties. However, I do think there were so many missteps in this particular case as it was handled the night of, from local law enforcement to SLED and what they didn't do, which makes everything convoluted. But the crime scene cleanup is usually left to the families. There are organizations and entities that help with that, such as the Crime Victims Compensation folks. They have agencies, organizations that they can recommend, but family members are often left with the cleanup of horrific crime scenes. But SLED just did they had, all of them just had a lot of missteps on the law enforcement side. And I don't think that they need to really rethink their process for how this particular family. I don't know whether this was because it was the Murdaughs, but they were allowed too many people on the crime scene. I have yet to hear, the list of names of individuals, license plate numbers, the usual things that happen at a crime scene, whether no matter who the person is. It doesn't seem like they did all of that.
There was material to be collected and analyzed that just wasn't. And Matt, I will tell you, I think the other big takeaway for me, at least, is it goes back to something that was brought up during opening statements, the brutality of this attack, right? So you're hearing just what actually happened to Paul, and that was coupled with the testimony from the defense experts that say, and I forgive me for saying this, that Paul's head was basically blown off from close range. And I think that's going to last in the jury's mind about Could Alex Murdaugh have really done this to his own son? What do you think?
Yes.
I think it is certainly possible. What their whole defense is essentially saying that somebody else came onto the property and did this, but there hasn't been any kind of evidence to that nature. It's just a theory that, okay, all right, there were 2 guns who shot Paul Murdaugh and one killed Maggie Murdaugh.
Cousin Eddie was there.
Actually happened. This felt so personal to whoever committed this. Whoever shot and killed Paul and Maggie Murdaugh within feet of them. And how they did was almost like execution style.
100%.
It was by
Drug
someone.
related.
It's tough for me to think that the individual who committed these crimes did not know Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. And to me, that's probably something the prosecution is going to discuss in their closing. What is more believable, that Alex Murdaugh committed this crime, or 2 random people came onto the property to execute revenge for Mallory Beach or something else?
Or, and again, based on his statements about being there and the timeline, they would have presumably waited for him to leave, and they jumped in those 3 minutes. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll see if we can jump live in court. Stay with us.
Good morning. Anything before the jury comes?
Your Honor, we were informed this morning by the state that there are potentially 7 reply witnesses. And before we get into that, we've looked at the cases on reply, including State versus Prather, which is a 2020 case. And I want the court, and I want the state to understand, and we think many of these witnesses have already testified. These very few new witnesses. They've already testified in this case, and they're being called to reply to, the way we read the cases, new matters, new evidence, something. But we have a right under the case law, State versus Watson, which is a 2003 case, 353 SC 620, 579 SC 2nd 148, to serve rebuttal. So
You said a right to?
it's discretionary with the court, but I would submit to the court that under the criteria set out in this case, you would determine that if they raised new matters, that we have a right to respond to those. Now, we're told that Dr. Reamer, their pathologist, is going to testify. And if you remember correctly, Your Honor, and I've looked at the YouTube, that's all we can get at this point, which is a video of it. Dr. Reamer's previously testified that she did not believe this to be a contact wound to the head. I submit they're going to try to repeat that testimony or elaborate on that testimony, and that was the only issue that our pathologist raised, but he believed it was a contact wound. And why? She's already testified why it wasn't a contact wound to the head, and why. So are we going to have to get our pathologist back here to counter hers if she raises some new issue? Or perhaps, Your Honor, I need 7 reply witnesses. It was 2, now it's 4, now it's 7. I mean, this is a process that's got to stop at some point. We're going to be here next week. There are 2 expert witnesses that have already testified in this case. Now, one of them I would concede, Ken Kinsey, they're an appropriate reply witness based on Mr. Palmbeck's testimony yesterday. But the pathologist, again, to testify it wasn't a contact wound to the head, she's already testified to that. And some of these other witnesses, law partner members, to testify what they do or do not remember about the night in question. Again, they've already asked them that on direct in their previous testimony. So this has got to end at some point. We spent 2 weeks on 2.5 weeks of the 6 weeks on financial matters. In my opinion, could have been done in a day. That's just my opinion. But I'd ask the court, as we make objections, to consider and maybe even proffer what they're going to put up before we get in front of the jury, so that Your Honor can make an evaluation before we start down that road for a half-a-day witness that may not add anything to the case. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, state's certainly aware of the scope of reply testimony as it relates to the pathologists. There are actually a number of issues on which their pathologists challenge the findings of Dr. Reamer, and she's here to explain why those conclusions are incorrect, including his reliance on particular factors, and why ultimately his conclusions are wrong. I think that's directly in the scope of reply testimony. My focus here on reply is not to just repeat testimony, but to focus on specific issues raised during the defense case, that specific witnesses have something that contradicts or puts that in the appropriate context, and that is our focus. We intend to move very expeditiously through that. But ultimately, as it relates to the pathologist, just like Kenny Kinsey, it relates specifically to the conclusions offered by the defense experts. It is not just mere repetition of testimony already received, but comment on factors identified by those defense experts and why those are incorrect.
Your Honor, briefly, let's take Mr. Kinsey, for instance. There was testimony yesterday that our expert believes there were two shooters. Obviously, something that he was not asked. Obviously, something that's a new matter. Obviously, proper for reply. But there are minute details, perhaps, that will be these witnesses will be questioned about. And simply because there might be a hook doesn't mean they get to go into everything. I mean, this is, again, this was an estimate, 3-week trial. We're now in week 6. This will go into week 7. It seems to me the state's position is let no dead horse go unbeaten. This has got to stop. Thank you.
Of course, the defense, of course, when we had the meeting with Judge Price, at the time, we all agreed with that estimate. It was not just the state. I realize this is going long. I intend to move expeditiously, but the state has the right and the opportunity to do appropriate rebuttal evidence to a defense case, and that will be the focus of the testimony here today.
Your Honor, the right they have is the same right I have. It's the right you allow. I just want to make sure he hadn't got a right to do anything. Thank you.
Well, certainly the state cannot retry the entire case, but the state has the right to reply to contradict certain issues presented by the defense or certain issues of credibility. It has to be finely tailored such that we don't create a situation where the court will be compelled to allow rebuttal, which is almost unheard of. You mentioned State v. Prather. That was my trial. I was a trial judge in that case in Lexington County, a murder case wherein I allowed reply testimony actually by a SLED agent. The Court of Appeals in a 2-1 decision reversed the conviction. Then the Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals and reinstated the conviction that was obtained before me. So it can be a controversial and contentious issue. It almost always is because there has to be a limit to the back and forth. I'm surprised to hear the number of reply witnesses that the state says that it intends to offer. I do not know. The case is so complex. We've had so much testimony. I cannot sit here in advance and rule as to what would be appropriate and what not. I just have to deal with it on an issue by issue, objection by objection basis. And with that,
yeah, you look forward to seeing you too. I wasn't looking forward to was sitting down and immediately like my desk, I bumped the desk. I grabbed my coffee, and the coffee just exploded everywhere. So just gave a nice little patina to the old desk here, which I picked up from a guy here in Kenosha. I'm doing some woodworking in my spare time, trying to, find things to occupy my hands, nervous anxieties, things like that. And so I'm dealing with things, got a wood planer, and I've been playing with stuff. And I needed just a desk, and I went and got this from a guy, and he built it when he was in wood shop in junior high. And it's like a, solid, sturdy desk. So I'm pretty impressed, actually. Sure he'd be happy to know that I just dumped coffee all over his handcrafted desk, but what are you gonna do? And the jury's entering the room now, and we're gonna go ahead and
Day number
kick things off.
26.
Thank you for sharing the stream, you guys. I really do appreciate it.
26. You have heard the defense's case.
Civil case, Jenny. Yeah.
Now the state gets an opportunity to reply. And you may call your first witness.
May it please the court, Your Honor, the state calls Ronnie Crosby.
Okay, so this is. Yeah, I'm not crying. Good morning, Elaine. How are you? So yeah, they have two documentaries now. They have one on HBO, which is Low Country Murders, and they have the one on Netflix as well now. So pull those up for you guys.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You'll have a seat on the stand. If you would state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Ronnie Crosby, Crosby.
Good morning, Mr. Crosby.
Good morning.
Just want to go over a few things very quickly in reply to some of the defense case. And the first thing I want to ask you is, you had previously testified about your close relationship with Paul, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. And over the years, did you ever have call to ride around the property with Paul, yours or his?
More on my property, but some on one or more occasions at Moselle as well.
What, if anything, would y'all carry when y'all rode around the property like that?
Why? This is about Paul?
Response.
Yes, sir. This will be in specific response to the defendant's testimony and his statements as well. I can be specific. I don't want to do a speaking response, but I can ask another question and maybe put it in focus, Sean.
Okay.
All right. You heard prior testimony that you don't go around looking for hogs in the daytime because they're nocturnal from the defendant, did you not? Are you familiar that was what was said?
Objection, Your Honor, if it's based on what he's heard or seen. I mean, is this a comment made to him, or if we're going to delve into the appropriate way to hunt hogs day or night? I mean, this is not proper rule of law.
What is the appropriate way? I'm curious.
All right. You want me to?
Yeah, if you don't mind asking a question again.
Sure. All right. First question is, have you gone riding around the property with your property or the Moselle property with Paul before?
I have.
All right. And what, if anything, would y'all carry when you would go riding the property?
I believe the only time I rode with Paul was would have been looking for hogs, and then more so on my property.
All right. And what, if anything, would you carry when y'all were looking for hogs?
Yes, Your Honor. Riding with Paul on his property, not Moselle.
Objections overruled.
Well, people who have hogs on their property, as a general rule, you would always take a rifle with you, be it day or night, because you never know when you're going to see hogs, and because they are such a nuisance, as I spoke to earlier in my testimony, you always want to be prepared to shoot them. So you would generally have some type of rifle and we with you, a long gun.
Objection, Your Honor. He's giving an opinion. He's not been qualified as an expert.
He's going to be doing that a lot.
Objection overruled.
Trial troopers. I like that, Dave.
You've had plenty of experience in killing hogs on your property?
Yes, I would disagree with Mr. Harpootly, and I am pretty much an expert about killing hogs.
All right. And plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul.
Objection, Your Honor. I apologize to the witness.
And you've had plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul or have him hunt on your property.
Yeah, yes, I've been with him and he's been on my property many more times. I didn't go with him every time he was on my property, but that's the general rule, that you would have a rifle of some sort. Paul, as this jury's been told over and over, was fond of that 300 Blackout. I've been with him while he had it. I usually use some other type of AR framed gun to shoot hogs.
A 223?
Well, 223 or a 6.5 Creedmoor, which is on a AR-10 frame.
Is it common though to carry your rifle and look for hogs in the daytime and to see hogs in the daytime?
Yes. You don't always see them. Sometimes night's better if you're using a night vision scope, but I've killed hundreds of hogs in the daytime. Riding it's just something, because there's such a nuisance in the low country and really across the state right now and across the South, that we have a rule that you don't ride the property without a rifle, because you want to try to eliminate as many hogs as you can. And we also trap them.
You got to eradicate those bastards.
To your observation, did Alec have a good relationship with the local law enforcement community?
My observation was had a very good relationship with, probably better than the rest of us, saving his father.
Did you on multiple occasions go over in great detail Alec's original story as to what he did on the night of the murders?
On more than one occasion, we discussed his story, as I testified to. I don't know how many weeks ago that was, but it was a while.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether or not he checked Paul and Maggie before calling 911?
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
And was he clear on that point to you?
That was clear to me.
When was the first time you've heard the defendant's latest story admitting that he was in fact at the kennels minutes before the victims were killed?
I haven't watched all of this trial like a lot of people have, but when I heard that Alec was taking the stand, I believe it was last Thursday, I did set up my workstation so that I could watch his testimony, and it would have been when he told you that he was at the kennels was the first time that I'd ever heard that.
Did Alec ever tell you that he thought the boat case had anything to do with the murders?
Consistent with what Alec told in his testimony, he specifically told me that, and told us that he did not believe that anyone on the boat had anything to do with it. I don't recall any other conversations with him related to the boat case, but he specifically did not believe, and I think that's what he said last week, that anybody on the boat. But as far as anybody outside, there was a lot of speculation going on, but I don't remember ever discussing that with him. And
with him,
right? Because we wouldn't know. I mean, everything beyond was, I don't know. It would have been speculation, but I didn't have a conversation with him about that.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about Barrett Bulwer needing money because of his illness?
And you're referring to, yes, I did in I believe it would have been June of 2018. Barrett and Alec were very, what I consider to be very close.
Improper reply.
Yes, sir. The defendant during cross-examination was specifically asked about this particular transaction and that we're about to discuss. And Mr. Crosby's testimony would be in response to what the defendant said. about the money, and in as much as he tried to imply that, well, Barrett kind of owed me money anyway, as justification for him stealing money from one of his best friends.
He did not ask him about a conversation he had with Mr. Crosby about that money.
That seemed pretty
This is
specific
the
thing to
proper
say he
reply.
asked
This
about.
is going off on another tangent.
Overrule the objection.
Can you tell us about that conversation, please, Mr. Crosby?
Yes, if my year's wrong, but I believe, because I didn't know exactly what you were going to ask me, and I can go back and look at documents, but I'm sure it's in one of these exhibits when that occurred, the materials that Ms. Seckinger put in. I believe in June of 2018, Barrett, who was a good friend of Alex, a lot closer to me. I think they were, in my perception, very close friends. But I had become friends with him and had done a couple of real estate transactions with him. That summer, I received a call from his son-in-law. Barrett was in the Mayo Clinic with stage 4 colon cancer.
Objection is overruled.
I do know for a fact that he was in the Mayo Clinic being treated for stage 4 colon cancer, and I received a call as to whether I could help Barrett financially.
Your Honor, hearsay, a call.
Objection is overruled.
Because his wife did not have enough money to stay. Barrett had some waterfront lots.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. All this material came from somebody else.
The objection is overruled.
I do know this from firsthand knowledge, Mr. Waters. I had already bought a lot from him, but anyway, he had a lot that he asked if I would buy so that they would have money to be able for his wife to stay down in Jacksonville while he was receiving cancer treatments. And I had a conversation with Alec about that.
Tell us about the conversation you had with Alec about that, please.
I just told him, man, it's bad. You know, Barrett's looks like he's going to die. And he did die in September of that year. And he acknowledged it, and he said that it was good what I was doing for Barrett, because he knew that he was in bad financial shape and obviously bad health.
And you're obviously a member of this law firm, and your review of the records as all of this came to light, did that conversation take place around the time that the defendant was stealing some of Barrett's money?
Yes, through this investigation that y'all have heard about into the financial stuff starting in early September, a lot of files, and as part of that process somewhere, I determined that in June of 2018, I believe, and I can't tell you the exact figure, but I believe it was a $70-something thousand insurance check that came to the firm on behalf of Mr. Boulware that didn't go through the firm. It was just Alec took it that same month that we had that conversation. And then later there was some more money taken after he died.
Man, Harpootlian and Daryl Brooks sound a little similar. Just objection to everything he says. Look at his face. Got that.
I'll show you what's been marked.
Like he's struggling to breathe, poor fellow.
States 575. See if you recognize that.
No, Harpootlian stroke out today.
Is that one of
Breathe,
the
brother.
Do you not recognize him?
Is that David Williams?
No, I'm asking you.
I believe that's David Williams.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer.
He said, "I'm asking you."
Objection relevant.
What is the relevance?
Your Honor, the defendant specifically testified that when he had that initial interview with David Owen on June 8th, as he manufactured his decision to lie about such a crucial fact, it was because he thought that David Williams was the guy interviewing him. This is simply a picture of David Williams. The jury can assess the legitimacy of that claim.
Your Honor, never ever said David Williams. He said David. That's the record. Never said it was that guy.
Yeah.
Submitted over objection.
Oh man, Joey. Yeah. See if I've got any of those left in here, man. Some of the Daryl Brooks. Some of the objections from.
So you recognize as David Williams?
Yes, I didn't know him. I got to know him through this investigation, and I do believe he was the agent that was involved in the case with Mr. Chief Greg Alexander that was referenced.
Dude looks like
Clearly
a
not
corpse.
David Owen, though, correct?
He looks like a dead version
Well,
of the guy
that's not
talking
David
right
Owen.
now. Like if he got older and thicker. And
Have
then
you ever tried cases
drowned.
with Alec?
I handled a lot of cases with Alec. I believe the only case I tried to jury with Alec was actually here in this courtroom.
Did you observe him being able to get emotional during that closing argument?
Yes, as a couple months ago when we talked and you asked me what kind of lawyer Alec was, and I told you he was a good lawyer. And one of the things that I think I explained to you was that he was a theatrical type presence in the courtroom, and he could get very emotional doing closing arguments in front of a jury.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
I hate to go here, but let's talk about hog hunting, which I know nothing about, okay?
You might not want to go there then.
I've been here so long, I think I probably do need to learn how to hog hunt. But
you know you
I
love
guess
eating
my
bacon.
first question is this.
Be real about it.
Did you ever ride Moselle with Alec? Did you ride around Moselle with Alec?
Probably, I know I dove hunted there, so I believe I rode on a Ranger, but I don't ever remember doing much riding with Alec at Moselle. But I know I dove hunted there, and sure I rode in a Ranger or some type of ATV with Alec, but I don't have a specific.
When you ride
Good
around
question,
dove hunting,
Lisa.
you got a gun with you, right?
You would?
Would you take a shotgun to hunt dove?
Yes.
Would you take an AR weapon too?
No.
To hunt
Why?
doves or ducks?
I mean, them hogs are out there,
Oh, hogs.
right?
Well, they don't usually come in a dove field when you're shooting dove. So I don't know. You just wouldn't, Mr. Harpootlian, typically. I mean,
But daytime, you're riding around the property, you got a shotgun. You got a slug in that shotgun or you using bird shot?
you would shoot birdshot.
Okay. So if a hog came up, nothing you could do.
If a hog came into a dove field with a bunch of dove hunters,
Well, maybe
they
you're
would
on your
shoot
way-
at him regardless.
Maybe you're on your way to the dove field. You don't, the dove field's not right next to the house, is it?
It's wherever.
Yes,
Yeah.
It's right within a few hundred yards.
Bordered by the swamp?
The swamp's on one end of it, yeah.
Okay. And where do the hogs live during the day primarily?
Well, they can live in the swamp, they can live in a bay, you know, it could
Question
be
very
anywhere, but
ridiculous.
largely in the swamp.
Swamp. So a hog could have come out of that swamp
Yes.
and you were unarmed.
As I said,
Naked
if a
the day
hog
you were
came in
born.
a dove field near somebody dove hunting, they would probably shot it with birdshot.
Would that kill a hog?
If it was close enough, but unlikely.
But unlikely. So you have in fact ridden around Moselle without a gun to kill a hog, appropriate gun to kill a hog.
Well, yes, if I was going over to the dove field, I wouldn't have one.
But you've never ridden as Paul and Alec did that afternoon, just looking at different, like where deer, what do they call them? Where they plant stuff for deer?
Food plots?
Yeah. Or looking around at.
He's just talking to
how
talk at
these
this point.
fruit trees were doing. Remember the Snapchat video?
I've never done that with Alec, and that I recall, but I could have in the past, but I don't have a specific recollection.
Or where they planted some corn for, I guess, use corn for deer and ducks.
You do, but you don't plant them in the same spot.
No, I get that. One would be near a pond or in a pond or around a pond.
Correct. They had a duck pond.
Right. And then the others would just be out where the deer might come out and try to feed. Right. Look, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah.
We stopped.
But You've never rode around like that with them.
When it's deliver the hell they
Looking
want.
at
Yeah.
different plantings and that you remember.
Yeah.
I don't have a specific recollection of doing that with Alex.
How proficient are
And would
hogs
you-
at shooting
you're not telling
weapons?
this jury that they would do that without a blackout. Would it bother you or offend you or scare you that they're riding around the property during the daytime without the blackout?
No, I was answering questions about what's normal if you're looking for hogs or if we're just riding my property. Most people carry a gun, but no, I have no idea what they had with them or what they were doing.
And I think Alec testified they were looking for signs of hogs because you could come back. It'd be a lot easier to find those hogs at night, right? They come out more likely at night than they do during the day.
They also leave a lot of breadcrumb type trails, like
They can become nocturnal when
wrappers.
they have a lot of pressure, but as I said before, we've shot a lot of hogs in the daytime. You
Sure.
can ride up on them and yeah.
But has anybody testified they were out looking to shoot hogs that afternoon?
I don't know what all the testimony's been in this
Okay.
trial.
All I'm saying is there seems to be some implication they would not ride around the property without an AR or some sort of blackout. You can't testify to that, right?
I cannot.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what you heard from Alec the night of
9 foot,
June 7th.
1,100 pound hog. Man, they have some
You
big,
would agree
big
with
hogs.
me that, well, let's ask it this way. What your practice is primarily personal injury, is that correct?
It is.
Catastrophic injuries.
Well, I handle a lot of catastrophic injury cases.
Cases, for instance, where a husband and wife are riding down the road and hit by a tractor trailer. And by way of example, maybe you could give me something more specific. Husband's killed, wife's severely injured. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, is it your experience in people who undergo, maybe they're not hurt, but their
I
loved
hope
one
this
is
guy
hurt,
knows how
maybe
dangerous they
killed.
really are. because
In that situation, that's a traumatic
Hog killed
experience
Robert
for
Baratheon. I'm
the
just saying.
surviving person, correct?
He was a king.
To see their loved one killed?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you sit down with those folks and begin to recount with them what happened that night, oftentimes, I do a little work like you do, oftentimes those folks misremember or get times wrong, or because they went through this very traumatic experience, and the closer to that experience, the more likely they are to get some things wrong. Times, for instance. Is that your experience?
They can, but I also find that people who have been involved in traumatic experiences try to be very accurate with the details because they know it's important to me representing them.
And typically, you don't go out to the scene of the crime and interview, or the scene of the accident and interview them that night, do you? Typically?
Well, typically you don't because you don't know it. It's happened.
Well, sometimes in the old days they used to do that, but they don't do that anymore, right?
That would be very rare.
So you're seeing them in your office weeks later?
It can be days, can be weeks.
Okay. And in that atmosphere, it's a little more conducive to them being as accurate as possible, right?
It is, but oftentimes we also have the benefit of recorded interviews when there's a catastrophic injury. Typically, the highway patrol will try to interview people as quickly as they can, and they will. We oftentimes have it on video off a dash cam or sometimes body cam, but and a lot of times written statements.
And written statements from witnesses who saw it happen.
Correct.
And so when you interview those people, they have the benefit of reviewing whatever you have to help them get a better recollection of what happened, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the instance you're talking about where Alec told you he turned them over before he made the 911 call, whatever it was, I'm not quite sure. Before, I think is what you said. If that would be inconsistent with something he says later on, after having reviewed other people's statements, looking at video, that would not be unusual in your business. I think you just said it would not be unusual, correct? Strike that.
You're
Strike that. Strike that.
trying to take me somewhere that you probably don't want to.
Yeah.
No, I think I want to
Answer the question.
withdraw the question. Let me ask you this question. The meat matter here. Have you had to come out of pocket to pay back the money he stole?
Yes, and if you,
how much?
I
Don't tell me you don't know.
well, we're still counting, Mr. Hartboot.
Well, how much have you paid so far?
We have had to borrow millions to pay back.
No, how much have you had to come out of pocket?
Well, when you borrow it, you got to pay it back, and I couldn't tell you how much has exactly been paid back as of we sit here today. But yes, and if you're implying that I would come in here and somehow shade truth in any way because of that, I would take high offense with that, Mr. Hartboot.
I'm concerned about your high offense. Are you angry at him for stealing your money?
I have no feeling one way or the other.
I don't have any feeling about Alex Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money. I admire you. I don't know that I can look beyond that.
It's sustained. It's not a question. The jury is to disregard the argument.
You are not angry with Alex Murdaugh?
I have had anger with him, extreme anger, Mr. Hartpootlian, because of what he did to my law firm, my partners, my client, his clients, our clients, what he did to his family, what he's did to so many people. Yes, I experienced a lot of anger, but you can't walk around with anger. You have to find a way to deal with it and move forward. And I have done that. And if you suggest you are dead wrong. If you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money, when we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Well, let me ask you this. You're angry with him, stole millions of dollars from your firm. You admit your firm's not even called the Murdaugh firm anymore, right?
It is not. I don't admit that I'm angry right now. I told you I've gotten away from that. I don't have any feelings because you can't walk around with anger. I have been very, very angry about it because of what he's done. And he did it in a very callous way, a very deceitful way.
He's getting angry now, though. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm sorry. Maybe I just saw some anger there. Were you angry just a moment ago?
No, you keep trying to push a question and don't want to accept my answer, which is what it is.
That you've just given your Zen,
Say it.
your Nirvana,
Say
your
it to God.
whatever the.
Your Honor, objection.
Yes, yeah, come on, man.
Mr.
He's badgering his
Hartpootlian,
witness.
I came to the scene of these murders to support my partner. I was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom. I was there. I love Paul very much. I thought I knew who Alec was. I did not. And it's hard to you might not understand, but it's hard to walk around with anger, and hard to even walk around with it when it's with somebody who you didn't know and didn't understand. So you might have be that way, but you know, I've got to function. I've got a family. I got to move on with life.
Good for
you.
you.
Aware
man.
that he went to rehab in 2017?
I was not,
Really?
other than what was said by Alec in this courtroom.
You never were aware he had a drug problem?
I was unaware.
Okay. Sort of.
And if I would have been known, I would have tried to help him.
This guy's a good Christian type.
You indicated that he could be emotional in trying a case, correct?
He could be. He was theatric, much like his father and grandfather had a courtroom theatrics, and he could be emotional.
Any of your other partners that way? Johnny Parker?
No, Johnny's quite the opposite. Johnny's very
Laconic, I believe, is the best way to describe it.
he doesn't show emotion.
Nobody else in your firm is theatric or emotional?
Not to Alex level.
You don't know any other lawyers in the state that go to that level?
He didn't say that.
You're asking me a question right now. I don't know. You might.
Yeah, seriously.
Yourself.
How's he gonna know
I
that?
don't know. I don't know what other lawyers do. I'm usually trying cases against defense attorneys, so I don't get to see plaintiffs' lawyers anymore.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for. Well, let me ask you one last thing. This Bullware guy that he stole all the money from, Mr. Bullware, remember him?
Yes, I remember him.
How much money did you steal from him? Do you remember?
He stole 70-something thousand in June of 2018. Mr. Boulware died in September, I believe, of 2018, and I believe another 270-something thousand after Mr. Boulware's death sometime in, around February of 2019.
Have you and your partners paid Mr. Boulware's estate or his folks back?
Yes, I met with them personally.
Okay. And even though it's cost you your firm and it's cost millions of dollars to you, you have forgiven him? You bear him no ill?
I didn't say I forgave him.
You're just not angry about it anymore.
I said I have no feelings. And I had to work on that, Mr. Harpootlian. You know, when you go through what we've gone through, not only the trauma of losing people we loved in a double homicide, seeing the aftermath, and then learning that someone you worked with for more than 20 years had been stealing throughout a period of time and deceiving us. There's a lot of emotion there. And yes, it was bad in the fall of 2021. And I have found a way to have no feelings. It's not forgiveness. It's just, I don't have
You're not
any
angry
feelings.
here today. You're not angry at him at all.
I'm not angry.
Okay.
If I raise my voice, it's only because of the implication that you were trying to
The
make out of it.
implication
because
that
you're
you
pissing him
might
off,
not
man.
want to help him in front of this jury here today because let me finish the question. Because he destroyed your firm.
That's not
He
a
stole
question, it's a
Millions of
statement.
dollars you had to pay back. He deceived you. All that's away and is not influencing your testimony here today at all. If you'd answer that yes or no, then you can explain.
All those things happened, and it does not influence my testimony. I take the oath that I just took very seriously. And if you got any indication that anything I said was inaccurate, I'll be glad to address it with you.
Well, the jury can judge that. Thank you.
Harpootlian got no love off of that line of questioning.
How long
He
did you know
said,
Alex?
"You probably don't want to go there with me."
Since the late 90s.
And knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in your eye and lie convincing to you day in and day out?
Every day.
He did.
And was he able to look juries in the eye and display emotion?
That is not appropriate and direct. And it's
He
leading.
is so far from being able to
Objection
ask
sustained.
to object to anything.
Mr. Harpootlian asked you about some of the things that you have gone through. And is your issue with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning the implication that you would come in and shade things in front of this jury?
Objection, leading.
What is your concern with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning of you? Can you express that to the jury, please? All that he just went through with you, sitting up on the stand, having to deal with this, what is your problem with what he was trying to say?
Well, I fortunately, to start with, I took an oath to tell the truth. But we as lawyers also have oaths and obligations to a court. And it goes a lot deeper than just that oath. We are bound by rules of professional conduct, ethical rules that I take very seriously as a lawyer. To my knowledge, I enjoy a very good reputation as far as being a person of integrity. And that's what I took issue with, is him attempting, because he cannot impugn my integrity.
That's fair. Would you take a 22 if you went out looking for hogs?
At least.
Possibly a 22 Magnum,
There you
which
go.
is a long rifle.
Which is a long rifle?
Yes.
You take a long rifle, not a pistol, is that correct?
Yeah, I would never, I'm not a good shot with a pistol, but I would never take a pistol.
And what was Paul's favorite gun for shooting hogs with?
I knew he always had a 300 blackout, but I don't know if he shot him with anything else.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
I guarantee you, this dude writes a letter
I'm
to
sorry, Your
Harpootlian.
Honor, I just can't leave this alone.
He's gonna hit him up on the phone, like, listen, fool, I don't appreciate I don't appreciate your line of questioning. I don't
Is the
appreciate
300 blackout that's in evidence his favorite? The 300 blackout with a thermal scope on it.
thermal scope.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Step down.
Well, that was.
We'll call you next witness.
That was the sparks.
Ron, state calls Dr. Reamer.
Dr. Reamer, come on, man. You can't. That's not acceptable. I mean, all due respect, but she better be a proctologist.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? I do. Thank you. Can you have a seat on the witness stand?
I think that's the voice for my Alexa.
You will state your full name again, please, and spell your last name for the record.
Yes. It's Dr. Ellen Reamer, Riemer.
And just to advise the gallery, if everybody could seal the monitors, please, and the media be advised of that.
So, do you guys know why they have to cover the monitors? Is it because they're going to be showing some graphic material? Is that the? Oh, because they don't want the people in the stand to have to see it. And
Dr. Reamer, I want to move through this. Yes. And Dr. Reamer, I don't know if I'm necessarily even going to put them up on the screen. I am going to show you some images. I know the jury has seen these. And I don't want to belabor the point. I want to move quickly. But just very quickly, you've been previously qualified as an expert in this trial in forensic pathology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've done how many autopsies? Remind the jury, please.
Around 5,500. Since I was last here, I've done a few more.
jeez, how many people are dying out there, man?
Okay. I haven't put anything up yet.
Our bootleg is pissed, bro.
You actually conducted the autopsies of Paul and Maggie in this case?
Yes, I did both of the autopsies at the request of the Colleton County coroner, who called MUSC Forensic Pathology, requesting autopsies on 2 individuals that died
I appreciate that,
under
guys.
his
Thank you.
jurisdiction. I was not asked by
yeah.
the prosecution
I don't want to see it either.
to perform an
I
autopsy.
kinda do, but I don't.
Independent autopsy.
Your autopsy is independent. You're not hired by the
Look at our
prosecution or law
bootleg,
enforcement
man.
or anything
No,
like
it's
that.
just at the request of the
All right. You've had a chance to hear the testimony of the pathologist for the defense that testified yesterday.
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you a couple of general questions and then move specifically to some of the conclusions that individual reached. But just very quickly, with skin tags, can you tell me the reliability of that and determining directionality just as a general matter?
Yeah, well, we look at these things, but just like every other thing at, finding at the autopsy, we take it in the context. So sometimes skin tags support your findings, and sometimes they're not really so reliable. So, skin tags don't tell you necessarily the direction of a wound, especially going through very soft tissue.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits that have been previously introduced in this particular case. I'm going to try to be very careful with these. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits, defense exhibits, 159, 160, and 161. And if you could take those out and just tell me if you recognize those. And again, please be mindful of the direction in which those images are presented.
So I'm trying to look up skin tags. But all I see is like the benign
Yes,
little.
I've seen these.
All right. And what are those images
Flat.
of?
They're autopsy photographs
Who's
of
Robin?
Maggie.
All right. You heard the testimony of the defense pathologist who testified yesterday that the directionality of the injury to the side of Maggie's head with the associated injury to the breast and the abrasion actually was coming from the top down as opposed, and I say top down as if somebody's standing upright, as opposed from going towards the bottom of the body up.
I'll take
correct?
a crack
Yes,
at it.
that's
All right. And can you please look at the images that you have and explain to the jury your conclusions and why that defense pathologist is incorrect, who didn't conduct the autopsy to begin with, why he's incorrect.
Okay. Well, Do you want me to show the photos?
You can, and let's just go ahead and put them both up on the screen. So I'll take them. And if you could step down, please, if that's okay with your arm. And first, I'm going to show Defense Exhibit 160. Are we secure? We good? All right. All right, and that's Defense 160. And Dr. Reamer, if you can again explain to me your specific findings and how they relate to the testimony from yesterday.
Yes. So we have the abrasion on the left shoulder clavicle area, and then we have an entrance defect in this left side of the face. We can see a hole there. It's a hole. And there was a defect in the left temporal lobe of the brain, which was included in my autopsy report. That could only have happened from that being an entrance wound.
Okay. And you mentioned during your testimony the concept of a diastatic fracture. Does that in any way relate to your conclusion in this regard?
Yeah, well, a diastatic fracture is when there's a separation of skull bones along suture lines, which solidify during childhood. And usually it takes a lot of intracranial pressure to fracture a skull along the suture line.
All right. And does that relate to the conclusion that this had to be an entry wound?
Yeah, well, that's a finding. That doesn't prove that this is an entrance wound, but what I do, I have a path through the left temporal lobe, and there's, that it was associated with the diastatic fracture because of the increased pressure.
All right. And one of the things you're telling this jury is you who actually
Objection waiting.
Were you actually able to observe a hole associated with an entry wound when you physically performed this autopsy?
Yes, I physically performed the autopsy, and the way I determine direction is I have a hole below the left ear, which went into the brain, and so that's not going to happen in the opposite direction. And I understand that people can look at pictures. That's like a two-dimensional view, but doing the autopsy makes certain information available to the pathologist that is not available to an individual not performing the autopsy. And I had that information in my report, which was not, which was, I guess, overlooked.
Overlooked by the defense
Right.
pathologist.
Yes, I'm sure.
All right. I'm going to show you now Defense Exhibit 161. And there was some testimony from the
Who's that lady on the left over
pathologist
there? Anybody?
about,
Is that Nancy Grace? Who's that?
trying to determine directionality from this particular image. And can you please tell the jury why that pathologist is wrong?
All right. Well, when we have tears of the skin, and this is a lot of tears of the subcutaneous tissue, especially in the very soft area of the body where there's a lot of fat, there's a lot of stretching, and it doesn't necessarily, we can move the tissue of the breast, and sort of, you can even get the points to go into a different direction. This is not very impressive. It's not even really worth observing any of the skin tags. It's really very non-specific, and I think he has a very good imagination for for seeing that in this way. And it's, skin tags can be there. Sometimes they support your findings, sometimes they don't support, but they don't take the place of determining the path of the wound by actually following it through the body.
I'll show you finally what's been marked as Defense 159. And is this also a representation, sort of the hole that you determined and were able to physically observe as a entrance wound on the side of Maggie's head?
Yes.
I was wondering the same thing. Either she's from that movie Dune,
Right,
or
let's talk
she's a
little
court
bit
stenographer.
About Paul And you heard the defense pathologist and their subsequent expert talk about there being a contact wound to the top of Paul's head. Is that correct?
That's what he said.
All right. And you, of course, have already testified during your direct testimony that there's no way for this to be a contact wound, but now you have specific observations about the defense
Yes.
conclusions.
Well, I didn't think it was necessary for me to point out every physical feature of the wound that demonstrates that the entrance was to the top of the left shoulder and then went into the left side of the head before exiting the top of the head. Now, before I go on, I do want to say that I agree with the book that keeps being brought up, that when there is a contact shotgun wound to the head, there's massive gas expansion within the cranial cavity, within the skull. And what that does, it doesn't just create a hole with some, bones. I understand this was like the most severe thing you have ever seen. And you probably can't imagine that the damage to the head could be any worse. But a contact shotgun wound to the head with the associated gas expansion to the skull would not have, his face was basically intact.
He's really excited about this.
Tears of the skin, and his eyes would have been either displaced from the orbital bones. The orbital bones were intact. Anytime there's massive gas buildup within the cranial cavity from a contact shotgun wound to the head, which the book does say is when we have the worst gas expansion, the entire face, he would have not even had a face left. I mean, I know what you saw was awful, and it was absolutely awful, but the damage would have been a lot worse. He would have had, like, the sides of his head would have gone, he would have had, his entire face would have been split open, because there's no way all of that gas expansion could occur and not cause fractures of these delicate bones in the face. His forehead was even still there. So, I agree with the book that a contact shotgun wound would cause severe gas expansion and damage to the head. What we have here is not consistent with a contact shotgun wound to the head. Damage to the head would have been much worse, even though this was already horrible. Okay, that being said, there are photographs. Okay.
Yep, and I'm going to put
She's just got
what's already been
a
admitted
lot
to
to say,
evidence.
man. She knows her stuff. Share the stream, people, if you would, please. I want to get up to
Doctor, just talk a little
at
bit
least
about
100
this
shares
image
today.
as it illustrates what you're talking about with the face, but also, if you could, we'll go ahead and talk about with the face, and then I want to talk about the shoulder a little bit as well.
There's no skin, it's like torn apart of his face. His eyes are still in the correct locations. It's hard to imagine that, anything could be worse than a hole at the top right side of the back of the head. But in my 20 plus years of experience doing autopsies and seeing contact shotgun wounds to the head, which are associated with massive gas expansion in the skull, this entire face, he would have had tears. The eyes would have been either hanging down or lost, blown out. There's no way that these features are consistent with a contact shotgun wound to the head.
All right. Now, there was some discussion about the defense pathologist about shaving the top of the head for stippling or checking for stippling. And can you comment on the necessity of that in your actual autopsy that you conducted?
Okay. So, he also said that sometimes we actually don't see the soot. Like he said, if Dr. Loomer shaved the area, she would have had the opportunity to see the soot. So suppose I didn't see soot, or I did see soot. First of all, I'm confident there would not have been soot, because the features of this wound are not consistent with a shotgun wound to that location. First of all, the damage to the head and face would have been far more severe than it was. And then also the wounds to the shoulder and left side of the cheek have all the features of entrance wounds.
All right. And one of the things discussed by the defense experts was sort of the large sort of oblong shape of the shoulder. Can you explain how that does not contradict your findings of that shot coming this way, that we see this injury here? And I'm going to actually put up Defense Exhibit 162.
to illustrate what we're talking about.
All right. Well, so we've got basically an oblong wound here, and that's because the wound is entering at an angle along the top of the shoulder. It's not hitting the shoulder at a perpendicular angle. So it's kind of grazing along the top of the shoulder. Okay, now is this, okay. So, and actually, he said that the pellets are going down. Okay, well, if you look at it as an entrance wound, they're actually going up. So it depends where you're looking at it from. If he's thinking that this is an exit wound, that this is, that the end of the wound path, then it would look to him as if the pellets are going down. But we can see this is actually an entrance wound for a few reasons. First of all, if it were an exit wound, do you remember all those pellet exit wounds on Paul's left arm that came from the chest? The pellets are not just going to stop in the shoulder. There's like no resistance there. The pellets are going to continue going until they exit the left side of the arm. Okay, so they don't just stop there. The reason they're there is that's because they started there. Okay. In addition, you see all of this white material here on the edge of the entrance wound. That's styrofoam packing material that's between the pellets. So the pellets are contained within wadding, and there's styrofoam packing material between. And that would never have been deposited there. So I did not think it was when I was telling you the direction, my determination of the direction of this wound. I did not have to necessarily, it was my expert, I'm expert at determining forensic pathology includes establishing the direction of wounds. And because of all of these things, this was my determination. Okay, now there's another feature of this photograph. Do you see that this is coming into the left side of the, this is what I determined, left side of the cheek, and we've got all sorts of abrasions around here. Now, it doesn't have the classic, what we saw on Paul's chest had those little petals. So we knew that the wadding was starting to open up. But in this case, there was wadding that was probably open as well. So we have some pellets already starting to come out. It's not entering within the wadding, but the wadding is going along and entering there. And we have all this abrasion around the left side of the cheek, the chin neck area. And that's consistent with, we're not going to have that abrasion if it's coming out. If it's going to push the skin out, we're not going to have an abrasion. So, all that but even just common sense, we have that styrofoam packing material on the outside of the arm. My determination, this went up through the left cheek, out the right side of the top of the head. If it were a shotgun entrance wound, contact to the head, I don't care whether, there's no way his entire facial bones and skin, his ears would have been flopped down. There's so much gas expansion that the damage to his head would have been much worse. So that's based on my experience for doing this. And, I just don't know how, I didn't mention that styrofoam packing, but that's from when the pellets are coming in. And he said, oh, you can see they're going down. That's because he's looking from above. So but if you look at where I believe and I determined by doing this autopsy that the entrance wound is, it's actually going up. So it depends which side of the pellets you're looking at. And if just logically, if this was an exit, the pellets wouldn't have just stopped there. They've got a huge amount of energy. They're going to continue through the arm and have individual pellets. They wouldn't have all just been concentrated right there. So, we can use our powers of logic, which I think, we all have, to understand how this is an entrance wound that exited the right side of the top of the head.
Dr. Reamer, having specifically, and you can take a seat now, thank you very much. Having specifically addressed the specific criticisms of the defense pathologist, in your expert opinion, having actually done the autopsies in this case, is there any way that could have been a contact wound to the top of the head?
No.
And having addressed the specific concerns of and testimony of the defense pathologist as it relates to Maggie, is your conclusion still that the shot went in the direction as you described before this?
Yes, I disagree with his conclusions.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Reamer. Please answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Dr. Reamer, good to see you again.
Hello.
So, you took pictures, correct?
I took pictures. I wish I took more pictures now, but I took pictures.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I would have. I wish I took even more pictures.
So do we. So, you made notes, which you converted into an autopsy
Yeah,
report.
it's a standard operating procedure.
Yeah, no. But so, and that's done so that somebody else can look at your work and see if they agree or disagree with you. Because
No, the notes are a work product for me while I'm preparing, doing my examination. I don't always, I take notes, I write numbers, but that is really for me so I can incorporate findings into an autopsy report that I'm going to write. And I don't write it the same while I'm at the table. I need to go away. Maybe I'm going to do it the next day, that night. So, but it's not done. People say, oh, can I have a copy of the autopsy diagram? Well, these are not autopsy diagrams that are meant for other people to look at. And sometimes they're not even completely accurate because I mark things on the outside of the body that later on during the course of the autopsy, I determine, I'm like, oh, well, that's what that is. And it may not be what I initially wrote down. But by the time the autopsy's over, I've put it all together. And that a diagram or notes do not necessarily reflect everything, that I concluded.
you still have your notes in this case?
I imagine they would be in the file, but as I told you, this is, my notes are not necessarily the conclusion that I came to.
Did you produce them to the state?
I don't know what I did. I personally, yeah, if they were asked for, I'm sure I did.
Did you produce them to us?
No, I don't remember producing them at all. I don't have a request for those notes in my file.
But those notes would be your present sense impression as you're doing the autopsy, correct?
Well, they can have a lot of things written down on them.
But we don't know because we didn't get them, right?
Well, they're not important. What's important is they're my notes. They're for me. They're an aid to the pathologist. So even if I thought something initially, and then while I do the autopsy, by the time I get to the end, it could disagree. I don't necessarily go back and change the diagram. It's my work product. It's for me to aid me in writing my autopsy report. It's not for public view. It's not a statement of my conclusions.
Okay. Did you review those notes before your testimony previously or today?
No.
Okay. So you just go with your report.
Well, I
animated
reviewed my
image.
report, correct.
Right. But you don't go back and look at your notes.
No.
So let me ask you some basic questions here. You've previously testified that the muzzle of the shotgun for this wound here that goes through his neck and out the top of his head was about 3 feet away.
That would be about right.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with this page from, I believe you've described it.
Oh, yes, I've seen it many times.
Okay. And as you see, the gas comes out, right? In the first shot, the top
Yes.
shot. And then actually there's sort of a blowback of gas as as we can see right here, the projectile, which is the pellets, are extruded from the barrel, right? I mean, the gas pushes the pellets out.
Well, there's gas expansion and that helps propel the pellets. Yes, I agree with the book. This was not a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head.
Okay, well, the book doesn't say that, but what the book does say is that as the pellets come out, at some point they begin to, the container opens and the pellets expand or move out in a pattern, a circular pattern. It becomes bigger as the further away you get, correct?
Yes, and that's what we have here.
Okay,
But this is actually demonstrating specifically a contact shotgun wound to head. But we do have splaying outward of the pellets. We can see on the left shoulder, they're fairly clustered together because they're first starting to be released from the wadding. And they did spread out. We have some of them down in the neck, some of them in the brain. And so they are spreading out. I don't see how, yes, it's a respected treatise, but this is specific to a contact shotgun wound to head. This is what this is describing.
Really?
Well, it's fun. It doesn't matter. I can look at my photos.
Really?
I can look. If you're going to talk about theory, the
Doctor,
photos.
Doctor, Your Honor, I would ask you to tell the witness to be responsive. She is going on a diatribe. Excuse me. I'm asking the court to instruct her to answer the question.
Getting all sorts of saucy.
She can. She goes off on tangents, and I'm sorry.
Tobin,
I'm sorry.
thank you for those
may
stars,
continue answering
Tobin.
the question.
You're a rock star.
You remember what the question was?
$5,500 please.
Is this series of shots from the book depicting a contact wound?
She's good, man. She's
I
good.
think that's what I understand.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So where, if you step down here, show me please where the contact is with the body or the head.
Dare you to show me. And then she shows him and he's like, oh, is that really what you mean? Yeah, sure,
Well,
shoot.
the contact would be at the first.
Yeah, he needs to take
Right
some
here?
Yes.
Well, what's it contacting?
Lucenapro. I think that's what it is. So
It's not. It's just a theoretical depiction. It's a theoretical.
Is that what the book
depiction.
says?
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I don't recall the exact. Why don't you read it to me?
Well, why don't you tell me is that a contact wound?
I don't know what this is. This is.
That's a shotgun.
That's a shotgun.
That's a shotgun being fired. Those are the pellets coming out.
Object
Those are the
counsel
pellets.
testify.
Yeah, I think this is a book. Showing the series of steps after a shotgun is fired. But it has nothing to do with what I found in the body and does not help me determine the direction of the wound.
All right.
And I'm not going to
so good.
describe to you. You can read it in the book. I don't remember how
Shelley.
it says all of this.
The book isn't testifying. You are. If you
Alice
testified that
needs to
depicts a
flip him.
contact wound. Yes.
some
I don't know what this is depicting. It could be that this is a contact wound. I don't know where you're going.
Where's I'm going? Is that barrel in contact with anything?
It's not in contact with anything. It looks like it's just blowing into the air.
Okay, and you've been.
He's getting pissed.
And your testimony is
bad.
that barrel
Oh, geez.
is at least 3 feet away from Paul's shoulder. Is that correct?
It could be, depending on the weapon, it could be, it's not closer than 2 feet because we don't have the slip ring. But we do have packing material.
Hey, Rochelle, thank you for those stars.
As we see here, these pellets are beginning to separate. Is it your testimony that those pellets had separated when they hit Paul's shoulder at all?
They are starting to separate. We don't have the complete, widening of it. They're still relatively clustered together, but they're not as close as they would be if they were still contained within the wadding.
Okay, now at 2 feet, is there any gas left or is it all dissipated like this picture shows?
Well, what we have here, if there was more gas, if there was a contact wound to here,
It's not a contact.
I understand. The gas, you're wanting me to say yes or no, and
Yes
I
or no.
can't because I have the knowledge to explain how this relates to examining the body.
Yeah, she's
I
like,
don't
I'm the
just theoretical
professional here.
talks
Fool.
I don't start looking up in this book while I'm doing an autopsy. I use my practical reasoning and my experience and knowledge of things.
If there'd been gas in the
So why don't you read me the book?
or when it hit his shoulder or his neck, would you expect to find some physical manifestation of that?
Well, there would have been, a lot more expansion, shoulder expansion. This was fairly contained on the
So
left shoulder.
your testimony is there would have been little or no gas going to his shoulder to his neck.
Well, there is always some gas, but it's not the kind of gas that we get in a contact shot.
Exactly. So, and let me.
Yeah, like his whole concept of like putting a professional 5,500 autopsies up there, and then telling her what she should be saying, and she's like, "Dude, I do this every day, all day, chopping up bodies. Don't tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about." But then Harpootlian's like, "No, well, that's not what I want you to say. God dang it, there's no."
Take a minute to get. No, not that one.
Jesus. Kids in my backyard stepping all over my azaleas. God damn it. I don't deal with these stupid kids and people in the early morning with their stupid garbage trucks driving through my neighborhood. Oh, man. Alex is just miserable. Yeah. MW over on YouTube. Alex just looks like he's like, God, you guys are just, he wishes he could just do it himself. You know what I mean? And that's a professional lawyer. Yeah. It's yeah, Sarah Lopez, you're not wrong. When she gives him the business, I think it's hilarious. And Harpootlian is just floundered. He is floundered right now. He's had 2 people that have pushed him back and said, "Hey, listen, buddy, here's the deal. You're an asshole." So
please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. Take about 10 minutes.
Oh man, it's beautiful. Stephlin, welcome to the show. Good morning to you. Thank you for everyone to everyone that's shared the stream out so far today. I appreciate that. We're trying to get to 100 shares today. While they're taking this 10-minute break, I think we're going to jump back in and take a look at that at more of the interview 3 days after the murder of Maggie and Paul. That being said, we're going to stop this screen and we're going to go ahead and pull that one up because we've been chipping away at that. And like I said, there's all these tells that come up while we're watching this interview that I think are, they say a lot more than just, what Paul would like to believe is being said. I'll keep tabs on court. We're going to be about 10 minutes. So bear with us and let's do this. He just said that the gun, that 300 blackout that was lost or stolen, they never reported it because he was like, I don't know if it was lost or whatever. But I'm telling it, well, I didn't want, how did he word it? I can't remember how he worded it, but he didn't want it turning up in some drug thing. It's like, well, how did that, wow, all right. Just these little windows of insight that he's got towards a bigger picture. They're odd. Just saying.
But I wouldn't. I know we replaced it because I wouldn't replace it again. Maybe I just think that now. I don't know. But I'm certain we replaced
it. Have you talked to CB Rowe since Monday or Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we talked about what he had done on the farm. Is he still employed?
He's still employed because I got to have somebody keeping it clean. But I can't keep him. I mean, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Well, that's real nice.
And I know I told you, I don't know why that story seemed important to me the other night.
Yeah.
I really can't see CB Rowe doing. I just can't. I really do not believe that.
Well, it's an odd story.
It's a messed up story.
And and I just, being in law enforcement for so long,
curious to hear what that story was,
and working these type cases, and I don't know the Islandton area, but talking to Colleton County and seeing the property and how isolated it is.
Thank you, Renee.
Finding somebody that's just going to randomly come up there that late at night that doesn't know the property.
Right.
You know, that's so of course I have to look within and then start working my way out.
So you feel like it's not random.
There
feel
you
like
go.
it's
CB Rowe was having an
intentional.
affair.
I mean, planned.
Oh, and that's why Alec
I don't know
murdered
what
his
to do
wife.
right now.
Paul was in the room, the feed room or whatever.
And
He didn't know he was
hate to say
there.
that. I don't know what to
And
do
then
right
he
now.
had to kill
So
him.
do y'all have any good clues?
All of the evidence that we collected Tuesday morning, and we collected additional evidence on Tuesday afternoon. They collected evidence at autopsy today, so we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, a DNA swab from you.
No problem.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to
Is that in
eliminate
one of
it
the documentaries,
once it's
Jenny?
developed.
Then I gotta watch the new one.
We don't need that unknown,
Yeah.
and it actually is a family member. or
There's
you.
no problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still
Yeah, I
tracking
believe
people
CB
down.
testified.
And that's
Yeah.
why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he was like a little detective. And I mean, Paul would, what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So you had to off
Which
him
leads me to, let's go back to Paul right quick while we're on him.
because he found out
So
about your
we have
connections
his
to the
phone.
cartels.
Do you know his passcode?
I don't. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a few people I can point you to,
Yeah.
but I can tell you that he was super, super, super secretive with that. I mean, cell phone. I asked his brother if he knew it. Did the ones that they got the other day didn't work?
Did y'all get any the other day?
Not for Paul's phone. No.
Okay. I know they got Maggie's code.
I
and it
know
worked.
Maggie's.
Yeah.
And it works.
You guys are crushing it on the shares, man. You're doing so good.
I've not gotten it, but there's a lot of people out moving parts that may have gotten that information. So we'll follow up on it. If you believe somebody gave us a code for Paul's, a possible code for Paul's.
Maybe it was Maggie's. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll find out. I will try to find out Paul's code.
Okay.
Do that.
But it will
Sneesha,
surprise me
sound
greatly
advice.
if somebody knows it.
I mean, certainly, talking about the investigation, certainly we're looking at every angle, trying to figure out what fits. And we're talking to, people that were involved in the boat case. We're trying to track down people that Paul knew and were friends with. That's why I asked who he was in Charleston with, so we can go try and see if they might know something or try to figure something out. We're trying to get into his phone.
And I was just asked, we're still at break. So they're still taking a breather. So they're just kind of going over the stuff we just watched. So that's why we're doing this.
To see if there's any information, see if he got like a direct threat from somebody there. I mean, the people that are here are not the only ones working on this. We've got people out doing things right now.
Thank you.
I mean, we're
Yeah,
trying to
she
pull
had
everything in.
some of CB's
just the area
DNA under her fingernails.
Unfortunately, there's not a lot of people moving around.
Maggie
I mean,
did.
I've got somebody looking at videos right now back at the office, combing through hours of videos that we've gone out and collected.
Well, thank y'all.
Yeah.
Very much.
So,
Mr. Alex.
You don't have to call me Miss. You just
I'm-
call
I'm
me
sorry.
Alec. Thank you for that
Alex,
courtesy.
when you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared. And you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
The second witness
I
of the day,
believe that
or yeah, the second witness today. Yeah.
I'm
Excuse me.
not sure.
Yeah, you guys are killing it on the
But they
shares. Like I
weren't
said,
there
82 shares.
when you
Looking to get
woke
up to
around the 9 o'clock
100 if
mark
we
or
can
so
crest that
when
before
you made the
noon, and
call
then
to
hopefully
Maggie
200 by the end of the
let her
day
know
would be
you wanted to
amazing.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So I'm just trying to narrow that. The last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper,
Yes, sir.
up until you came back from your mom's.
Keep in mind, at one point, Alex Murdaugh had said that he had a pocket full of pills when he got in the car with him, and he didn't trust them. And so he was falsifying information right off the bat, trying to get his story right when he was talking to him in the car for this interview. So yeah, the guy has perpetually lied from the very beginning, at the scene, at the location, about the details around his location, the time of the time he was at his location. Everything from the very beginning has been fabricated to weave a story that he can control. So he's got this narrative that he's trying to control, and all of it's come down to him continuing to lie and lie and lie. And he said, "Well, once I started lying, I just kept going with it." Well, those were his words. So, I mean, the guy has proven that he's willing to keep lying, and that's what's happening. We'll see.
And found what you found.
yeah, yes, Alex probably told you all this. He did. Check for a pulse. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to narrow that. The last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper,
Yes, sir.
up until you came back from your mom's, and found what you found.
Yeah, yes, Alex probably told you all this. He did. Check for a pulse. Yes.
Right, and that's why we want to do the DNA.
CB Rowe took care of the dogs. Yeah,
Mm.
the dog kennel.
Right. Right.
I don't know.
Yes.
When you tried to turn Paul over, do you know if you tried to turn him like towards the kennels or away from the kennels, and his phone fell out?
Away. I think I turned him away.
Okay. Was he left-handed or right-handed?
He was right-handed.
Where did he normally keep his phone?
I mean, usually in his hand.
Most.
But I mean, it was always on him. Pocket, hand, truck.
Where did Maggie carry her phone? Anywhere she could?
Yes, sir. Did y'all get fingerprints on her phone?
I haven't gotten that back yet.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that, somehow I had that presence of mind that I needed to not mess anything up. And so I tried not to.
And you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard, or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad. He's such a good boy, too. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But the little things that we've kind of
I understand
is necessary so that we can get a little better picture as to what may have happened.
Well, I just thank y'all for everything. My in-laws, my parents, my in-laws, I would like somebody to update me or my brother or somebody so that I can tell them as y'all discover things. Unless there's some reason y'all don't do that.
Well,
I mean, they just have so many questions.
I understand. And
I mean, they may even, well, no, they don't.
well, I mean, I know Maggie's mother just had a knee replacement. How was their health overall other than that?
They're ailing a little bit. They're getting on up there. Daddy has some neuropathy, but I mean, they're in good physical health. They're in good, their fortitude is good. They're just, they're just getting age on them, know?
Yes, sir. Are they in Somerville or are they at the house on Moselle?
No, they didn't. They lived in Somerville.
Okay.
But they're here now.
Oh, they're here in this house?
No, they're in Moselle.
Okay. Because I'll go by and speak with them and meet with them. If you think that would help.
I think that would help a tremendous amount if you would just be willing just to sit down and let them. Hearing from me and John Marvin and Danny and whoever, what little tidbits y'all get, I just, I think it would give them peace of mind to know that y'all got a team of people out there on it.
Yes, sir.
And just to really have something, a tangible person instead of being told.
You got a contact number for them?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get that.
Okay.
Have the ability to get the numbers that need cell phone tower.
I'm so sorry.
And I know if y'all have the phone, y'all can then.
You're talking about the tower itself.
Yeah.
Her mom and dad are just such good people. They're just
doing
wonderful
all that. Some of the
people.
other guys are back at the office.
Love her so much, and
everybody we can deal with.
It really would make them feel good.
What are their names?
A lot of technical.
My father-in-law's name is Terry.
But yes, we can.
My mother-in-law's name is Kennedy. and they're Brandstetters. And my sister-in-law, who in her
Spell Brandstetter for me.
Branstetter, and then my sister-in-law, who was closest to Maggie in the whole world, is Marion Proctor. And her husband is Bart Proctor. And they live in Charleston.
Do you have a contact number for any?
I know their numbers.
Okay.
But it's in my phone.
Okay.
I promise you, Alex, someone, my life depended on it. I couldn't tell anybody, my mother-in-law or father-in-law from them.
I'm telling you, man, I've been the luckiest person in the world with in-laws. I mean, they are wonderful.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, it's my in-laws that I like. It's my wife's in-laws I don't.
There you go.
Let me grab a piece of paper. I'll be right back.
All right, guys, we're going back into court, so we're gonna go ahead and jump back over into the live. So I got us held up here. We know where we're at with this interview. Look at that look he's got on his face, though, man. He looks suspect as hell right there. Just suspect as hell. Did Alex have a mistress? His mistress was opiates. He was having a I was about to say a balls deep affair with Percocet. And that is not wrong. He definitely was living that life. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and add this in, and jury's coming back in. So I believe we got this going here in just a second. Yeah, if you would please share the stream, guys, I really do appreciate it. We're trying to get a couple hundred shares in for the day. You've been amazing, and I appreciate, we've been, even our small segments like Sunday, we had 20 minutes about the car dealership, got 10, 11,000 views on that. So that's great. That's what we need to get, as much circulation as possible so we can break the algorithm that is the metaverse of, social network, social media. Yeah. 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 Okay. Here we go.
We have her idea. Doctor, I'd ask you to look at this photo and tell me if this is one of the photos from your autopsy.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you. Now I'd offer this defense exhibit number 195 into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor. Admit it.
So can we put that up on the screen, please? Before I lose it, let me hand this to. So, what are we looking at here?
Do you want me to come? Oh, here it is.
No, just tell me what it is.
Yeah, okay. So this is an entrance shotgun wound to the left shoulder area.
Okay, and you a moment ago said something about packing material. What is packing material?
Yes. So there's foam that is frequently within between pellets.
I'm sorry, just a moment. Your Honor, I can't hear her because of the noise coming through the door. I apologize, but I just need to understand what she's saying. I apologize. May I begin?
Yes, sir.
Packing material. Let's start over again. Tell me again.
Yes. So it's frequently present in the wadding along with the pellets that sort of help keep them together.
Okay, so the wadding, you got the powder wadding shotgun pellets, and are these, is it in the pellets or is it closer behind it in the wadding, or?
It's within the wadding.
Okay, and you indicated you saw some packing material.
Well, that is very consistent with, with a little bit of packing material that would, as we have pellets going into the shoulder and some of the packing materials depositing on the skin.
And is this a picture of the packing material?
There is some of the white material, yes, on the skin. Correct.
Did you note that in your autopsy report?
No, it was just a general observation.
Okay. Is it important it was there?
It didn't matter to me whether it's there or not, but it does reinforce that it is an entrance wound.
But you concede it was not in your autopsy report.
Well, all the totality of my findings, I don't always write every little thing in my autopsy report. I could go on, that it could be 50 pages, an autopsy report. I include the findings, my determinations, and I could have mentioned it, but I did not.
And why not?
Because it's not always necessary to mention that kind of thing.
Is it evidence of anything?
Well, I do believe that supports an entrance wound, although I don't require myself to see it in order to make that determination.
But you agree with me, it supports your conclusion, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't put in your autopsy report.
that's correct.
Would it be in your notes?
No.
Okay. So, and could you step down here and show me what the packing material looks like? And there's a pointer right over there behind you. You probably want to stand over here so the jurors over there can see it.
Yes. This is what I believe to be consistent with packing material.
And did you remove any of that to be analyzed or forensically examined?
No, I did not.
Okay, and while we're looking at this picture, you can actually see some shot in there, right?
Yes.
And that shot is that, I mean, that's pretty, that area right there is much wider than this entrance wound in his cheek, is it not?
Yes, this entrance wound is larger than this re-entrance wound here. And I believe I actually went over this last time. Frequently, there's enlargement of wound as it goes along. But in this case, we have a wound going along the top of the shoulder, so it's going to be oblong. As it enters the left neck area, it's entering more at a right angle, perpendicular to the jaw, so it's going to appear smaller. And that has nothing to do with spreading of pellets.
Okay, well, let's pursue that a little bit more. You see that pellet that's clear, I mean, clearly there. You
This
see,
pellet?
right, and then you see a pellet above it. You see that? Right,
Yeah.
right. Let me put my glasses on. Is that a pellet?
Yeah, it may be a pellet. Yes.
Okay, so we have, if you step back just a little bit so this juror can see, we have pellets coming in like this, correct?
Well, they're kind of banging against each other. We have the wound track is from left to right, and we do have pellets that are in there. They didn't continue. They stopped in there, so they're not all continuing through.
Okay, how many pellets were captured in his shoulder?
I captured. I don't know how many I captured. I collected a sampling of the pellets that were along the wound path.
But you took x-rays.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily the total amount, because some of them, exited and some were in the brain. So the x-rays were taken without the brain in the head because the brain came separately.
Okay, but they did send you the brain.
Yes.
Did you take x-rays of the brain?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't take x-rays of the brain
And the
because I
reason,
determined that that wasn't necessary for me at the time.
to support your conclusion.
I didn't take x-rays of the brain. I guess hindsight is always 20/20. I could have taken x-rays of the brain. I could have taken more photos. I could have taken a photo of the brain at the autopsy. I did not. And I would have liked to, but you know, I can tell from the examination of the body that I had an entrance wound on my left shoulder and it's exiting at the top of the head. It's not a contact wound to the top of the head.
Okay.
That's my determination.
Okay, but the reason you didn't take x-rays of the brain was you'd already reached your conclusion, correct? That you didn't need it because this was an entrance wound.
Well, I did not because I felt comfortable with my determination.
And decided therefore not to take x-rays of the brain.
Well, I don't always take x-rays of every organ. I was comfortable I would be able to recover some pellets on the brain and it wasn't necessary to show the spread.
How many cases have you been involved in where the brain literally exploded out of the head? I mean, that weren't suicides.
Where the brain exploded out of the head?
Well, as the book describes it.
Well, I think that the determination that an entrance wound to the top of the head, contact range, all of that gas expansion would not have, the brain would not have escaped that. There would have been a defect, cavity or fragmentation of the brain, which was not there. You can see the brain actually.
Do you remember what my original question was?
What was your question?
Okay, my question was, how many cases have you done an autopsy of a contact wound to the top of the head, which wasn't a suicide?
Very, very few.
Less than one?
I don't remember exactly, but it's not a tip. Usually contact shotgun wounds. Usually contact shotgun wounds are suicides.
And typically it's in the mouth.
They can be under the chin, in the mouth, sometimes they're to the side of the head. There are people that do shoot themselves to the top of the head as well. And I can't recall exactly if, you know, I remember any of those.
And in all those cases, the brain explode out of the cranium?
No.
Okay. So you would agree with me that the way that well, strike that. Let's go a little bit further with where we're going here. Could you put up the X-ray of the shoulder? You can go ahead and take your seat and set it back up there. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, they are pellets, and I have his shoulder, you know, kind of out when I take the wound. We have some pellets remaining in the shoulder area. We have some disruption of the shoulder tissue here, some of the bone, and then we have some. We actually have less. We have more spread. They're more spread out as they're going closer to the neck.
So there are pellets in the top of the arm, the shoulder. Where is this? Right up in here?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's additional pellets, it looks like, down below that, like near his ribs, correct?
That's because it's starting to spread, yes.
And it's starting to spread to get to this place right here. Is it?
What place?
Is this where the, I mean,
No, it's in the neck.
It's in the neck. Okay.
I indicated that I recovered. It's going, it's over here. Then some of it is actually in the trachea as well. So there, that's the windpipe of the neck. So we have some in the neck. This is the chest area. It did not go into the chest.
Okay. Let me see another X-ray, please. I don't. What was that exhibit? I'm sorry, I didn't announce it. 1 112. Okay, let me see the next x-ray. Okay, and where is that?
That is the top of the left shoulder and the left arm.
Okay. And you see a number of pellets there.
Yes,
That would be right in this area right here?
yes.
Okay. Next, there's, I think, one more x-ray. Okay, and are there any pellets here? Or are those the same pellets down there at the bottom?
Yeah, well, we
see-
have, you can see, there are pellets here. You can see them in the head. There's some pellets in the head. The brain is not within the cranial cavity, but we do see some of the pellets ended up over here on the right side. See, R for right. There's the hole at the top of the head, and some of the pellets they're spread out on the right side of the head.
How many?
Well, I can see there's 3 here.
3?
On the right side of the head.
Okay. So if well, how many pellets are there in a 12-gauge shotgun shell? And these are used primarily for duck hunting.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm an expert at examining human bodies and determining the injuries that occurred. And, I don't know how many pellets would be. When I took my boards, I may have had to actually know that, but I don't use this information in order. You can ask your ballistics expert.
Well, we did. And I think they said something like,
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't really know the answer to that. I'm not going to disagree with the ballistics expert. I do have a trajectory and exit wound on the right side of the back of the head.
how many pellets were in the body?
I did not count them. I just collect a representative sample of it. I don't collect all of them, and I don't count all of them.
And we know you don't know how many were in the brain because you didn't x-ray the brain, correct?
That's correct.
But if there were 70 pellets or 75 pellets in his shoulder, his chest, and his neck, and hypothetically, there are anywhere between 135 and 160 pellets in the normal duck shot. I mean, that's 40 pellets that travel on, for the sake of argument, correct?
Well,
My math,
I don't
use
really,
my math.
I don't feel comfortable answering these questions because it's not, the specific ballistics are not my area of expertise.
I'm not going to ask you about
I really don't
ballistics.
feel comfortable answering them. I
Just-
examine human bodies and come to my determinations based on the wounds. And I can see I was correct that this is a shotgun wound to the left shoulder that's going up to the right side of the head. And questions about numbers I really don't want to I can't answer that because, I don't know everything. I'm an expert. I'm a physician. I'm an expert at examining human deceased individuals, determining cause and manner of death.
Okay, let's go back to the original question, and I assume.
I don't know the answer to the shotgun, how many pellets there would be.
We're not asking you how many pellets, but if there's 75 pellets, let's do some math here. This is simple math.
Okay, I can do math.
Okay, 75 pellets we can count in the body, the chest, the neck. And there's anywhere from 135 to 165 pellets in the normal duck shot, 12-gauge shot.
All right, so 75 plus 60, that would be 135. And then what did you say, 70 or 80?
75.
Okay, 75. So we started with 75 plus 75 is 150. So that's your answer. If your question is, you're asking me to do the math.
So my question is this. After those pellets have gone through the shoulder and hit bone, apparently, correct?
Yes.
And then they go through the neck. Do they hit more bone there?
There was some damage to the cartilage of the trachea. It was in the tracheal wall and some muscle. You know, there's not a lot of like bone in the neck. The only bone really in the neck
Right.
is the spinal column.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, when you were talking about Maggie a moment ago, and you talked about a shot that I think grazed her skull, you said there was a lot of intracranial pressure. Is that right? Created a lot of intracranial pressure.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you can help me. Your testimony is there was enough from the less than half the load that goes through to, I mean, was it one place it hit? Was it had to go through the brain still?
Yeah. Well, you know, I didn't say that less than half the load went through. Some of it may have actually exited the top of the head. I don't know. Or went into the brain. I did not x-ray the brain. And so I don't know exactly how many, but we can tell that this is the direction.
Was the brain macerated?
No, it was largely intact. There was some maceration at the base of the brain where it was torn from the brainstem. Okay, the brain went up and torn from the brainstem, but it was pretty much surprisingly intact, you know, from a shotgun load.
Have you looked at the crime scene photos?
I really didn't look at the crime scene photos with any kind of, you know, attention.
Okay, so, but you are aware that the brain was catapulted out of his head, probably hit the ceiling and then landed outside.
Well, I could tell from examining the body that the brain catapulted out of the head because I received the brain and a hole that was consistent with the brain leaving it.
Can you and I agree, and based on your testimony when you previously testified, that there would not be, that the gas from 2 or 3 feet away would not travel through the arm, travel through the neck, and then go into the brain?
Well, there's a lot of material that's going through, and plus we've got fragments of the brain, the skull, of the base of the brain that can also, there's a lot of energy going in that direction. Whether it's gas or not, it's energy from portions of you know, ammunition propelling in that direction. So, you know, whether you want to call it gas or whether it's other things, I really don't know the theoretical explanation. I'm sure it's in the book. But I examine the bodies and I make the determination on the direction and the type of injury from examining the human body.
The book seems to indicate that the primary cause for an explosion such as this, the brain exploding out, is the gas. You would agree?
Well, you know, I think each case is a little bit different. And the kind of gas that would cause the head to explode would also, I mean, I think the book is talking about gas, gas in a contact shotgun wound. So what is your question about the book? I would actually have to refresh my recollection because I don't really I haven't read the book in a long time, but I know what I've seen on the body.
If I quote this to you, you would, and I can show it to you. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, adding to the pressure waves acting on the bony framework of the skull. The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter. Do you agree with that?
That actually must be describing a contact shotgun.
It is.
Wound. Okay, yeah, because that really makes sense for a contact shotgun wound.
And your reasoning for this, the same phenomenon that happened without the gas is?
Well, we've got injury coming from beneath. The skull is, like I told the jury, that is not shattered. We do have some horrible injury, but the shattering of the skull, much of it is still up intact. We don't have shattering of every bone. We don't have shattering of the face. So
why didn't you shave the head?
Why didn't I shave the head?
Right, were you looking for any, if much of the skull is still there?
Look, my determination, I didn't shave the head because I was confident that that was an exit wound on the right side of the top of the head. It wasn't necessary for me to shave an exit wound.
So, but if you had shaved the head, and again, apparently you'd already come to your opinion by this point, you could have seen whether it was soot or stippling or any distortion around, or taken samples of the hair and determine whether or not there was any sort of GSR in it, which would be more consistent with a contact wound.
Well, no, GSR can just be in, we know gunshot residue can deposit in, you know, I'm not like ballistics is not necessarily my strongest suit, but I know that GSR can deposit, you know, within a few feet. Somebody doesn't have to indicate a contact wound.
Okay, so did the shot penetrate the jawbone?
It went through the through that area. I believe it actually may have went underneath the bone.
So it did not connect with the bone, correct?
Yes.
Are any of the pellets that you see in the shoulder, the left shoulder, heading down instead of up?
Well, you know, there's probably kind of a billiard ball effect when these things are going through, and there could be some, you know, directionality but I didn't make that determination because it wasn't important to me to
See
make
which
that
way the pellets
determination.
were going?
What?
To determine which way some of the pellets
Yeah.
were heading?
I can tell from the entirety of my finding at the autopsy. I
Okay,
not
so-
have, you know, the thing is, if you look at something like, you know, a postcard photograph, that doesn't necessarily tell you the whole story. I did my autopsy. I viewed all of the wounds. I was confident in the direction of this wound path. And I'm not trying to say, oh, well, which direction are the pellets going? I can see that there's the entrance wound was to the top of the left shoulder, went through the left side of the neck and out the top of the head.
And how many pellets made it through the brain to the skull? To fracture the skull? How many pellets?
Oh, well, there were some pellets in the brain. I don't know how many.
Because you didn't x-ray it.
Correct.
So since you don't count the number of pellets, tell the jury, please, how you know how many pellets hit the skull and fractured it and allowed this eruption to occur.
I don't know how many pellets. I never said that I did.
No, I didn't say you said it. I just want to know if you know it.
I don't know the answer to that.
And it's not important to you.
It doesn't really matter. It's really very theoretical. I examined the bodies and I made my determination based on examination of the body.
Is it true that an autopsy report should be able to be read by an independent pathologist to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay, how about put that up for us, please?
Noises,
I'm sorry, sir?
some strange noises. Who's talking? You're questioning the witness? Proceed.
I'm asking Doug to put up exhibit number.
I didn't hear you talking. I heard
Oh, I'm
you were
sorry.
questioning the witness and
I
then a
may have
strange
mumbled.
voice
I
comes.
apologize. What's the exhibit number? Okay. So, how about step down here, please? And get the pointer for me, please. And stand over there, please, so the jury can see. So you indicated there were, I asked you if you shaved the head. You said no. You said there wasn't, I think your words were there was enough of the skull there to determine what happened. Is there?
Well, I know this is an exit wound from examining the entirety of the findings, and I did not need to shave the hair. That was my opinion and determination at the time of the autopsy.
Yes, ma'am, we understand that, but what, did you look at this to confirm or question your opinion, or have you already come to your opinion?
Well, I always am questioning it myself during the autopsy. It's not just, I look at take a long time to look at everything before I reach a conclusion. Okay, so the totality of findings here told me this was an exit wound. The brain came pretty much intact. It was propelled out at the top of the head. I believe and I'm confident that this is an exit wound, and I did not do further investigation to rule out an entrance wound because I was confident it was not.
So you just said you were confident and you did not look further because you were confident you were right.
Well, I looked at it, and in fact, I took a photograph of it, and this is consistent with an exit.
It's what?
Consistent with an exit wound. The brain came out of that defect. If it were a shotgun entrance wound, there would be a lot more destruction of the head.
And again, you've never seen a contact wound to the head that wasn't in a suicide case.
You know, I don't honestly remember that.
So you don't remember, let me just rephrase, you don't remember having a case involving a contact wound to the head that wasn't a suicide case. You just don't remember it.
I may have, it's possible I did not survey, I may have seen one where somebody was shot at point blank range with a shotgun, and then the entire head is gone. So when I get that kind of, if there was a contact shotgun, whether it's suicide or homicide, the entire head would have been basically blown off.
And so in every case, well, there's no reason for us to go there because you don't remember ever seeing a case where there was a contact wound and to the back of the head.
Objection asked.
I think it's honestly, whether it's self-inflicted or inflicted by somebody else, the features of the body are going to be the same. So that's my answer. And I can't, whether I remember it or not, I've done a lot of autopsies. I don't necessarily remember how many or if I've done one, but I imagine people are shot at close or contact range with a shotgun. And in a contact shotgun, whether it's by suicide or homicide, the entire head would have been basically blown apart. This is terrible. And I know it's terrible. It's probably the worst thing you ever saw, but there would be a lot more damage with a contact shotgun. And that's my professional opinion based on my experience. If other people disagree with me, that's fine. I don't have to convince them. This is my determination based on my education and multiple years of experience doing autopsies and being a forensic pathologist.
And I think in your testimony, whenever that was, weeks ago, you conceded that reasonable pathologists can differ, correct?
Yes, I think I said, you asked me if a reasonable person, you didn't actually ask me if a reasonable pathologist, you asked me if a reasonable person could have a different opinion. And I remember that because I was sorry that I didn't say, well, of course, reasonable people can think that, but a reasonable pathologist could also think that, but I would disagree with that. Okay. I don't think all opinions, a reasonable pathologist could have an opinion like that, but I think it would really be wrong.
Okay. You go ahead and take a stand, please. Have you discussed you met and discussed with Dr. Kenny Kinsey about his findings?
I did meet with him once when a couple of weeks prior to the autopsy, I really never, prior to this trial, I met with the prosecution's team. And I would have been available to meet with you if you called me as well. But Ken Kinsey was responsible for the crime scene. What he had to say was, I really wasn't, I already written my autopsy report. I already came to my decision, my determinations based on my examination of the body. And whatever it was, he's going to do the crime scene. So I don't remember having any specific conversation.
You don't remember talking about vectors and where the blood spatter would have gone? And
yeah. Well, he asked me, he said, do you know anything about this? And I said, that's your department. I really am not a blood spatter expert. So I had nothing to offer. And I really didn't encourage listening to it because it's not my area.
And let me say a couple of things. One is you indicated that you did not put that packing material in your autopsy report, correct?
Yes,
And today's the first time you've ever said anything about packing, correct?
yes.
Okay. Secondly, let me just sort of summarize this and see if we can get this over with. There are certain things you did not do in this autopsy because you concluded it wouldn't be helpful in reaching your conclusion, correct?
I agree with that.
Like no x-ray of the brain.
I would have been, I did not x-ray the brain, right?
Okay. There were, and your belief is that the shotgun wound to the shoulder being so much bigger is because of the angle?
Yes,
Okay. And then it narrows down to, you would concede as a hole in his neck.
yes,
Okay. Shotgun starts out wider. That shot starts out wider. I think we confirmed that.
the defect on the shoulder is
Right.
wider because it's kind of going across the shoulder. So it's going to create a defect on the shoulder that's wider than something entering at a right angle or perpendicular. So that's, and I think that makes sense to me. It's consistent with what I've seen in more than 20 years of my practice. And there wasn't anything that seemed odd about that.
And you would concede you're not a ballistics expert.
I know the kind of ballistics. Some forensic pathologists know a lot about ballistics. I know probably an average amount.
Okay. And so when you say it started out wider and then came down to this hole, have you discussed that with any ballistics experts?
It doesn't require, that's forensic pathology. That's damage to the body. I don't need to be a ballistics expert, and I've done enough autopsies on shotgun wounds to make that determination without requiring additional ballistics knowledge.
But we can see that the shotgun starts out, the shot starts small and then the pellets expand.
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Why there's no shot in his cheek if it's expanding? Why are there no pellet holes here?
Because they probably we have some wadding going in there.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that is consistent with the wadding. And there are, there's some pellets remaining in the wadding as well.
The wadding going where?
That's an entrance wound. Okay, it's entering perpendicularly. Why do we have, the pellets did not terminate in the cheek. They continued upward.
But a number of them terminated in the shoulder,
Yes,
in the chest, up here, right?
yes.
And then
Not
they-
the chest,
then
the
they
neck,
stopped.
not the
I'm
chest.
sorry?
Not the chest, the neck.
But the neck, the shoulder and upper neck, right?
Yes.
And then, if they stop expanding here, so the cheek isn't, one of those pellets is,
Objection asked and answered to the former question.
Your Honor?
It's been asked and answered. I sustain the objection.
And you say these x-rays are consistent with your opinion?
That
Yes.
attorney right behind her or behind him, Harpootlian is
Let me ask
asleep.
one
You see him?
question
He was
about
just
Maggie.
nodding out.
Your position
completely
is
out.
that the tags don't indicate anything.
Well, they are not determinative. They are something we look at, but the tags on the breast are very non-specific. They're not very good tags. We happen to have nice tags on the back of the skull. Frequently, the tags are more reliable when the skin is tighter over an area.
So on Maggie, you're saying one shot's going up and the other one's going down.
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence. Holly, anything else? Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Just two questions. 5,500 autopsies, you said, correct?
Yes, and since I was here last, maybe I've done another dozen, so over 5,500.
And you rely on practical observations of actually observing the body, is that correct?
That's correct. I do my autopsies, and based on my experience and knowledge as a forensic pathologist, I know about the bodies, examining the bodies. That's what I rely on.
And your
Another 2 questions. More.
I have just a couple more, Your Honor. In your opinion, is there any way Paul's face would have remained intact if he had suffered a contact wound from the top of the head?
No.
And in your opinion, is this obviously a wound in this direction as you've described?
Objection, Your Honor. Repetitive. She's testified 5 times. That's her opinion.
The objection is sustained.
Further on.
Thank you. Nothing
Further. Thank you. You may step down.
Okay.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls T.C. Smalls.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You will please sit right up there. State your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Thomas C. Smalls. Folks call me T.C. Smalls. S-M-A-L-L-S.
Sheriff Smalls, how you doing today?
I'm doing good.
All right. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself, and I called you sheriff, so if you could just kind of explain that to them a little bit.
Okay, in law enforcement for 39 years, 8 months. I retired in December. 16 years of those 39 years was, I served as sheriff of Hampton County. Been in Hampton County all my life. I'm a pastor. Pretty much married, 4 kids, 7 grandkids, and just trying to enjoy some retirement. I retired December 31st day of December 2022. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to pull you back in. You said you just retired, huh?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, I do.
Have you known him for years?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about him asking you permission or even telling you about installing blue lights in his private vehicle?
No, sir. I never had a conversation with Alex Murdaugh. Matter of fact, I never had a conversation with anyone in my 39 years about installing blue lights in their personal vehicle.
That's not something that's done, is it, sir?
Oh, no, no.
Did you know anything about the defendant claiming that you permitted him to do so until he testified to that last week?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Didn't know anything about it?
Didn't know anything about it.
And he never approached you at any point about that?
No, sir.
Did he ever approach you about any threats or anything as a result of the boat case, the boat wreck case?
No, he never have.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Well, it's 12:01. Good afternoon, Sheriff Smalls.
How you doing?
My name's Jim Griffin.
Okay.
I'm a little hoarse. This pollen's getting to me, but it won't take long. You've known Alex Murdaugh for many, many years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he was a volunteer solicitor in Hampton County, 14th Circuit, for a number of years, correct?
I realized he worked along with his father
Right.
as I don't know whether I thought he was an assistant solicitor, but he worked along with his father as in Hampton County.
But he held the position of assistant solicitor of the 14th Circuit.
Yes, he did.
And he worked with his father,
Right.
Trying cases in Hampton County and perhaps Colleton County and other places. You aware of that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And are you aware of him trying any cases when it wasn't with his father?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And his father was, we're talking about Randolph Murdaugh,
Correct.
and he was previously solicitor. Is that correct?
Right.
And are you aware that Alex Murdaugh was issued a badge for that position?
No, I was not.
Okay. And there's some, you were questioned about permission that, whether you gave him permission to have a blue light installed in a vehicle, and you said you did not, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Anthony Russell gave him permission?
I can't answer that.
Now, who's Anthony Russell?
Well, during my time when I was sheriff, Anthony Russell was a captain in my administration. He later became sheriff after I retired. He ran and he won the office of sheriff, and he holds office now.
And he was maybe not your right-hand man, but he was pretty high up in your administration.
He was a captain.
Okay. And then Chauncey Solomon, what was his position?
Chauncey Solomon was a lieutenant.
And Perry Singleton, who's passed away, what was his position?
He was a lieutenant.
And you know that Deputy Russell, Deputy Solomon, Deputy Singleton were very close to Alex Murdaugh. Were you aware of that?
Well, I knew they knew him. I don't know how close they were.
Okay. And did Eddie Gibson install the blue lights on the vehicles for the sheriff's department?
Not for my cause. Most of my vehicles light was done with a company out of Orangeburg, and then later we started working with a gentleman by the name of Charles Mitchell that installed lights, and he out of, I think, Hardyville or Bluffton.
So you don't know who Eddie? Do you know who Eddie Gibson?
Oh, I know who Eddie Gibson. He worked for me at one time.
And when he worked for you, did he install blue lights? He worked on the vehicles, the fleet of vehicles?
No, not my vehicles.
Well, when he worked for you, what did he do?
He was a deputy sheriff. He patrolled.
And so like you're unfamiliar that at any point in time, Mr. Murdaugh had a blue light in his vehicle.
I never had any knowledge that he had blue lights in his vehicle.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Your Honor, can I approach, may we approach very quickly? Yes.
The field trip, I do not believe will be today. I don't think that is the plan of attack. Man, it is hot in here right now. I'll tell you that right now. Oof.
Sheriff Smalls, when did you retire again?
I retired December the 31st, 2022.
2022, so just a couple months ago.
Right.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, sir.
No, you are.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, maybe they will be on their field trip today. At this rate, they're sliding through them. They said they had 6. They might finish tomorrow. They don't have that many. I think they had said they had 6 witnesses, right? If that's the case, then they've gone through, I think, 4 already today, right? We had the coroner, They had the sheriff there, retired.
You swear affirm any testimony you give
They
today will be the
had
truth,
the other
whole truth, and
attorney,
nothing but the truth, so help you God?
and
Let sir please be seated. State your full name for the record and spell.
now this guy,
last
4.
name.
Is it 4 now? Yeah, tomorrow's the field trip. Yeah, 7, 6 or 7. Okay, so Wendy on YouTube is saying
Paul
7.
McManigal, McManigal.
He definitely is right.
Good afternoon. Sergeant McManigal, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're
Well,
employed at the
Professor
Charleston
McManigal.
County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
And you testified previously in this trial, correct?
Yes, I have.
All right.
Just briefly remind the jury
Please bring
exactly
Cousin
what
Eddie.
topic you testified on earlier. Briefly, please.
I was
Well,
tasked
I
with
think you did.
redacting Alex Murdaugh's cell phone records to remove any possible client-attorney privileged information.
All right. And during that testimony, you were not qualified as an expert, correct?
That is correct.
All right. But you have been qualified in previous trials.
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you been qualified as an expert previously in other trials?
About 10.
10 times. Okay. And is that in cell phone forensics?
Part of it was about
No, Alex won't go to the property.
1, 2, 3, 4. 6 times of that was in cell phones forensics. The other was crime scene investigation.
Okay. All right. And just let's briefly go down as quick as you can. Let's go through your training experience in cell phone forensics, please.
I'm currently assigned to the United States Secret Service Cyber Fraud Task Force, which is where I received most of my training. I have been trained in basic computer evidence recovery, advanced computer forensics, oxygen forensic suite training, blacklight examiner, advanced mobile device examiner, Celebrite physical and logical examination, XRY certification training, Macintosh triage and imaging, Apple iDevice forensics, Celebrite advanced JTAG extraction, network intrusion response, vehicle forensics, digital video recorder evidence and recovery, ransomware investigation response training, and several other webinars.
At this time, state would seek to admit Sergeant McManigal as an expert in cell phone forensics.
So qualified.
Sergeant McManigal, last week you were present when a gentleman named Micah Sturgis testified for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
And specifically, he testified about this feature in iPhone known as Wake.
Raise to wake.
Raise to wake, correct?
Yes, sir.
And briefly explain to the jury what that function is and what it serves as in the cell phone, for the iPhone, excuse me.
Raise to wake is when the cell phone is laying down and you pick it up. It realizes that somebody's picking up the device and tries to assist by turning on the display so that you could possibly unlock it with your face unlock.
All right. Or read a notification, possibly if there's a notification on the screen.
That's correct.
And so it's designed to turn on that screen when it thinks someone's picking up the phone to look at the screen, correct?
That is correct.
All right. There's been previous testimony, I think, by Mr. Sturgis and other experts in this case that the iPhone, if the screen is off, it will not record an orientation change, correct?
If the screen is off, it will not record an orientation.
You agree with that opinion?
I agree, yes.
And you were asked after Mr. Sturgis' testimony to investigate a little bit more about this raise to wake feature, correct?
I was.
And specifically, as demonstrated with the jurors, the screen's going to turn on when the phone is picked up gently, correct?
That is correct.
Because the phone thinks it's being picked up to be looked at, correct?
That is correct.
You're asked to investigate with a test device whether that screen lights up every time a phone is picked up in a more violent fashion or quicker fashion, correct?
Correct. When the phone is picked up more aggressively or moved more aggressively, the device will not turn on the screen.
And that's because the way it raise to wake feature is based off of what in the cell phone? What's telling it to wake up?
The accelerometer primarily.
Okay. And so the accelerometer is sensing motion, correct?
Correct.
And so if it senses a slight amount of motion, it's going to turn the screen on because it thinks someone's picking up to look at it, correct?
Can't lead the witness.
And so if the cell phone only detects a slight amount of motion, what does it do? What does the iPhone do?
So if the iPhone registers a slight amount of motion it thinks is being picked up, so it will turn on the screen. But if it's being picked up more aggressively, it won't. And that's a battery protection feature. If you had the iPhone in your pocket and you were jogging, you don't want the screen to stay on the whole time. So when the phone is moving more aggressively, the screen does not turn on.
And so you're asked to do some tests in your lab with a test device, correct?
That is correct. I obtained an iPhone 11 Pro Max, which is the same make and model as the phone that Maggie had.
All right. And what software version was on your test device?
The software that was on my device is iOS 14.8. The one that was on Maggie's was iOS 14.6. So the iOS that was on my device that I tested was slightly newer.
Okay. And did you perform a series of tests?
Got to update to the iOS
with
16.3
various
apparently.
motions and various throws with this phone to determine, and were able to develop an opinion of when the screen might come on and when it might not?
Section something C, and we have not been provided this.
Objections overruled. Rule 5 does not apply.
Thank you.
Theory proven. iPhone 11 Pro Max.
So you did perform a number of tests, correct?
Yes, sir. Performed many tests.
So yeah, if you just
over
pick
the
it up nice
weekend.
and
I
slow.
would pick it up and shake it, pick it up and throw
Or-
it. I threw it off to my desk. I knocked it off of my desk. I tried to flip it end over end. I tried to throw it like a Frisbee. I did each one at least 10 to 20 times.
Okay. And were the results 100% conclusively? I mean, did the phone do the same thing every time?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
There you
Sometimes the screen would turn on. When I threw it, land face up, and then the screen would turn on. But a lot of the times I would throw it and the screen would not turn on. It depends on how the accelerometer.
He's over there just hucking his phone.
So based off of your test, is it your opinion that an iPhone of the same make and model as Maggie's could be thrown and the screen not turned on?
Can't leave the witness.
All right. Did you develop an opinion about whether the screen would turn on every time a phone was thrown?
If the phone is thrown, the screen does not always turn on. In my experimentation, I determined that when the phone is thrown more like a Frisbee, 9 out of 10 times, the screen does not turn on. The times that it did turn on most often was when I pick it up and tried to shake it, then the screen would come on briefly.
Okay. But 9 out of 10 times when you toss a phone like a Frisbee, the screen would not turn on. Correct?
That is correct.
Not far from the state.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you performed these experiments, did you record them in any way?
I did not.
You didn't video record doing any of this?
I did not.
Did you consider video recording any of these experiments?
Actually, it never crossed my mind.
You just did the experiments and then just sort of orally relay when you could have had a video to show us?
That is correct.
If you were going to throw a phone out from a moving vehicle, wouldn't you need to pick it up, to toss it?
Certainly.
And if I understand the previous testimony, when you pick it up, the screen comes on.
When you pick it up gently.
So if you pick it up to toss it out the window while you're driving, you got to pick it up. Is that correct?
Correct. And if you pick it up aggressively, it will not.
But not always.
Not always.
Sometimes will, sometimes won't.
Correct.
According to the experiments that you conducted since, when did you do these experiments?
I started it Friday afternoon and into Saturday.
So you did these experiments this last weekend.
Correct.
You did not record any data.
I did not.
You just played with the phone and are coming here to express your observations.
That's correct.
Do you have the phone that you used to do these experiments with you?
Not with me.
Are you aware of how the phone in this, Maggie's phone in this case, how it, when it was located, what its position was? Have you seen the photos?
I have.
Or was it screen up?
It was screen up.
Would you agree then that it had to be thrown from a screen up position, because if it was screened down and you turned it over to throw it out, the screen would come on?
Of course not. It can tumble through the air.
So if the phone was screened down in the car and it ends up screen up over here, it has to turn over, right?
At least one time, yes, sir.
And do you, I guess, disagree with the previous testimony and demonstration that when you take the phone and turn it over, the screen comes on?
No, when you pick it up gently, the screen does come on.
We say pick it up. If you rotate it on that axis so that it's screen down to screen up, does the screen come on?
If I pick it up gently and rotate it, the screen comes on. If I pick it up aggressively, it does not.
And if it's facing you and rotates 90 degrees, does the screen come on?
Only if you do it gently.
You pay me, I drop my phone all the time.
Did you measure any of these forces?
I did not.
You just threw the phone around in your office?
Absolutely.
When you put it like that,
record
I
what
mean,
you were doing, and you did not measure any data. Is this because you were afraid that you would have to disclose that data if you recorded it?
Of course not, no.
Do you normally do experiments and don't record any data or video, record anything?
It never crossed my mind to record video.
Do you believe that you would have to have disclosed that data if you had recorded it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I believe so, yes.
So the reason you didn't record data was that it would have to be produced, and then we could examine it and discover whether or not it was accurate.
No,
you
sir.
avoided that by not recording anything, correct?
No, sir. That's not correct.
Why didn't you record any data?
It did not cross my mind to video record my experiments.
trying to put words
I
in his
did the
mouth right there.
Experiments to determine whether or not
And you
the screen
didn't,
would
you
turn
didn't
on.
occur to you to measure how fast you were moving the phone, maybe to even find out what is that threshold you claim
Maybe
where
should
the
have done
phone
some,
goes from turning on to not turning on. Exactly when does that happen? You have no idea, do you?
Professional
No, sir.
data research.
It would take me much longer to do these experiments to determine the exact speed and force required to turn the display on versus not.
Did you discover any, or did you attempt to locate any documentation regarding the raise to wake feature on the iPhone?
I did. I tried extensively. I reached out to several different forensic surface focus groups that I'm a part of, and we were not able to find any white papers on the subject.
So you were unable to find any actual data on it, so you resorted to throwing your phone around alone? Was anyone with you when you did this?
No, sir. I was alone in my office.
So you're alone in your office, throwing the phone around, taking no measurements, recording nothing over the weekend, and then you come in here and testify as an expert as to what the phone will do.
That's correct.
And testify that it's different than what we've seen it do right here in this courtroom.
That's correct.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too good.
Have you ever done this, anything like this before? You'd mentioned testifying 6 times before. Did you ever, was this your expert testimony in any other case?
Yeah. When my expert testimony in other cases was always about cell phone reports and the data contained therein. I've never actually done physical experimentation to come up with a realistic result.
So your previous experience was extracting data from cell phones. Is that accurate?
Correct.
I wonder how secret
what
his
you're
service
trained to
is.
do?
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
The training that was listed, it was to extract data from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Are you an engineer?
No, sir.
Do you have any certification in engineering?
No, sir.
Do you have any degree, academic qualifications in engineering?
No, sir.
Have you ever worked as an engineer?
No, sir.
You're trained in extracting data from the cell phone.
That's correct.
And when it comes to tossing it around and seeing how it moves, you don't know anything more than anyone else, do you?
No, sir.
So you had this. Your Honor, based on the previous answer, I would move to strike the expert opinion.
On what basis?
The witness just testified he has no expertise in this. That he just said he has no more knowledge about this than anyone else in the courtroom. That his expertise is in extracting data from the cell phone. And that this opinion is therefore outside of his expertise, and this is inadmissible opinion
Previously
testimony.
stipulated that he's an expert.
Yes, Your Honor, in extracting data from the cell phone, which was before we got to this testimony about
Says
this.
the state.
Your Honor, this witness performed a series of tests. He's reporting on, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We know that. He's testified to that.
And he's expressed his opinion of what the phone will do in those series of tests. It's not an absolute opinion, but I think he can, his opinion of when the screen would light up is something he tested and something he can testify.
Anything further?
Your Honor, simply that when he was proffered as an expert before this testimony, it was in extracting data from the cell phone, not in engineering, electrical engineering, which is where he's gone now.
Objections overruled.
So you just testified you have no more knowledge about engineering the iPhone than anyone here, correct?
I know more about how the iPhone works, but no, sir, I'm not an engineer.
You're not an engineer. When you said that the accelerometers are what trigger this feature, how do you know that?
That's from data that's on Apple's website.
So you found something on Raise the Wake that says that the accelerometers are what trigger this feature?
No, sir, that's the only thing that is capable of detecting motion on the phone besides GPS.
And you have no idea how much motion is required because you didn't measure, correct?
No, sir, I don't know the threshold.
Okay. You, this weekend, sat around your office by yourself, recording nothing, tossing the phone around here, and are now reporting those results as an expert in what?
In cell phone forensics. I understand how cell phones operate more than most people.
Do you understand the electrical engineering? Do you have any background in that?
I am not an engineer, no, sir.
Do you know how the accelerometers in the iPhone work? Can you tell us?
Not exactly, no, sir. But I know that they exist, and I know that's how the iPhone determines motion.
So there's an unknown device within the phone that detects motion in a way that you don't understand, and some amount of motion that you don't know how much because you didn't measure it does something that only you saw in your office this weekend. Is that
Well,
correct?
no, I know what it is. It's the accelerometer. The accelerometer is what detects the motion, and that's what causes the iPhone to race to wake.
How does an accelerometer detect motion?
I'm not an engineer. I do not know how it detects motion. I just know that it does.
But sir, you really haven't said anything you couldn't quickly find out on Google. Isn't that correct?
Probably, yes, sir.
So you have no expertise in this.
I have expertise in how cell phones work.
What do you mean by that? How cell phones work?
So I can tell you all about the knowledge C databases. I can tell you about the ways iPhones are not iPhones. I can tell you the way some software is written, what kind of code it's written in. I can tell you how data is stored on the cell phone, the programming that's involved with the iOS feature, and the different databases that are involved.
Can you tell us that if somebody was driving down the road, picked up a phone that was either on the seat or pulled it out of a pocket or something like that, and while continuing to drive, threw it out the window, that the screen would not come on if it landed face up?
I cannot tell you that it will not come on. I can tell you that it might not come on.
Because when you were alone throwing your phone around, you think it didn't come on sometimes.
Objection sustained.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Just real quick. When Mr. Barber was asking about picking up a phone and then tossing it, about the raise awake, what Mr. Surgis demonstrated jury was a gentle pickup, correct?
That is correct.
You test a more violent pickup or a more aggressive pickup and then moving to a throwing motion, correct?
Yes, sir. I just picked it up and threw it.
All right.
Just
And,
tossed it.
based off of what you tested and you observed, the screen does not come on most of the time?
When you
do that?
throw it like a frisbee, it's most of the time. When you throw it end over
So-
end, it's more than half the time it will not come on.
That dude basically sat there flipping quarters.
And Mr. Barber asked you several times whether you knew more than anybody else about
Expert.
these cell phones, correct?
I'm a coffee expert because I spilled mine this morning.
And in particular, in this instance, you do know more than most people because you performed a series of tests, correct?
Objection sustained.
You performed multiple tests over the weekend, correct?
That's correct.
Objection sustained.
What did you do this weekend?
This weekend, I performed multiple tests on a device matching the same make and model as Maggie Murdaugh's to determine whether or not the race to wake feature would always enable the screen to come on whenever the phone is thrown.
And Mr. Barber asked you several times about being an engineer, correct?
Correct.
And did you hear anything out of Mr. Sturgis last week that indicated he was an engineer?
No, sir.
And do you, you testified you don't know exactly how the accelerometer works, correct?
That is correct.
Is that knowledge necessary to observe when the screen turns on and when it does not turn on?
No, sir.
Not further.
Anything further?
You are not wrong, Kristen. You are not wrong. The technology gods and I have we're at a truce right now, and though I was up, couldn't sleep last night, so I was up all night.
How many
until about
times do you have to
7:30
run
this morning.
experiment for your results to be
working with different
statistically reliable?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How many times
streaming
do you need to run
software.
this experiment for your results to be statistically reliable?
More than 10?
What your basis for that is?
Does it take that long to figure out that sometimes it turns on and sometimes it doesn't?
Do you know how to measure reliability using statistics?
I took statistics in college. Yes, sir.
Do you know how to measure reliability using statistics?
Yes, sir.
How do you do it?
Well, you have to have a performative sample. You have to have a default group that has no change to it, and then you have to have your sample group where you actually perform a change. You take the data, you put it into a formula. It gives you a degree of reliability.
Did you do that here?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Step down. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Mark Ball.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Mark, thank you. You'll be seated and state your full name for the record. Your last name, please, sir.
It's Mark Ball. Last name B-A-L-L.
How you doing today?
Be doing better if I wasn't here.
I hear you. Well, we'll get you out of here pretty quickly. I wanted to just ask you a few very quick questions in response to the defense case. And first question I'd ask you is, prior to the murders of Maggie and Paul, did you ever hear Alec express any distrust of SLED?
No, sir.
Can you tell the jury what your observations were of his relationship with the law enforcement community?
I thought it was very good. I mean, he interacted with them regularly, as most civil lawyers do, and then with his side gig as, solicitor, he obviously had interaction with them as well.
Do you remember coming to find out that Alec had installed blue lights in the private vehicle?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury roughly how long ago that was?
I can't tell you precisely. I can tell you it wasn't the vehicle that's been seized. He got that vehicle in the end of December before the murders occurred in June. So you'd have that vehicle about 6 months roughly. And it was on the vehicle that was prior to that. And it was a Suburban as well. I don't remember when in that chain that they were actually installed, but it was some time.
Do you have some property around in this area?
I do.
And are you a hunter and an outdoorsman and shooter?
I am.
All right. Do you ever shoot hogs and other nuisance creatures?
A bunch of them.
And when you're riding around looking for hogs, what can you do that in the daytime?
Yes.
And is it not uncommon to see hogs during the daytime?
I shot 2 weeks ago. I shot 5.
During the daytime?
During the day, 4:30. They come out, all different times, but the more pressure you put on them, the more nocturnal they'll become, but they eat all the time and they root, and the rooting's what's the real problem is. They root up your roads and fields and everything else.
Have you ever
known the defendant, you've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
You were aware the defendant and his family had a number of long guns, rifles, and shotguns?
Yes.
Have you ever known him to talk much about target shooting a pistol?
No, sir.
You know what Paul's weapon of choice was when shooting hogs?
Shooting
hogs.
The 300 blackouts were bought for hog hunting. I assume Paul would have shot him with anything he had, but that's what the 300 blackouts were bought for.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant when he was purchasing the original 2 blackouts as it relates to hog hunting?
I did. I'm not a big 300 blackout fan, and I told him that, and he bought them anyway. And I think his cousin actually put them together, who was a game warden.
In the time after the murders, did you have a number of conversations with the defendant about his activities that night?
I did. I had that night and then subsequent days.
And did you go over those in fairly some sort of detail?
Yes, sir. You know, at times, sometimes it wasn't detailed. You know, it would just be checking on him to see how he was doing and to see, you know, if they'd come up with any leads or where things stood. I mean, everybody was trying to figure this out. I mean, this is one of those lightning strikes in life that just jolts you and there's no rhyme or reason.
What, if anything, did he say about whether or not he checked Maggie and Paul before he called 911?
As I testified before, my recollection of it was that he testified, or he told me, not testified, but he told me that he went to Maggie and then he went to Paul, rolled Paul over. His phone, I didn't hear the phone the first time he said that. I think that was about the second or third time. But I also wasn't really listening. I was listening to what occurred, you know, who did this? Why would they have done this? But the second time he went, it was reversed, where he went to Paul and then to Maggie. And like I told you before, I don't know whether that's just a slip, you know, from one to the other or vice versa, but he definitely went, checked on him, then called 911.
When was the first time you heard his admission and claim now that he did go to the kennels around 8:44 p.m.?
Thursday,
This
Thursday.
past Thursday.
Yeah.
And was he clear prior to that he did not go down there in his conversations with you?
Never said anything about that or any reason for it. It just, he'd never been there.
You said you've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
Knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in the eye and lie convincingly and effortlessly to you?
Objections overruled.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. I didn't know the stealing. I didn't know any of that. And, you know, it's not the way a plaintiff's practice works. You work on your own cases unless you're working with somebody else. And so you wouldn't necessarily be talking about his particular cases. So it's sort of yes and no. I mean, obviously, a lot of things that I was told and a lot of things just weren't there. I mean, the blue lights, the reasoning for the blue lights, the money missing from our account when he cashed the 2 checks, all of those types of things. You know, obviously they weren't truthful.
And did you feel like you knew the defendant well prior to June?
Sure thought I did.
Right of defense.
Good afternoon, Mr. Paul.
Good afternoon.
Just be clear, after the Labor Day weekend when Alex was confronted by the law firm.
Well, it was before Labor Day.
Yeah,
it was Thursday.
Friday or Thursday
Right.
before.
It was the Friday before we confronted him.
You ever talked to him since the day he was confronted?
I talked to him on that Monday when I believe that he and Randy and John were going to, I believe, Atlanta, to the facility down there. And I got a phone call, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock, whatever it was. I was coming from the office. I'd been digging through his files and stuff, and I got a call. It registered as John Marvin, and I picked it up and said, "What you need, John?" And it was Alec.
And that would have been Labor Day 2021?
That would have been Labor Day 2021.
And since Labor Day 2021, you've not spoken with Alec?
I have not.
And since Labor Day 2021, Alec has either been in rehab or jail. Is that correct?
He has been, to my knowledge. I mean,
so you've not had any opportunity. I mean, he's been represented by counsel as well, right?
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't expect to if, you know, he's being charged with crimes.
Right. So you wouldn't have any expectation that since September of 2021 that he would come to you, talk to you about whether he was on a video, whether it was at the kennels, or where he was, correct?
No, not since September.
Okay. You were asked questions about Alex distrust of SLED, and you testified that he had a good relationship with law enforcement.
He did. I never heard any mistrust of SLED or anybody else.
Well, let's talk about that.
From him, I mean.
Well, did Alec take the position that his son Paul was wrongfully charged for felony boating under the influence, causing a death and serious bodily injury as a result of the boating accident?
Yes, he I mean, I think he disputed that and was planning a vigorous defense of that.
And that happened, those charges have been pending since 2019, is that correct?
4 years ago, a couple of days ago.
Right. And so he did express some dissatisfaction over that case, correct?
Well, over that case, but I don't know that it was directed at law enforcement or who it was directed at. It was just, it wasn't, he didn't specifically say or didn't say, I distrust SLED or I distrust Beaufort County Sheriff's Department or DNR or whoever. It was just.
He did say that to us, though. He said he didn't trust SLED. Word for word.
It was a
right?
defensible case, the criminal charges against Paul. And, you know, there was this back and forth as to whether it could have been one of two people driving.
And you were
Thank you, Renee.
informed, I believe, sometime in the spring of 2021 that SLED was actually investigating Alec for obstructing the boating accident investigation, right?
No, sir.
You were not aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
You know whether Alec was aware of that?
I have no idea what he was. He never said that to me. I didn't know about anything to do with the investigation until the grand jury, when I went to the grand jury.
Were you aware that he and his father sat in on the criminal prosecution of his good friend, Greg Alexander?
I became aware of that. Well, back up. Yeah, I knew they went over there. I didn't know much about the detail until after the SLED came in after the 3rd of September 2021.
And Chief Alexander was prosecuted after SLED investigated him, correct?
I think that's the case, yes.
And that Alec and his father thought that Chief Alexander was wrongfully accused. Are you aware of that?
I don't know what they thought about it. I know that they were close to Greg Alexander, and Greg Alexander ultimately got off on a jury trial.
Now we do know that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, in this case, recused themselves because Alex was.
Let me correct something. I said that he got off. He was found not guilty.
Right.
I mean, I don't want there to be a negative implication. I know Greg as well.
Sure.
So,
well, thank you for clarifying that. And we do know that Sheriff Buddy Hill and the entire Colleton County Sheriff's Department recused themselves in this case because of Alex's close relationship with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and law enforcement. Is that right?
I know they recused themselves, and I know they called in SLED that night. I wasn't privy to the reasoning, but I would make that assumption.
And there are different levels of law enforcement agencies, right? There's the, say, the Town of Hampton Police Department, Hampton County Sheriff's Department, and Alec had a really good relationship at that level with those folks, correct?
He did.
And he had a really good relationship with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, to your knowledge?
He did as far as I know, yes.
Right. But I think I covered that. So you mentioned that hogs become nocturnal when there's a lot of pressure on them.
They can.
They can.
It depends on a lot of things. Like right now, the swamp's up. They're much more on the hill.
Right.
Then when times are dry, they go out into the flat swamp and root up everything out there.
And the pressure that you're referring to is hunting pressure.
Yeah.
And are you aware that Paul put a lot of pressure on the hogs at Moselle?
I knew Paul hunted hogs a lot of places. At one point, Paul had hog dogs and would hunt on people's property. He came to my property, he went to Ronnie's. But how much pressure they were putting on them, I don't know because I wasn't over there. I mean, I'd ridden around their property several times, but it wasn't about hog hunting.
Sure. And I want to ask you about the Moselle property track. So, we've all seen drone photos of the house and the kennels and Moselle Road. That's sort of right in front of the residence.
Yes.
Right. And then if you're sort of looking from a drone and you've seen some aerial photos, I guess if you're headed south, there's the Dove Field right adjacent. Is that south, I would think?
Yeah, at least east.
Okay. And then back behind the Moselle residence, I think there's a river.
Well, there's a swamp.
The swamp
and
begins.
then the big Salkehatchie is back in there.
So the swamp begins behind the house and goes, I don't know, is that west?
Sort of south. Right. If the runway's running east and west,
okay,
then it would be but south.
But the swamp is behind the house.
It's behind the house.
Okay. And across the street from the house is duck pond and shooting range and no swamp.
Correct. And timberland.
And all the hogs are going to be behind the house.
Mm-hmm. They're all over. They follow. There's a watershed ditch in there. They follow wherever, but predominantly they seek refuge or whatnot in the swamp. But they can be anywhere. I have them. There's gum ponds and every place else, and they just trample wherever they want to go. But you're right. By and large, they're in the swamp because it's wooded.
Right.
And thick.
And in the month of June, pretty warm, is it not?
It usually is here in South Carolina.
Yes, it is. And do hogs stay in the swamp more in the heat of the summer?
I haven't noticed that, and I've killed probably well over 1,000 hogs.
All right.
And so we trap them all the way through. I mean, I've got 2 traps well, actually I got 6 traps, but I mean, I trap them, I shoot them, they're just a scourge. They eat everything. They root up your roads. They get in your pine trees when they're little, they'll root them up. They're a teetotal nuisance. I carry a gun with me most of the time.
Do you have a gun with a thermal scope so you hunt them at night?
I do have a thermal, and then I have others.
Yeah, Mr. Small, is there ever a time when you don't have a gun with you when you're traveling around?
Only if I forget it.
Okay.
But
that's what I thought.
Usually I have one.
And you understood that Maggie and Alec got 300 blackouts from Paul and Buster for Christmas one year, and they came with thermal scopes.
I do.
And are you aware that Paul had his lost or stolen?
I was.
And then he received a replacement without a thermal scope.
Right. My understanding was it had a red dot.
And that he didn't use that one very often. They used Buster's that did have the thermal scope. You've learned that?
I've heard bits and pieces. I haven't been watching everything, but I did.
Right.
Somebody told me that, or I heard it, one or the other.
And Buster's was sitting here in the courtroom. Were you aware of that?
I didn't. I assumed y'all had.
Okay.
I know that the black one was taken from the house because I was standing there.
Right. That's fair.
But you wouldn't use a thermal
In the daytime.
in the daytime for the
Right.
most part. I mean, you could, I suppose, but it wouldn't serve much purpose.
There's been some discussion about Alex emoting and being emotional during trials. He's an emotional person altogether, isn't he?
I think he probably is.
You remember him speaking at when his dad got the order of the Palmetto, for example.
I do.
And he get emotional then.
Yeah.
And you remember him speaking at the trial lawyers after he had finished up his term, and he got emotional then.
Well, I wasn't there for that.
So. Oh, you missed that. Okay. But you've seen him get emotional frequently.
Sure, everybody gets emotional.
Well, and he was extremely emotional after losing Maggie and Paul.
There's no question about that.
One last point. Do you recall reading or learning on the morning of June the 8th that statement was released through the Colleton County Sheriff's Office that says, at this time, there's no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we will immediately notify the public?
Yes.
Did that concern you?
Very much.
And why did it concern you?
Well, I had been over there that night. I left 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, came home, laid down for a little while, took a shower, and then I heard that. And I got on the phone with Sheriff Smalls on my way into work about 7:30 or so. And I asked him if he knew anything about what that was about. And he said, I don't know, I'll check. And then later that evening, the lieutenant from over here called me and he explained that they didn't have any credible threats against anybody other than, they didn't have any threats, period, but they didn't have any, there was no knowledge, no information about anybody else being in harm's way. And we had probably a 30 or 45-minute conversation, and it didn't leave me any more. I guess I still had questions because we have 60 or 70 people that work for us.
Sure.
And the last thing I wanted was somebody coming in and blasting up the place. And so we made the decision to lock the doors, and we did that for probably a couple months.
Right.
And just like we're doing now.
Thank you. Indulgence. That's all I have.
Further.
You were asked a little bit about Colleton Sheriff's Department recusing themselves. Are you aware that they continue to assist on the case?
I know they were out there, and I wouldn't, the internal politics of who's lead and who's not lead. I mean, I know that they were there because one of the deputies called me the next morning and asked me where Paul's truck was, and I called Alec and verified where it was, and told, I had several interactions with them. So yeah, they were still involved. They weren't.
And for the first few months of the investigation, the local solicitor's office was still running the investigation, to your knowledge?
As far as I know, they were out there. Mr. Stone, his chief assistant were out there, and an investigator were out there the next day. And I want to say they were out there maybe 2 days, but to lend whatever assistance they could lend, I guess.
And that'd be the same.
And then I think it was August. I saw it like everybody else in the paper that Mr. Stone had recused himself.
And that'd be the same office for which the defendant had a badge. Is that correct?
Correct. He was an assistant, and so was his father.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Just briefly, Mr. Paul, isn't it correct that law enforcement does the investigation, solicitor's office does the prosecution?
That's the way it normally works.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, they are screaming through the witnesses today, man. I'm telling you.
We're going to break.
Oh, come on. Stop doing breaks.
Jury now till 2:15.
2:15. Okay.
Please do not discuss the case.
Well, all right. And what we're going to do while that's happening, guys and gals, is we're going to jump over to the footage that we've been watching from that interview. But we will be back at 2:15 for the live in court. But we've been watching the interview of Alex Murdaugh.
Be seated.
Let's see what else they have to say before.
How many more witnesses do you have, Mr. Waters?
I believe just one, Your Honor. At lunchtime, there's one more that I might talk about, but I believe just one, Your Honor. And that would be Dr. Kinsey.
So it's official. I went ahead and I'll be heading down to South Carolina.
Email that want to have counsel look at
Thursday. Hopefully for the verdict.
Figure who works here.
And the sentencing. So that being said, we got some people we're going to link up with down in South Carolina, some friends, and it should be a good time to take a look at all of the area down there, all the places that we've been seeing in this trial. Then I'm, looking forward to getting down there. What's funny is now that I said that, other people are going to be like, oh, I'm going to do that too. Watch. It's funny how that works out, how, your thought process gets out there and then other people really feel like, it's good though. It's good to have, to be a trailblazer, if you will. So, that being said, as we are a viewer-funded channel here, what I might end up doing is throwing up a donation link here if you guys want to help make that happen. The plan is to fly into Atlanta because it's the most affordable airport, and then drive from there to the Beaufort County area.
Anything else before we break for lunch?
Your Honor, very briefly, I know that there's been a request by the defense for a.
It's about a 4-hour drive, but
jury view, and for planning purposes, I didn't know if Your Honor had if we had some plan for that, to do that, I guess after this last witness, or at what point.
So they should be on their field trip tomorrow.
All right.
And depending on what time you rest today, it might be this afternoon.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
It could be now or after lunch.
whatever the court prefers, but I would like to make a council motion for the record regarding the cell phone testimony we just heard.
We saw final statements too, which those can be
Your
pretty
Honor, and
lengthy
the
sometimes.
previous objection was that it was for the Rovers. I was objecting to it being beyond the scope of the expertise with which it was offered, but the Supreme Court and counsel.
That wasn't your objection.
That was the objection. I'm now making a motion under counsel, Your Honor, for the record. And counsel, the Supreme Court said that when admitting scientific evidence, the trial judge must find the evidence will assist the trial fact, the expert witness is qualified, and the underlying science is reliable. The trial judge should apply the Jones factors to determine reliability, and then the case gives the Jones factors as considering the admissibility of scientific evidence under the Jones standard. The court looks at several factors, including one, publications and peer review of the technique.
You know what the rule says, beyond that.
Your Honor, the testimony we heard, which we had no notice of to make an earlier motion, there's no publications or peer review of the technique he described. There's no prior application of that method. He testified he's never done this before.
Yeah, he threw a phone.
Three,
Come on, man. You don't need to have any more specifications. That's about as scientific as it gets. He threw it.
Your motion is late.
And then he picked it up and he threw it again.
He was an expert.
And he was like a little kitty cat, and he like knocked it off the desk.
Question him in any way.
Your Honor, we had no notice that he was going to offer this experiment. He was offered as a cell phone forensics expert, which he is. And there was no notice that he had done this engineering analysis throwing his phone around.
They really are making him look pretty dumb.
He said he didn't do an engineering analysis. And what was scientific about his testimony?
Well, yes, Your Honor,
Nothing.
his
He
testimony
said
was not scientific. That's
nothing.
why moving under counsel that it is not reliable scientific testimony and should be struck.
All right. What says the state?
Your Honor, I think, again, as Your Honor's pointed out, there was no objection. This was in the nature of reply testimony. And I think that, again, there's a practical experience that is acceptable for opinions to be offered. And that's kind of what we're talking about. He understands the raise your weight feature and the manner in which it works and in which it doesn't work. And he offered his testimony based on his experiments in that regard. Counsel was allowed to fully cross-examine the witness, and it will ultimately, go to weight, not admissibility. Your Honor.
All right. The objections are noted for the record. He did not provide scientific testimony. He conducted an experiment and told the jury about it. The fact that the defense had any questions concerning his qualifications to testify as an expert witness, the defense had an opportunity to do that through voir dire or otherwise. Rule 5 does not apply to reply testimony in the sense that the state is not required to provide any advance report or anything. Your objection is noted for the record. The testimony speaks for itself, and that's that. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, one other matter. The forensic pathologist said this morning concerning some of her testimony about the white material that was noted. She indicated that she had never put that in her autopsy report. She'd never given this opinion before. We propose in sur rebuttal to bring our pathologist back to testify when they finish their case.
I'm not inclined to allow any sur rebuttal based on what I've heard at this point.
Even though she said wasn't in a report.
Yes, sir.
Revealed it today for the first time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you're denying that request?
I'm not inclined to at this time.
Well, when would be the appropriate time?
Well, when it's time for you to offer it, then I'll hear it fully. But I'm telling you now, I do not anticipate allowing any sur rebuttal based on what I've heard at this point.
Yeah, I know it's a little jumbled in there, but the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, guys, if you want to help out the trip to South Carolina here to get be there for the finale of this trial, those links are there and they should be able to be viewed better in the comments.
All right, we'll be in
on
recess till
any respective
2:15.
channel that you're on, hopefully. I'm just trying to look up the most affordable way to make that happen right now, actually, as we are talking. So, but between now and then, I want to look at a little more of this. Man, you got to see this face he's making. It's epic. Just the most guilty looking person I have ever seen in my life. Well, I take that back. Mark Jensen was the most guilty looking person I've ever seen in my entire life. That guy was a creepy type of guilty. Like when I went to the courtroom and he like walked by me and looked at me, it's one of those like, look at this guy, man. I felt like he was stealing my soul. It was terrible. But we are going to go ahead and pull up where we at over here. Day 3. This is the interrogation interview, whatever you want to call it, with the police, with Alex Murdaugh 3 days after his wife and son were murdered. So, and look at this face, man. Just look at him. Well, Brooks, we knew was guilty. There was no question about that. That guy's a grade A like piece of garbage that we knew was guilty. You know, that was 100%. They were trying to figure out if, you know, Mark Jensen actually killed his wife. Of course he did. Of course he did. So yeah, again, the contribution links are hopefully listed on Facebook and or you can just do direct contributions and messages, whatever you want to do. But if you want to help out, I'll put up a posting for what I figure out for like the final dollar amount of what I'm trying to get together to make the trip possible so that I can spend a couple. 2 days is all I'm going to be able to give it. But hopefully that'll be enough to see the sites, show you guys what's happening down there, and be there for the verdict and possibly the sentencing if it goes that route. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But let's tune in here and see how the rest of this interrogation goes. He looks, look at him, man. Just, and then he starts crying. I don't know, man.
Okay.
$0500, and that's Wills Chapman.
And I have a lot of his buddies' numbers in my phone. If you want me to dig them up.
And David, I'm gonna forward you this contract. Maybe you don't want me to do it like that, but
Okay.
Someone sent me Wills Chapman's.
Hold on to that, please.
Contact information. Yeah, I think it's just a phone number. Yeah, all I got was a phone number.
Again, we are on break.
All right.
Lunch.
So we have victim's advocate
until 2:15.
Miss Marion Walker.
Thank you.
That's her cell number.
Thank you.
There's some information for you on the back. In the victim's advocate program, they help with different things. I think more specifically, what would be more beneficial, especially for you and Buster, is some counseling down the road, grief counseling.
You know, I do some assistant solicitor's work.
Yeah.
So, you know,
you're familiar
I'm
with
familiar
it.
with the thing, but thank you so
Yes, sir.
much.
I know y'all planned out the funeral today. When is the funeral?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all have
Well,
visit.
we're doing a service tomorrow. Maggie and Paul aren't going to be ready until next week. So we're doing a service tomorrow, and then we're going to have a private family thing one day next week.
Okay. Okay. Are y'all doing anything tonight? Because I can run by and talk to Terry and Kennedy tonight.
I think the
instead of-
sooner you can come
Yeah.
and talk to them, the peace of mind that would really help them.
Okay.
That's convenient for you. So we're out at the house tonight, but
Mm-hmm.
and if for some reason they go back early because of the service tomorrow, that they may be staying tonight, they may not be, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All of their cousins and family on the Brandstetter side and the Hubbard side is coming in from Kentucky. And so they may be going back to stay with them.
Okay.
I'll find out and call you. I think you called me.
Yes, sir. Jim's got my number.
Okay.
I gave him my
I'll find out and
Okay.
call you in just a minute.
Okay. You good? All right. Do you have any other questions that I might be able to answer right now that we hadn't gone over?
No, sir.
As soon as I get something, and if it's okay with you, John Marvin asked me to go through him.
That's fine.
So I'm not bothering you in case you're doing something. What time is the service tomorrow?
12 o'clock.
Okay. Where is that going to be?
Hampton.
What, at a church or?
It's Graveside.
Okay. So if I get something around that time, I won't bother you. I'll wait 1:30 and.
If you get anything important, you can call me anytime.
Okay.
Anytime.
Okay. Are y'all going to publicize the service, or is it just going to be for family and friends?
No, sir. It's going to be, it's going to be open, but I got TC and those making sure I don't want any press anywhere near.
Yeah.
So,
Well, they don't deserve to be near.
they're going to make sure, in the town of Hampton that, there's no press.
Okay. All right. Well, y'all got my numbers.
I think you said with that phone, it'll take a while.
I'm gonna go check on it. Y'all go back in the house. When it's done, I'll bring it to you.
Let me do the.
Oh, the buckle. Yes. Let's do the buckle swab right quick.
You can sit where you at, Alex, and I'm gonna step out, but I got gloves up. And
Oh, what?
The buckle. The buckle swab. Yeah.
Do I need to spit out my tobacco?
It might be better.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'll get everything together.
I'm doing the consent now.
That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and where's your gloves at?
You didn't grab gloves?
I did not, but I know one of these vehicles has got gloves. I'm not in mine.
And it's hot out there. Do I need to get out?
No, sir. You keep your seat right
I'm
there.
gonna stay in his AC then.
Yes, sir. I got the other part.
Ugh.
You hear me, Dave? I got the actual one you can write on the envelope.
Okay.
So much cat hair.
I'll let you fill out the envelope.
I really appreciate you taking the time to come meet with them.
Not a problem. This is what I do.
You ever have any dealings with a sled agent named Jarrett Maffett?
No, sir, I
You
don't.
said Maffett? Yeah, I know him.
He lived in that little green cabin up at my property.
Okay. Is anybody living that now?
No, the kids use it like in the summertime or when
Okay.
they're having parties and stuff like that, But when I first got it, Jarrett was on the highway patrol and he lived there.
Okay.
He was stationed in Hampton County.
That's been a while ago.
It's been a long time. He's a good boy. I think he's a real good officer too.
David, I already got that one filled out. All we got to do is sign.
Oh, the consent.
Sorry about that.
Gnat flying around, not flying my contacts.
Julie Mumford, yeah. Southern Scandal is one on Netflix. Yeah, I had them pulled up a second ago. If you Google them, they'll pull up for this.
This is the consent for
There's a couple of other ones that are done by the news channels as well.
Where?
Right here.
Date.
Shelly, thank you very much.
Got it.
Yeah.
I already got the date on it. All right. Just throw them up on the dash. Sorry. Please.
God.
Did you drop something?
I just dropped that card.
I got it.
I got it right
Okay.
All right. So it looks like we got the car and the flight sorted out, and got a mid-size, I think, or a standard mid-size. It's a mid-size Toyota. So I'll probably be sleeping in the car like I usually do. Just lay the seats down and lay in the trunk. I mean, if I'm going to be cruising around, checking things out all night, no point in getting a hotel to just sleep in a couple hours.
There's 2 swabs.
Just do what you need to do.
All right, there's 2 swabs. We're going to do one on the right cheek, one on the left cheek. When he finishes with that envelope, just seal them back in there, and I'll get you to sign it with me, okay? Go right inside your cheek.
I just don't have gloves on my hands, so I don't want to.
Left
Do you have any gloves right there, please?
All right.
All right, my left, your right.
All
right.
That it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are we done?
I'm gonna seal that envelope and let you initial it if that's okay.
Whatever you need.
Break these chips off.
All of his sniffing, man, has got me. Oh, man. Had me sneezing.
Evidence tape. Hold that right in front of me. It's fine.
All right.
No.
There. All right, cool. And what I'll do is I'll post the receipts for the hotel and the car rental so you guys. I know I'd heard somebody, not that they're important, but somebody had mentioned something about receipts. So I think it's, if you'd like to, take a look at just kind of like the general quick trip stuff that I do and pricing and stuff. Give you an idea what that looks like.
I'm gonna set this right now so I can see what I'm doing.
Man. Whew. So yeah, that about wraps that up, So what we're gonna do is jump over. We're gonna give you guys a chance to stretch a little bit. I need to do the same thing. I'm gonna jump in with my ears and then grab some lunch as well right here and in studio, if you will. And I encourage y'all to do the same. Get up, stretch a little bit so we can finish the day off strong. And while that's happening, we're gonna go ahead and listen to what some of the legal correspondents and some of the professionals have to say on the other side of things over at the LNC network. And let's go ahead and pull that up for you right here. Boopity boop. And
of the firm
there
and
we
a
go.
star of a Netflix series. on
Tanisha, thank you so
Acacia.
much for that. I
As
just
is
saw that
Bob
come through. You're
Bianchi, a defense
amazing.
attorney and host here at Law and Crime. So everybody, thanks for being with us this hour. Let's take a look at one of the state's first rebuttal witnesses that they called. This was Ronnie Crosby. He is a former law partner and friend of Alex Murdaugh. And he was called to the stand to answer a number of questions by the prosecution about Alex Murdaugh. So take a listen.
In your observation, did Alec have a good relationship with the local law enforcement community?
My observation was had a very good relationship with, probably better than the rest of us, saving his father.
Did you on multiple occasions go over in great detail Alex's original story as to what he did on the night of the murders?
On more than one occasion, we discussed his story as I testified to, I don't know how many weeks ago that was, but it was a while.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether or not he checked Paul and Maggie before calling 911?
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
And was he clear on that point to you?
That was clear to me.
When was the first time you've heard the defendant's latest story admitting that he was in fact at the kennels minutes before the victims were killed?
I haven't watched all of this trial like a lot of people have, but when I heard that Alex was taking the stand, I believe it was last Thursday, I did set up my workstation so that I could watch his testimony, and it would have been when he told you that he was at the kennels was the first time that I'd ever heard that.
Okay, so there's Ronnie Crosby, a former good friend of Alex Murdaugh, loves Paul Murdaugh, talked about his love for him and riding around on his property with Paul, and really, you know, just somebody who probably feels betrayed by Alex Murdaugh. And he's talking about the so-called big lie. You know, it is kind of the big lie about Alex Murdaugh being at the kennels that night. And he says the first time he ever heard that story was when Alex Murdaugh was on the stand last week. Also, he said that Alex specifically said that he checked Maggie and Paul's pulses before calling 911. So that's that 17 or 20-second window, depending on how you look at it, from when he arrived there at the kennels to when he placed the 911 call. Let's now take a look at the cross-examination by Dick Harpootlian of Ronnie Crosby. It got pretty heated.
Let me ask you this question. Maybe this gets to the meat of matter here. Have you had to come out of pocket to pay back the money he stole?
Yes, and if you...
How much? Don't tell me you don't know.
Well, we're still counting, Mr. Harpootlian.
Well, how much have you paid so far?
We have had to borrow millions to pay back.
No, how much have you had to come out of pocket?
Well, when you borrow it, you got to pay it back, and I couldn't tell you how much has exactly been paid back as of we sit here today. But yes, and if you're implying that I would come in here and somehow shade truth in any way because of that, I would take high offense with that, Mr. Harpootlian.
I'm concerned about your high offense. Are you angry at him for stealing your money?
I have no feeling one way or the other.
You don't have any feeling about Alex Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money. I admire you. I don't know that I could look beyond that.
Objection, Your Honor. It's sustained. There's not a question. The jury is to disregard the argument.
You are not angry with Alex Murdaugh?
I have had anger with him, extreme anger, Mr. Harpootlian, because of what he did to my law firm, my partners, my client, his clients, our clients, what he did to his family, what he's did to so many people. Yes, I experienced a lot of anger, but you can't walk around with anger. You have to find a way to deal with it and move forward. And I have done that. And if you suggest you are dead wrong if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money, when we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Well, let me ask you this. You're angry with him, stole millions of dollars from your firm. You admit your firm's not even called the Murdaugh firm anymore, right?
It is not. I don't admit that I'm angry right now. I told you I've gotten away from that. I don't have any feelings because you can't walk around with anger. I have been very, very angry about it because of what he's done. And he did it in a very callous way, a very deceitful way.
And you carry no, I'm sorry, maybe I just saw some anger there. Were you angry just a moment ago?
No, you keep trying to push a question and don't want to accept my answer, which is what it is.
That you've just given your Zen, your Nirvana, your whatever the.
Your Honor, objection.
Mr. Harpootlian,
forgiven him?
I came to the scene of these murders to support my partner. I was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom. I was there. I love Paul very much. I thought
The stars, they all help too, Desiree.
I did
Those
not.
will go towards the trip
And
as
it's
well.
hard
Everything that comes into the stream
you might not
feeds the
understand, but
stream.
it's hard to walk around with anger, and hard to even walk around with it when it's with somebody who you didn't know and didn't understand. So you might have be that way, but you know, I've got to function. I've got a family. I got to move on with life.
Ronnie Crosby
Put
not
it
giving
down
Dick
on him.
Harpootlian the answer that he
He does sound
wanted
just like Alex
about
Murdaugh.
him possibly being biased and possibly being angry with Alex Murdaugh. Ronnie Richter, I want to start with you on this one because I want to know you're a civil lawyer, just like Ronnie Crosby. You're in a firm that is pretty successful. Would you still be angry? Do you believe Ronnie Crosby that he's been able to move past it a little bit and feel nothing?
I believe him 100%, and maybe it is a cultural thing, but I think a jury down here is going to resonate with that kind of testimony. You know, we are a hate the sin, not the sinner kind of culture. So yeah, when I hear Ronnie say that, it makes perfect sense to me. I do know him on a personal level. I mean, he happens to be a wonderful person and a terrific lawyer. So I think that testimony is going to be well received. I think Dick came dangerously close to the one question you don't want to ask. Do you think he did it? I think Dick, in his anger, slipped up and asked a question that was a very dangerous question to ask. And he's lucky he got away with that one, but he did.
I was shocked that he asked that question because
I can't believe he didn't answer it.
Well, yeah, I've seen the evidence. See, of course, I think he did it, but he didn't go there. He stayed away from it. He said, "I don't have the information that you had." Bob, what did you think of that cross?
You know, I listen, I think these defense lawyers have done a good job. If you've been in a courtroom and you've been battling for weeks, there's a lot of stress. I thought that he lost his composure, and I think he's a very, very good lawyer. I agree with Ronnie completely. That when I heard that, do you think he did it? That is absolutely the worst question you could ask. He's lucky he didn't get a bad answer. And I'll tell you another thing, because he wasn't thinking as the witness was answering, who I think was very credible. I agree with that too. First of all, he didn't really move the ball forward one way or another, so there's no need to really go after him. But then the witness slipped out with this statement. Everything that's happened here, there are things that have occurred that haven't been talked about in this courtroom. That's a very bad statement for the defense. I would have immediately objected, asked it be struck from the record, and asked for a mistrial, because now the jury is wondering, wait, they're withholding things here that this guy, who I think is pretty credible, is indicating were important. So I thought the cross was, in this instance, it was inartful and that he kind of lost his composure, but we've all been there as trial lawyers in intense cases like this.
Every day. It's just
we
what
were
we
sitting
deal
next
with.
to each other when this was going on, and it was pretty hot, wasn't it? I mean, people in the courtroom were paying attention. The jury was paying attention. You have a better view of the jury than I do. What did you see?
Yeah, they were watching. You know, I thought for a minute we were going to break out the boxing gloves and just go at it with a couple of these rebuttal witnesses. But yeah, very engaged. It's been a little heated at times, a little unpredictable. And Ronnie Crosby, I think, definitely resonated with that jury because his feelings are
Renee,
so
thank you so much. I
And if
received
you've
that
ever been
contribution.
betrayed,
You're
not
amazing.
on this scale,
Thank
most
you
of us
very
haven't been
much.
betrayed like this. But man, what a credible witness for the state.
Yeah, I thought he was really good. You know, I don't know. I would think you'd still be upset when you were out a lot of money, and they're taking out millions in dollars of loans. So that's a lot of billable hours. That's a lot of settlements in order to pay back the money that Alex Murdaugh stole, which is just confounding to me. Let's get to some of your questions now. Our first question is from at Carol with Ain 13 from Twitter. I'm confused how the two-shooter story vindicates Alex Murdaugh. Why couldn't he be one of the two shooters? I'm going to throw this one to you, Ronnie Richter, because you've talked about this, about how Alex Murdaugh is charged with murdering Paul and Maggie separately. This isn't a two-shooter charge case.
No, right. I mean, there are two separate charges that he's facing. One for killing Maggie, one for killing Paul. So the state has to carry the burden of proof that Alex was the trigger man on the weapon that killed Paul. And separately and independently, they have to carry the burden of proof that, you know, he was the trigger man on the weapon that killed Maggie. And I still don't see those links. And if there is a case and Alex is one of those shooters, how do you ever prove which weapon he handled and which victim is his? So no, I don't think if he's one of two that solves the problem for the state. I think it confounds the problem because I've not heard the independent evidence that ties Alex to either one of those weapons.
Gigi, our next question is from Brittany Parrish from YouTube, and we've got a big truck going by. Can the jury see how Alex Murdaugh is acting during the trial? So give us a little bit of some perspective here about what the jury is seeing and how good of a view they have of him.
Yeah, they have a great view. I mean, they can look right over at him, and oftentimes they do when certain testimony comes up. Today, they have glanced over several times with each witness to see, I guess, his reaction. All we see is the back of his head, so we don't know what he's reacting to. You guys at home know better than we do. But yeah, they look at him and have throughout the trial.
And he was crying today. We saw him grab some tissues during Dr. Reamer's testimony. Dee from YouTube, what's with all the hog talk? Bob, you want to take that one or should I?
I mean, you could take it because I have a very simple, I don't know. I don't know the value of this. I don't know the relevance of this. And this is why, again, as a prosecutor, you need to be very careful because you're giving the defense. Look, we always try a case. We start with what do we want to say in summation? And then we go backwards and use the evidence to be able to say those credible arguments. And I think it's going to be reversed. I think that that question's a great question because I think the defense is going to rhetorically ask that question to the jury. We're talking about hogs. We're talking about stealing money. We're talking about everything other than the scientific evidence that proves who was the person that was the shooter. And these are people being put on rebuttal because they thought that there was a problem in their case. That's why you call somebody in rebuttal. And this is what you're listening to. This whole case is hogwash. That's where they're going to go with it. I don't get it. I don't know what it meant. I don't know how to move the ball forward.
Ronnie, correct me if I'm wrong. This is my take on the hog testimony. It's about whether or not Paul would have had a gun with him when he went down to the kennels that night, the 300 blackout, because that's what he used to shoot hogs. Hogs are nocturnal. And so they talked about how when you ride the property, you might have a gun with you or you might not. You might have a shotgun, and whether or not you're at the dove field, and oh my goodness. So am I right there?
I think that was the point, but that point could have been made in two questions. It seems like the whole morning was dominated by this hog talk. You know, we're not run over by hogs down here in South Carolina. Yeah, there might be some out there in Hampton. But yeah, I think the point could have been made with one or two simple questions. But I think to suggest that everybody here is armed at all times out of fear for hogs is really kind of diluting the message that they're trying to send.
I'm immediately terrified.
So I think the hog talk is a terrible distraction.
Like I said, it killed Robert Baratheon.
Waste of a rebuttal case.
He was a king. Got to be careful.
It provided a few laughs, though, because Dick Harpootlian said, objected, saying he wasn't an expert in hog hunting, that Ronnie Crosby wasn't, but he said, indeed I am, and so he jokingly said he withdrew the objection.
That was pretty funny.
So it was a little much. I learned a lot more about hog hunting than I probably wanted to know. Let's get to one more viewer question. LSD122070 from Twitter. I haven't heard mention of law enforcement reviewing any area cameras from that night or the days prior. Do you know if they have or have not? Gigi, it's pretty rural out there. I'm not even sure you would find cameras.
Yeah, you might not. And I do think that at some point it was mentioned that there were some cameras, but it was just too dark. I mean, these back roads are, I mean, you can't see 2 feet in front of you without headlights on. So I would be it's probably guaranteed whatever footage they did have, they weren't able to use.
Yeah, I don't think they found anything. I mean, if you go out there, and I've driven past it, I mean, there are just trees everywhere. Doesn't look like there's any place to put any surveillance cameras, and people probably wouldn't feel any reason to do so. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime, live from Walterboro, South Carolina. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching The Lunch Show here on Law and Crime, coming to you live from the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. We are on a lunch break in Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial, and we are in the middle of the state's rebuttal case. And today, the state called Dr. Ellen Reamer back to the stand. She is the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsies on both Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh. And this was important to the state because the defense called experts yesterday, including a forensic pathologist, who disputed her findings that the gunshot wound to Paul Murdaugh's head, and I'm sorry to get a little graphic here, but she claims it kind of went up through his shoulder and up through here and through his head, creating an exit wound where his brain was ejected from his head. But the defense experts said, no, we don't think that's right. They thought it was a contact wound to the back of Paul's head that caused an explosion of sorts, causing his brain to come out of his head, possibly hit the ceiling, fall to the ground. They also believe he may have been bent over kind of like this after being shot in the chest. So Dick Harpootlian questioned her, as did Creighton Waters. Let's take a look at some of the testimony of Dr. Ellen Reamer.
The reason you didn't take x-rays of the brain was you'd already reached your conclusion, correct? That you didn't need it because this was an entrance wound.
Well, I did not, because I felt comfortable with my determination.
And decided therefore not to take x-rays of the brain.
Well, I don't always take x-rays of every organ. I was comfortable I would be able to recover some pellets on the brain, and it wasn't necessary to show the spread.
How many cases have you been involved in where the brain literally exploded out of the head? I mean, that weren't suicides.
Where the brain exploded out of the head?
Well, as the book describes it.
Well, I think that the determination that an entrance wound to the top of the head, contact range, all of that gas expansion would not have, the brain would not have escaped that. There would have been a defect, cavity, or fragmentation of the brain, which was not there. You can see the brain actually.
Do you remember what my original question was?
What was your question?
Okay, my question was, how many cases have you done an autopsy of a contact wound to the top of the head, which wasn't a suicide?
Very, very few.
Less than one?
I don't remember exactly, but it's not a tip. Usually contact shotgun wounds. Usually contact shotgun wounds are suicides.
And typically it's in the mouth.
They can be under the chin, in the mouth, sometimes they're to the side of the head. There are people that do shoot themselves to the top of the head as well. And I can't recall exactly if, I remember any of those.
And in all those cases of the brain that explode out of the cranium?
No.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Reamer claims that if this had been a contact wound to the top or back of the head, that Paul's face would not have been intact, and his face was indeed intact. Ronnie Richter, I want to know where you think the defense is going with this. Why is this so important to them that this was a contact wound? Dr. Reamer obviously is not used to having her conclusions questioned. But, why is it so important? What is the defense getting at that this was a contact wound rather than something that came from this like downward angle and had a trajectory like this?
Well, I think from the defense point of view, if it is a contact wound and it's from behind, it's more supportive of a two-shooter theory. Although obviously they don't have the burden of proof. They're not trying to prove any of these points. They're just trying to introduce an alternative point of view as to what the evidence could point to. Now, I don't know why the state felt this was a fight they needed to fight on rebuttal. I didn't think that this was an issue that's going to hang the jury, especially after Alex's testimony. I think his testimony has turned the case into a single issue case, which is, do you believe his account of why he wasn't at the kennels, and to re-engage in the forensics part of the case when the state's forensics are weak. I mean, this is not an area that I think they should spend time seeking to bolster, because the forensics throughout the case have been very poor for the state.
That's really interesting. I found it kind of odd. Dr. Reamer wasn't as perky today as she was when she was called during the state's case in chief. She seemed to get a little frazzled up there when Dick Harpootlian was questioning her. I mean, he's literally holding up, Bob, what he calls the Bible of gunshot wounds and referencing this. And she wasn't going to change her opinion.
Who are you asking? Me?
Bob?
Yeah, Angela.
Yeah,
I mean, a couple things there. That is correct. They're trying to show the theory is wrong. They've established that she doesn't have an expertise. A lot of people don't realize that forensic pathologists don't have necessarily a lot of expertise in other areas. She didn't even look at the crime photos when she came to her conclusion. And once again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, you don't put your witness, and I think Ronnie would agree with me 1,000%. You don't put them back on the witness stand for another crack at cross-examination when you got pretty decent testimony from them anyway. The only thing that can happen is they contradict themselves or something comes out that is not good for them. It's exposing the witness, and that's why you saw her probably a little bit more agitated, a little bit more frustrated, a little more confrontational. So the best way I can explain this, Anjanette, is kind of her shine came off the penny a little bit with this, and it didn't need to happen.
Yeah.
It was interesting, but obviously it makes me think they're feeling insecure about it. Gigi, that testimony, I mean, we were sitting next to each other as this was playing out, and there were some people kind of there were some audible reactions in the courtroom to this testimony. I mean, some people liked it, some people didn't. And I think you thought that some of the female jurors didn't like the way that Dick Harpootlian was questioning Dr. Reamer.
Yeah, and some of the male jurors as well. I mean, they just seem really irritated. I don't think that it's always the best method to yell at a nice little lady who's a pathologist. It kind of gets old really quick. But yeah, I did see some strong reactions from the jury, and I think everybody, Harpootlian and the witness, were frustrated with each other. It was really obvious, really tense in that room today.
Yeah, it was very tense. All right, let's get to some more viewer questions. Nicole Mez from YouTube asks, if Alex did not kill his family, clearly he was there. Why has nobody asked if he saw who did it? He continues to blame the boat wreck, has given zero information. I'll toss that one to you, Ronnie, because it is kind of interesting that he was there so close to that time. He says nobody else was there, but nobody said, are you sure? Are you sure you didn't see how this happened? So what's your point of view on that?
Well, I don't think you ask him the question. I think you make the argument. The timeline, if there's a sweet spot for the state, it's the timeline. If there's a sweet spot, it's the lie about his whereabouts at the kennel. I mean, to think about the 1,000 points of light that had to come together to get Maggie and Paul at Moselle at the same time, Maggie and Paul at the kennels at the same time. It's almost 9 o'clock at night. I mean, you're out there, you know how remote this place is. And to think within minutes of that time, Alex supposedly departs the scene, decides this is a great time to go see my mom 20 minutes away, and leaves. I mean, there's too many coincidences right there. So this is the sweet spot for the state. I wouldn't ask Alex, did he see anybody else? You have to, you build your case through that timeline and through this seminal lie that he gave, that he had not been at the kennels. I mean, there's only one reason to lie about not having been at the kennels. It would have been just as easy to tell the police, I don't know what happened. We were just at the kennels having a good time together, and then I went to see my mom. So it's a major lie. Without this lie, I don't think they have much of a case, frankly.
The kennel video, to me, I said it last week to somebody, the kennel video is everything to the state. I mean, it really is. Without that, this is a completely different case. And Alex Murdaugh got a little quiet on cross-examination when pressed about, well, what did you say to Maggie when you left? Did you just say, I'm leaving? I mean, he got a little quiet. It was interesting. He said he remembered, leaving, but didn't say what he said to her. Let's go now to our next question. Colleen Sadler from YouTube. The coroner who made the conclusion of time of death by placing his hands under the armpits, was this recorded as the actual time of death? Yes, it was. It's on the death certificates of Maggie and Paul as an estimate. So I will answer that question really quickly. Tom Kaiser from YouTube, Bob Bianchi. I was one of the many of thousands of iPhone owners throwing their phones up in the air during the testimony of phone expert, and he's 100% correct. Tested more than 2 times. That makes me a iPhone toss expert. What did you think about that? The guy's just like sitting in his office, Bob. I'm like tossing this thing in the air to see what happens. I don't record it, nothing.
What was the moniker of that individual? What was the name of the person?
What's that?
Who asked that question? Well, Paul McManical. Paul McManical, my friend, you were just as qualified now as an expert as the guy who took the witness stand. The point about expert testimony is that it's got to be a science that's accepted in the scientific community. It's got to be something that is scientifically reliable. It's got to be done typically with the use of scientific evidence or scholarly articles or things of that nature. But I was surprised he didn't bring out the fact, and I've had this happen. In fact, I just had a case recently with this where somebody was saying cell phones act this way in court, they act this way. And then I picked up my phone and I said, well, my phone doesn't act that way. And, another said, my phone does act that way. This was just really sloppy to put on there. I don't think it benefited them at all. I think it hurt the stature and credibility. But yes, most of us are, he's talking about throwing a phone like a Frisbee. I don't know. To me, it was just crazy. And I don't know how it was admitted into evidence and why the judge didn't strike it, to be honest with you. But good for you.
All right.
You could be the next witness.
Interesting point of view from you there, Bob. So I was a little surprised when they were talking about this, but obviously these are points that the state feels they have to rebut. They feel these are maybe weak spots in their case. At least that's why I believe they called these witnesses. So up to the jury, obviously, to determine what weight to give it, if any. Keep the questions coming. We will be right back after this quick break. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime Live from Walterboro, South Carolina. I'm Anjanette Levy, and welcome back. We are here in Walterboro, South Carolina, right in front of the Colleton County Courthouse, and you are watching Law and Crime. We are taking your questions as we are in the lunch hour for Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial, and the state has one more rebuttal witness left after the lunch break, which will end at 2:15. Let's get to more of your questions really quickly. Carrie S. from YouTube, where is the mental health in all of this? The addiction and what he was like during withdrawal. People become evil. Gigi, we heard yesterday some testimony from John Marvin talking about the withdrawal symptoms that Alex Murdaugh was having. I won't go into too much detail, but, you know, it included an accident, you know, because of the withdrawal symptoms he was having on the way there. So do you think it would have behooved the prosecution to call an expert in addiction?
I mean, I don't think it could have hurt that they call one, because we're not disputing at this point that he had some sort of an addiction. We've seen the text messages by Maggie and Paul addressing it. It's just how much. I mean, he was either taking gold-plated Oxycontin, you know, daily, or he was doing something else with that money or the drugs. So I think to bring in a professional who could have given some insight into the withdrawal process and the addiction process in general might have been helpful, because now we just hear, well, I was paranoid as sled, you know, and I was paranoid because of a cop behind me because of the drugs. We needed somebody to really tighten that up and say, yeah, this really happens during withdrawal. Unfortunately, a lot of people are probably very familiar with opioid addiction with family and friends, but, you know, I think I'm surprised they didn't call a drug expert.
Yeah, and, you know, I can just tell you from covering the opioid epidemic for years, addicts lie. They lie and they steal, and it's what they do. So it would have been interesting to hear more about that. Let's get to another question. A. Anderson from YouTube, Ronnie Richter, could the state prove that Paul and Maggie didn't feel threatened at the time of the killings? They didn't show they were running away. Do you think that the state proved that they didn't feel threatened?
Yeah, I think they did a decent job of that. I mean, the proximity of the two, I mean, it appears that the violence happened pretty quickly and with both of them in pretty close proximity. So, yeah, I do think that's a feather in their cap. If that's part of the state's case, is whoever the assailant was, it was someone that they were comfortable with. But that's not dispositive also of a two-shooter theory or the stranger theory, that someone came upon the scene suddenly and there wasn't time to react. So I don't know. That's evidence that can split either way, but sure. I mean, I think in the balance, it shows that they were comfortable where they were standing until the very last moment.
And I think it's pretty clear from the testimony, whether it's a defense expert or a prosecution expert, that Paul Murdaugh was ambushed in that feed room. It's horrific. We are going to take a quick break because we have to. So keep the questions coming to us, and we'll get to more of them when we come back. But for now, you are watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and welcome to Law and Crime. We are coming to you live from the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, where the double murder trial of Alex Murdaugh is winding down. We are nearing closing arguments in this case after weeks and weeks at this courthouse. We are taking your questions this hour, so keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. With me still, Gigi McKelvey from Law and Crime, Ronnie Richter, partner at Bland Richter and attorney for Gloria Satterfield's family. Gloria Satterfield was the former nanny and housekeeper for Alex Murdaugh and helped raise Paul and Buster Murdaugh. And Bob Bianchi, a defense attorney and former prosecutor and host here at Law and Crime. So guys, let's get to some of the testimony that we heard earlier today from the state in its rebuttal case. Some of it had to do with cell phones, particularly Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone. We heard about how it was tossed into the woods, off to the side of the road on the night of the homicides. And a cell phone expert, somebody the state says is an expert, the defense not so sure about that, got on the stand to testify about throwing a cell phone around and doing some experiments. So take a listen.
Are you aware of how the phone in this, Maggie's phone in this case, how it, when it was located, what its position was? Have you seen the photos?
I have.
And was it screen up?
It was screen up.
Okay. Would you agree then that it had to be thrown from a screen up position, because if it was screened down and you turned it over to throw it out, the screen would come on?
Of course not. It can tumble through the air.
So if the phone was screen down in the car and it ends up screen up over here, it has to turn over, right?
At least one time, yes, sir.
And do you, I guess, disagree with the previous testimony and demonstration that when you take the phone and turn it over, the screen comes on?
No, when you pick it up gently, the screen does come on.
We say pick it up. If you rotate it on that axis so that it's screen down to screen up, does the screen come on?
If I pick it up gently and rotate it, the screen comes on. If I pick it up aggressively, it does not.
And if it's facing you and rotates 90 degrees, does the screen come on?
Only if you do it gently. Again, if you do it aggressively.
How
it will not.
gently? Did you measure any of these forces?
I did not.
You just threw the phone around in your office?
Absolutely.
So you didn't record what you were doing, and you did not measure any data. Was this because you were afraid that you would have to disclose that data if you recorded it?
Of course not, no.
Do you normally do experiments and don't record any data or video, record anything?
It never crossed my mind to record video.
Do you believe that you would have to have disclosed that data if you had recorded it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I believe so, yes.
So the reason you didn't record data was that it would have to be produced, and then we could examine it and discover whether or not it was accurate.
No,
you
sir.
avoided that by not recording anything, correct?
No, sir. That's not correct.
Why didn't you record any data?
It did not cross my mind to video record my experiments. I just did the experiments to determine whether or not
And you
the screen would
didn't
come on.
occur to you to measure how fast you were moving the phone, maybe to even find out what is that threshold you claim where the phone goes from turning on to not turning on? Exactly when does that happen? You have no idea, do you?
No, sir. It would take me much longer to do these experiments to determine the exact speed and force required to turn the display on versus not.
Have you ever done this, anything like this before? You'd mentioned testifying 6 times before. Did you ever, was this your expert testimony in any other case?
My expert testimony in other cases was always about cell phone reports and the data contained therein. I've never actually done physical experimentation to come up with a realistic result.
So your previous experience was extracting data from cell phones, is that accurate?
Correct.
Is that what you're trained to do?
Yes, sir.
The training that was listed, it was to extract data from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Are you an engineer?
No, sir.
Do you have any certification in engineering?
No, sir.
Do you have any degree, academic qualifications in engineering?
No, sir.
Have you ever worked as an engineer?
No, sir.
You're trained in extracting data from the cell phone?
That's correct.
And when it comes to tossing it around and seeing how it moves, you don't know anything more than anyone else, do you?
No, sir.
Okay, so there you have it. The talk about the tossing, the cell phone around to do these tests and no videotaping it, none of this stuff. Ronnie Richter, how did you feel about that bit of testimony?
I think I might have gotten stupider as a lawyer. I mean, I'm sorry, but that was just terrible. An expert, you pay experts when you put an expert on the stand. You've hired a professional, so you've got someone who is skilled in delivering, scientific information to a jury in a manner in which they can accept it and understand it. So you're hiring talking guns. You're hiring the best, and that was nonsensical. I mean, in playing that clip, I was struck by the reaction of the attorneys behind the examining attorney, with the heads down and looking elsewhere. I mean, they had to know real time that they were laying an egg with that testimony. I just don't even know why it would occur to you to offer it.
Bob Bianchi, we were talking during the break. I don't know why, we're talking about an Apple iPhone with iOS, whatever, because I feel like I get updates on my phone all the time that say, you're ready for an update, 10.11 or whatever. Why wouldn't you bring somebody in from Apple to discuss this, an engineer from Apple to discuss what happens with an iPhone?
Ronnie is right on point. When you're picking an expert, you're trying to select the best. You're looking at their previous testimony to see what their vulnerabilities are. You want to make sure that their opinions are scientifically reliable in the area. This guy not only indicates that he's never done physical testing before, he's never testified about any of this, that he doesn't know any more than any other person. But to your point, Anjanette, when you're a prosecutor, I was one for so long, the one value you have that really a lot of defendants don't have is I have all the money in the world, all the resources, all the detectives, all the support staff to reach out to an engineer who would be the person, that's why he's asking that question, from Apple, and ask them. They already have this data. They have this information. They don't need Apple, doesn't need a guy to go in his office and start tossing a phone around to see how it's going to respond. And the opinion was so ludicrous because the phone isn't stagnant. It doesn't just get thrown out and stop. It may move, it may hit, it may whatever, and then it may slow down and it may open. It could be a million explanations. And I think the defense is going to stick a sword through the prosecutors for putting this witness on and saying, this is what they're asking you to convict my client on, a guy who says he knows no more than you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, bad move. They should have put an Apple person on.
Yeah, they brought somebody in from Snapchat, so why wouldn't you bring in somebody from Apple? I mean, that would have really been something. If you think those jurors haven't gone and they're not going to go, and maybe they won't, but they're not going to take their iPhone and flip it around a few times, I think you're wrong. I think they are going to do that. And who knows what they'll find, because we don't know, if they had the same operating system on their phone that Maggie did at that point in time. Let's get to some questions now. David Simmons from YouTube. Question, Gigi, what did Ronnie Crosby, see that hasn't been brought to light? He kind of made some reference to something that he had seen. Do you know what he was possibly referring to?
I have no clue what he was referring to. I don't know if he means just like physically what he saw as far as the crime scene goes or something a little different. But no, I mean, a lot of people were kind of asking, like, what exactly did that mean?
Gigi, can I respond to that?
Yeah, a lot of people, I want to know what that means. I feel like we need to go run over and get Ronnie Crosby and have him pull up a chair so he can tell us.
Gigi, can I respond?
Let's go to our next question. Nicole Mez, or actually, I think we already did that. Lynn E. from YouTube. Can the closing statement of the prosecutor say that Alec wanted everyone to think it was two shooters, so he used two guns? He has a lot of experience with guns and could have done this. Do you expect the prosecution to argue that, Ronnie Richter, in closing?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think they have to argue that if they want to go with the Alex is responsible for both deaths. We know two different weapons were used. We think we know that they were weapons of the household, although that seems to still be somewhat of an open question, especially as to the AR. But yeah, absolutely. I think they have to go there, and I think they have to paint him as dark enough, devious enough, evil enough that he actually staged those weapons so that they were there at his convenience in order to roll from one weapon to the next and make those two murders in the manner in which they were executed.
I am shocked, Ronnie. I don't know if you feel this way, that we didn't hear any questioning about Alex's hunting prowess, his skill with guns. I mean, wouldn't you, when you had him on the stand, and maybe I missed it, I don't know. And Ronnie and Bob and Gigi, I think I want you all to weigh in on this. You know, it's a hunting property. They've got a gun room. But we heard no questions about how good Alec is with guns. Are you surprised by that, Ronnie? And then I'll go around the squares.
Yeah. Now that you raise that, I mean, sure. In hindsight, these issues come to you, and I think if you were to try the case over, you would bring out this issue. Although I do think it was implied when you go to the gun room and you see the volume of guns on that property, and you appreciate that it is a hunting lodge. I think just lazily it was assumed that the guy must be a pretty good hunter. But no, I think that would have been a good area to develop.
Bob, you had the guy on the stand. Why didn't you ask him about his skill with guns? You had John Marvin sitting there. I didn't hear one question on cross about how good Alec is with a gun, or if he shoots a shotgun or a 300 blackout.
I think there was a lot of testimony about to me, that the guy is familiar with weapons. He's got lots of weapons. He was testifying about he knew what ammunition went into various weapons, how good a shot you are, you aren't, in a situation in which the prosecution's theory of the case is that they were ambushed. I mean, maybe you could ask it. I'm not saying it's going to hurt. But, you know, a lot of times you don't want to ask questions you really don't know the answer to. And I'm not really sure how far that moves the ball forward. So I would presume that that's the reason that maybe they didn't ask it. You know, a lot of times we get done crossing a witness and we're like, I should have asked that question. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd just like to have heard, Gigi, how good of a marksman he is. You know, the shotgun, my mom always says, you know, basically you can't miss with a shotgun. But this 300 blackout, that might take a little more skill.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's from South Carolina. Everybody around here knows their guns and how to shoot them. They're doing it from the time they're able to sit up straight. So I would venture a guess to say he was pretty good with shooting guns. He went on hunting parties and all this stuff. So we don't hear he got made fun of that he was a bad shot. So I would just assume he probably was very good with aiming and shooting things that are moving, as are most men and women in South Carolina.
All right. Well, that does it for this session of Q&A by our panel. I'm going to be signing off, as is Gigi. We're heading back into court. Bob Bianchi will be taking it from here. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Stay with us after this break. Bob will take you through the afternoon. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina.
Hi, welcome back. If you're just joining us, my name is Bob Bianchi. We are obviously looking at the trial of Alex Murdaugh. We are in the 6th week. The former South Carolina attorney is accused of killing his wife Maggie and son back in June of 2021. The defense rested their case yesterday evening, and now it's the state's rebuttal case. The state is expected to call their final witness to the stand after the lunch break, which they're currently on, ends, which should be shortly. But I want to take you back to testimony from earlier today. This testimony is from Ronnie Crosby, an attorney at Alex Murdaugh's former law firm.
Have you ever tried cases with Alec?
I handled a lot of cases with Alec. I believe the only case I tried to jury with Alec was actually here in this courtroom.
Did you observe him being able to get emotional during that closing argument?
Yes, as a couple months ago when we talked and you asked me what kind of lawyer Alec was, and I told you he was a good lawyer. And one of the things that I think I explained to you was that he was a theatrical type presence in the courtroom, and he could get very emotional doing closing arguments in front of a jury.
Were you aware that he went to rehab in 2017?
I was not,
Really?
other than what was said by Alec in this courtroom.
You never were aware he had a drug problem?
I was unaware.
Okay. Sort of.
And if I would have been known, I would have tried to help him.
You indicated that he could be emotional in trying a case, correct?
He could be. He was theatric, much like his father and grandfather had a courtroom theatrics, and he could be emotional.
Any of your other partners that way? Johnny Parker?
No, Johnny's quite the opposite. Johnny's very
Laconic, I believe is the best way to describe it.
he doesn't show emotion.
Nobody else in your firm was theatric or emotional?
Not to Alec's level.
You don't know any other lawyers in the state that go to that level?
You're asking me a question right now. I don't know. You might yourself. I don't know. I don't know what other lawyers do. I'm usually trying cases against defense attorneys, so I don't get to see plaintiffs' lawyers anymore.
All right, Chris Adams is a South Carolina defense attorney. Chris, I hate to be on my soapbox about this, but I got to ask again. Why is this testimony being admitted into evidence? What is the relevance of this testimony? I know they want to try to theatrical, so therefore he's theatrical on the witness stand. But when is enough with the character assassination?
Well, I think you identified what the argument would be for admissibility, and I think the argument would be that, you know, Your Honor, he testified for 2 days, and he was very theatrical. He was theatrical. And that these were faked emotions in his videotape statements and on the witness stand, and who would know that better than his law partner? But I agree also with your suggestion, Bob. Why are you doing that in a rebuttal case? It's not a significant issue. It's not an issue in dispute. This former law partner can't testify about the authenticity of Alex Murdaugh's emotions on the witness stand. That's solely for the jury to decide. They've seen all the evidence. They have the best evidence. So then you wonder, is this too much? And I certainly think after a long trial where they're down to one alternate juror, you are left wondering, how was the decision made to call a witness whose greatest value is to talk about hog hunting?
Yeah, so
and that's not to demean Mr. Crosby. It's just he'd already testified in direct, and none of his testimony was challenged.
Yeah, so listen, you're down there. You know the flavor, you know the evidence rules, you know how juries think. I've argued that this rebuttal case should be very tight for a prosecutor. It should be for something if they felt that they were truly and genuinely damaged with. It shouldn't be another extension yet of what I believe to be impermissible 404, even if the judge admitted it. The way the prosecutors introduced it became clear when they're asking the witnesses after the financial crime, well, how did that make you feel? Or what do you think of them now? That to me is clear character assassination. One, my question to you is, How strict is your state on the reversals on 404? No, in my state, they're extremely cautious about it becoming a trial about bad character as opposed to admissibility with respect to motive. And my second question, if you care to answer it, is do you think this rebuttal case was effective, or do you think the prosecutors are losing credibility in front of that jury?
Well, I'll take the second piece first. I don't know that they're losing credibility, but I do think they might be losing patience. And they indicated yesterday they had 4 or 5 witnesses in rebuttal, and this morning that number became 7. So it may be another day before this case wraps up and gets to the jurors. And I would think when you're down to one alternate after a lengthy trial that you would want to move more quickly and really be streamlined. I also agree with your suggestion that rebuttal should be for big body blows. They should be for big, tough things where you've caught somebody in a lie or you've caught a witness who's gone outside their area and you can bring somebody in to really zing them. You don't want to get into a back and forth about minutia in a rebuttal case. It wastes everyone's patience. And so this seems to me to be about minutia, not about big body blows, with the possible exception of the medical examiner and the angle of the wounds. But yeah, I do think that it would behoove the state to get to the point and get this case over.
Let me ask you, Chris, down your way. I mean, I think that you guys do it the same way we do it up here. It's about summation. It's about what you could say in summation based on the evidence, because you can only comment on the evidence and the fair inferences from that evidence. How much do you think the defense attorneys are going to make an argument that they felt this would be my argument, I'm kind of doing it, in my head. They felt it important enough for you that on rebuttal, they put a witness on the witness stand that never looked at this phone evidence or phone data until this week. He's never testified as an expert in this area. He was alone in his office with nobody there and no video cameras, tossing a phone around to see whether it activated or didn't activate it. He took no measurements. He knows no scientific information or scientific journal that supports or does not support his conclusion for that matter. And then eventually says he's not an engineer. He's got no training. He's got no education. And then the killer, I don't know any more than any other person.
He has more expertise in tiddlywinks than he does in what he was called to testify about. So, right, I think the defense will try to make use of it if they have time. In such a long case, they're going to have to make choices about what they choose to attack in closing. If they want to limit their closing to a couple of hours. So I don't know if he'll make the final script, but it would not be surprising if they highlighted him as an example of the lack of quality of the government's investigation. And Bob, if we have a second to go back to your 404B question, I believe, my belief is that the South Carolina appellate courts have been more restrictive on 404B than the federal rules of evidence. Mm-hmm. And part of that, I think, is just a culture of the state. We have a very, very busy state courts. We're trying to push a lot of cases through an underfunded, we don't have nearly enough judges for the amount of cases. And so it's just, the appellate courts frown, except perhaps in child sexual abuse cases. Outside of that, the appellate courts frown and have frowned for 20 years on having trials within trials. And that is what 404B evidence is. Half this case has been about financial crimes. You point out an issue that has troubled me. Even if you decide that there's some probative value and some usefulness to admitting financial crimes, opinions and assessments about Alex Murdaugh based on that is wholly irrelevant for a witness. Yeah. So it will be interesting if there's a conviction, how our appellate courts choose to address this matter.
Yeah, it seems very similar to me. And when I was a homicide prosecutor, I was very...
State's Exhibit 521 is a worksheet showing steps and time steps were taken, along with some calculations about how many steps per minute. It's come to my attention that there's a math error contained in the previously submitted exhibit. And I think the error bled over into the defense's exhibit. I think it's 156. And so at this time, with the state's consent, the state would like to just simply substitute a worksheet with the correct math for the previous incorrect worksheet.
The defense would also ask the jury to consent.
Okay. Yes. So you'll bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
Do you swear the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you. You'll have a seat to adjust that microphone for me. If you'll state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Kenneth Lee Kinsey, Kinsey.
Welcome back, Dr. Kinsey. It feels like a year since you were here. You were qualified last week as an expert, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
What I would like for you to do right now is just to remind the jury, give them a little bit of background on your education, your work history, your credentials that made you qualified to be an expert witness?
Yes, sir. I've got a degree from Clemson University, a master's degree, that's undergraduate, a master's degree from Troy University, a PhD from Walden University. I have formerly been certified by the International Association for Identification 2 different times for crime scene investigation and reconstruction. I've worked approximately 800 death scenes in my career, and I've handled and processed countless evidence in crime scene and the crime scene related disciplines. I have completed and passed proficiency in those disciplines as recommended by the International Association for Identification, which includes oral exams, research, technical work, and also I worked under a qualified examiner for a determined amount of time. And I've been a police officer for approximately 30 years in various capacities.
And just to remind the jury, you were qualified as a forensic or crime scene forensics expert in this particular case.
Yes, sir, I was.
And real quick, what other types of qualifications as an expert do you possess?
I'm also a firearms instructor for handguns, shotguns. They call them patrol rifles, but that includes subguns, fully automatic and semi-automatic platforms. I have endorsements through the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I'm also a SLED concealed weapons permit instructor, and I'm formerly a law enforcement firearms instructor through the NRA.
Now, you've had an opportunity to review the case file for this particular case, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you have actually been out to the crime scene, correct?
I have.
Beg the court's indulgence. I would like to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 526. You recognize this map?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
That's a satellite map from the Moselle property.
I would like to offer this into evidence. I assume no objection.
Okay. Submit it.
Dr. Kinsey, we're going to keep our testimony today narrowly focused and tailored to a few witnesses that the defense put up this past week. Did you have the opportunity to observe one witness named Michael Sutton, who was a forensic mechanical engineer for the defense?
I did.
Now, do you recall any of his conclusions or what his main conclusion was regarding the size of the shooter?
I do.
What was that conclusion?
5'2" to 5'4".
I would like now, Doug, if you would, I would like for you to publish or cut on Defense Exhibit 140. Go to page 49. Okay, now what I want to do is we're going to get into this in just a moment, but they published this into evidence last week. And you recognize these green lines coming out?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and what do those green lines represent?
Those green lines represent a predicted static angle or I don't know what you would call it, trajectory for possible shooters.
And Doug, if you would go to page 74 of this presentation, please. Do you recognize this photo on page 74 of the defense exhibit?
I do.
And what is it?
It is Mr. Sutton pointing a pump action shotgun into the feed room at Moselle.
Okay, and did Mr. Sutton develop his conclusions as to the height of the shooter based on math that he did in this particular case?
He said it was trigonometry, but yes, sir, he did.
Based on your many years of law enforcement experience, education, and training, what is your overall opinion on his conclusions?
I think his intentions are well, but I think his methods were flawed.
So what I want to do is I want to go back, and there were 3 previous angles that we just looked at in the previous slide, correct?
That is correct.
And then he also determined an angle here in this photo, correct?
That is correct.
And those are the angles that he used to determine the height of the shooter, correct?
That is correct. And Mr. Wilson, I don't know the totality of what he considered, but that was one of the elements, one of the criteria he used.
Okay, just to refresh the jury's recollection, Doug, if you go to page 4, it should be state 62. It's a picture. What is that a picture of?
That is a picture of what's been described as a quail pen.
Go to page 5, please. And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of that quail pen, and it has weathered cardboard on one end.
Okay, and that, for the record, is exhibit 63 that is a picture of. And go to page 6, which should be state 64. And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of what appears to be a bullet defect or bullet damage in that cardboard.
Okay, now they base their angles of at least 2 angles. Let's back up. There were 2 angles taken from this particular one bullet hole. Why is that?
There were, I believe the original crime scene agent gave a possibility of 2 angles of the angle of impact in the cardboard.
Okay, and what are some things that someone can determine from examining a bullet hole in this cardboard?
Well, the first thing is direction. It lets you know that you had one or at least one projectile fired from that direction. It's a pretty good indicator for direction.
Okay, what's another thing that you can determine?
Sometimes you can determine the angle of impact and whether that bullet was affected before it struck that object. And what I mean is, was it deflected by flesh, or did it hit its target, or is there an internal problem with the weapon that would cause that bullet to be off center?
Are you comfortable with the direction that was determined by Special Agent Worley in this particular photo?
I'm very confident of that direction.
Okay. The defense determined that there were 2 potential angles. How confident are you that the methodology used to determine those angles are accurate?
I have zero confidence from this piece of evidence as far as establishing angles.
So that's interesting. You feel good about the direction of the bullet going into the quail cage, but you have a concern about the angle, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have a concern about the angle?
The angle of impact, yes, sir, that is correct.
What are 2 things that could affect the angle of impact on a surface like this cardboard?
As I mentioned before, you could have, that bullet could have hit an object, which we don't know, or it could be an internal problem with the firearm that causes it. When you think about, if I could explain,
yes.
When you think about a quarterback throwing a football, they spin that football and it makes it stable in flight. Well, a projectile coming out of the muzzle of a firearm, a single projectile firearm, works the same way. You've got little lands and grooves in that barrel. And as that propellant pushes that projectile down the barrel, it twists. Now, there's different twists depending on the firearm, but that twist, called rifling, most commonly, that's what my grandfather called it, but it makes that bullet stable in flight. Anything that can throw that projectile off of battery, whether it be striking something or a firearm problem, maybe fouling too much lead in the barrel, those kind of things will make that bullet off center. Now, it still may go the general direction, but the rotation of that projectile could be off just a little bit when it strikes the target.
So a good analogy would be a lineman getting his hand on a football and making it go wobbly, but it keeps going, correct?
That would work. Yes, sir.
I'll leave the witness.
Doug, could you zoom in on this hole real quick? Dr. Kinsey, I'd like to ask you to step down here, and for demonstrative purposes, I'd like you to demonstrate how an angle of impact can be affected in cardboard with a dowel.
Yes.
Describe to the jury what you've done with this box.
I've placed 4 strategic holes in this box representing a bullet defect in cardboard. As you probably saw in the photographs, as a crime scene investigator, we use dowel rods to help determine direction and angle of impact. Now, they can be as simple as a wooden dowel rod like you get at your hardware store, or they make some real complicated ones made out of fiberglass. If you can afford it, you know, most agencies and most crime scene teams will use a fiberglass rod, but the wooden rods, as long as they're pretty straight and true, they work just the same. So if this represents a projectile defect in cardboard, and may I say weathered cardboard, because this has been out there at least a year and a half since this incident took place, you place that dowel rod in that defect, and then you can get an approximate angle or angle of impact on it, but you can definitely get a more confident direction. If your shooter's over here and he's shooting this direction, or over here, or up or down. But it's not the end all be all. And I can explain that to you also.
Okay. So how could you demonstrate how, well, back up a second. And step away so the jurors can see this photo, if you would. You saw the, I might need you up here.
Call and I will come.
You saw the defense expert's testimony, Mr. Sutton, I believe, last week, describing this hole. Can you explain to them how he determined the angle of impact based on what he was observing in this bullet entry?
I can, Mr. Wilson.
Please do so for the jury.
What Mr. Sutton did with geometry and trigonometry and a whole lot of tools, but basically a protractor, as we use when I testified previously, if you had a confident bullet defect, you can run a string and then put a level or it's a type of protractor, it's a bullet angle finder on top of that rod, and you can get a general angle of impact in a fixed object. However, this isn't a fixed object.
He referred to that little mark around 3 o'clock. What did he call that?
I think he called it a bullet wash.
Could it be a bullet wipe?
Bullet wipe, yeah, something like. It's not a term I use. But,
okay,
I'm familiar with it.
And what was he assuming that bullet wipe was caused by, based on the testimony you heard?
From the angle. He's assuming
the angle of what?
The angle of impact.
Okay. What else could cause that?
As we mentioned, striking the surface beforehand, fouling in the barrel, something internal. It just throws the bullet off course a little bit. It's not spinning the way it normally spins. So when it strikes, it doesn't strike. It doesn't enter the way it normally would. It wallers a little bit, like that football we talked about.
What about the dowel rod?
Well, the purpose of inserting the dowel rod is to try to get the best angle or the best direction you can. And in a perfect world, the angle would be fairly confident, like another bullet defect we're going to talk about. Remember, this is weathered cardboard. So once that examiner, and these rods are not caliber specific either, because a crime scene investigator or an examiner can't look at a bullet hole and guess what caliber it is. That's nonsense. So you try to pick the one that fits the hole the best. And with some of the fancy kits, you get a little shim kit with some little rubber grommets that you can place in there, make it fit a little bit better. But more typically, you just pick the dowel rod that's closest to the hole.
Could a dowel rod affect the angle of impact?
Upon me inserting this dowel rod, I can do damage to that bullet defect. But more importantly, when I remove it, I could do damage. And it's very deceptive damage. It's not intentional, but it can damage the angle of impact, especially in a soft, unreliable object like cardboard.
You can return to the stand. Thank you.
I can demonstrate that, Mr.
Wilson. Please go ahead.
What I'm saying, once a crime scene investigator gets what they need, they get their photographs, their measurements, their direction. So now this dowel rod's here. And none of us know this unless you've got a video of the examiner taking that dowel rod out. So we don't know what direction he or she might have pulled that dowel rod out because she's got her measurement. She or he is not considering someone coming behind them and measuring again for something in a piece of cardboard. And we're not talking about in wood or sheetrock, we're talking about cardboard. If you pull it to the right, you cause that same bullet wipe that we got in the photograph. Likewise, if I pull it to the left, now it looks like that projectile has entered from a left to right direction. And you can go on and up or down, that'll influence the appearance of that bullet defect, because you've got an object like cardboard, something that there's no confidence in.
Thank you. You can set that down. So do you recall what the defense expert testified to the direction and angle of that particular angle of impact?
I do.
And what was it?
I think 1 and 3 degrees.
But do you remember, like, was it left
Going
to right,
up.
right to left?
Going up.
And from what way to what way? What direction to what direction?
Left to right, or right to left.
Right.
Yes, sir, right to left. I have to think about the quail pen in my head.
Are you confident that the direction was correct on this?
Yes, sir. I have no reason not to believe the direction. I mean, that would have to be a huge defect hole for it to throw the direction off.
How confident are you in the angle of this?
I have zero confidence in that angle of the bullet entry.
Doug, if you could go to page 21, which I believe is State's exhibit, a picture of State's exhibit 38. Can you describe for the jury what that is right there?
Like the first defect, this is also a defect in a wooden, it's been described as a doghouse.
Now, you can also determine the angle of impact and the direction here, correct?
I can.
What degree of certainty do you have that they were right in the angle of impact and the directions in the doghouse?
I place a lot more confidence in this angle because that wood is fixed. It'll show a much truer projection of the angle of impact.
Can you, hold on one second. How is this particular, I think you just described it, but real quick, how is the doghouse different from the quail cage in determining the angle of impact?
Well, the doghouse, if you look at it, is at least a 1/2 inch to 3/4 thick. So like I said, you've got a stable, dependable bullet defect. The cardboard is 2 pieces of brown paper with corrugated paper in between to cause, for strength purposes. But as I mentioned, not only is the cardboard, in my opinion, not a good substance to shoot into, it's also weathered, so that makes it even weaker.
Doug, can you go to page 42 on this exhibit? All right, can you, it doesn't have an exhibit number at the top, but this is page 42 on Defense Exhibit 40. Can you describe what this photo is?
Yes, sir. That is a computer animated drawing of some potential trajectories into that quail pen.
And the 2 gray boys here, what are they?
They are, they're 2 figures that were placed in that CAD presentation to represent shooters.
Go to 46 of the same exhibit and describe what this is.
This is one animated suspect, I guess, or shooter placed in a similar CAD drawing, photograph, animation.
Okay, now go to page 49. And what is, sorry, go back, that's the picture I wanted. So there's 3 angles represented in this picture, correct?
There are 3 angles.
2 of them are from the same hole, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of them is from the doghouse, correct?
That is correct.
You are you believe that the doghouse angle is fairly reliable?
I do.
You question the quail house angle, correct?
I place no confidence in that angle from the quail pen.
Explain for the jury, and you observed the defense expert last week talking about this, how did they come to determine, based on these lines and where these gray figures are placed, how did they come to determine their heights were between 5'2" and 5'4"? We'll get to your opinions about that in a moment, but just explain for them how the defense expert got to that decision.
The defense expert said he tried plugging in different heights, and he had to place those animated figures on a plane that line, that laser line. And he determined that they go back and forth on that plane to achieve the defects that are documented by the original crime scene examiner.
Doug, go to page 51 real quick. Let's see if that's the. So there's some yellow placards here on the ground. You see them?
I do.
And what do those yellow placards represent?
Cartridge cases that were found on the ground. They're markers. So, you know, once you find the cartridge cases, you put them there for documentation purposes, photography, and sketching purposes.
And why? Explain to the jury what the defense has determined that their angle is based on those static lines, those green lines, correct?
That is correct. Back and forth on that one static line for one angle and one static line for the other angle.
And they've placed them right there at that particular location. Why?
I think the defense expert was taking into consideration the location of the cartridge cases, and he was showing how it would fit those 5'2" animated figures that he placed in that presentation.
Is it your understanding, and I'll demonstrate, the gray figures are holding the firearm, and those gray lines represent like a string. They would run up and down, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the testimony. You go back and forth on this green line.
Okay. And that they would be right here because this is where the shell casings are. The shell casings are ejecting, correct?
That is how I understood his.
What?
Restate the question.
I'll restate the question. Why would they be placed right there in that particular location along that static green line?
Because they were in proximity to some of the shell casings.
Okay. Can you explain for this jury why their assumptions on the math they did are incorrect in determining that the shooter had to be between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Well, there's a bunch of variables. Variables do matter. There are a bunch that you would have to consider. First, you'd have to consider this to be a static crime scene. Very little movement, and when it is movement, it's controlled movement. Second, you would have to place some confidence in that angle of impact on that cardboard. Third, as I testified in my previous testimony, we're not able to test fire or with confidence what we know to be the weapon used in this situation with the same ammo. And they don't throw the ammo the same place every time. It may be in the general vicinity, but as I said, I believe in my previous testimony, if you knew exactly where it was going to throw that cartridge case, you could carry a bucket with you and sit that bucket and all your cartridge cases would go in the bucket. But like we see in the sketch and in the animated drawing, those cartridge cases are throughout. They're in a pretty large little area. And what I also saw that I noticed from this CAD drawing is there's cartridge cases to the left of these animated shooters, which means that sometime at least two of these shots were fired with the shooter far to the left and not on this static green line.
Could you come down here real quick and point out what you're talking about as it relates to the location of the shell casing?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure if this is a shell casing here, Mr. Wilson, but right here, that is a shell casing, and it would not eject this direction in any situation depicted here in the presentation. It's not a left-handed, nobody's ever testified it was a left-handed AR-15, and like I said, they're kind of uncommon, and if it is, and that's a left-handed, then we couldn't explain the majority of them being to the right. So that's what makes this static line flawed.
Thank you.
And in another photograph, you can actually see a larger area of cartridge cases back here.
Thank you. Let's assume for a minute that the angles are correct. And they very well could be, correct?
They could be.
Why is the defense's theory as to the height of the shooter represented in this picture still wrong? What else could affect it?
Distance and height.
Would you like to take a moment to demonstrate for the jury what you're talking about?
Weapon position. Yes, sir. Will you tell me which angle you'd like me to demonstrate first?
Let me ask you this question before you step down. Can a person be on their knee and get the same angle and be standing and get the same angle?
Yes, sir.
Can a 6'4" person and a 5'4" person still shoot the same angle, just at different distances?
Absolutely.
Can you demonstrate for the jury why that is one way that this could have changed their math?
I can.
Please.
I measured this depth on the witness box during a break. It's 8 inches. I used to be 5'11", but as I get older, I'm about 5'10". But if I'm here, or I could be 5'8", or 5'2", or 5'4". Here I'm 5'10". Here I'm 6'6", and here I'm even over 7 foot, and I've still got the same angle. I have just added a little bit of distance to it. And as far as the quail pin angle, I'm 21 inches from the floor to my knee. I measured it. I believe it was testified that the defendant is 25 inches between the floor and his knee. So there's 4.5 to 5 inches difference in our heights. Here, I'm probably at 4'10" if I'm shouldering this weapon. And I don't know the mechanics or how it got this way. I'm just saying it's possible. Here, I'm at 39, 38 and some change, or I can even take it lower or higher. And please don't ask me to demonstrate that twice, because I don't think my knees can do it again.
I think I heard him crack.
Yeah, but that takes me to 36 inches, 37 inches. With the defendant, it would be about 39. So it's definitely possible. Even from a shoulder weapon, it's possible. And we do not know how the weapon was being held.
From what you've observed in this crime scene, was Maggie moving at the time she was shot?
This was a very dynamic crime scene. I believe everything was moving. The victims and the suspect were moving.
And how do you know that?
Well, suspect would be the different firearms evidence, the cartridge cases. Like I said, there's no absolute. They're not going to throw them the exact same spot, but they will throw them in a similar direction. We've got cartridge cases in a pretty nice sized perimeter. We've got them at different locations from where Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, the final resting place, and different angles and different positions in different directions. So that tells you it's very fluid and it's very dynamic.
So if I'm holding a gun and I'm moving and shooting, what is happening with those shell cases as I move?
They are moving as they're ejected.
Where was Maggie's head pointing when she hit the ground?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh's head was pointed in the direction of Paul Murdaugh, where his body rested, back toward the feed room.
What is your opinion of the defense's expert that says the shooter could not have been 6 feet 4 inches tall like the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I think that's a flawed opinion.
Could it have been a 6'4" person?
It could have been a 5'4", 6'4", or in my opinion, a 7'4", as I just demonstrated.
Doug, let's go to page 59 in the Defense Exhibit 140. That should reflect State's Exhibit 57. Dr. Kinsey, can you describe that picture for the jury?
Yes, sir, I can. That is a shot from inside the feed room, that back window pane where the buckshot exited Paul's left arm and then continued and exited the feed room.
Please go to page 67. Should be State's 45, I believe. And what is that right there?
That's a pink string from the window to a pine tree.
And then go to page 69. And what is that a picture of?
I don't know if it's the same pink string, but it's also a pink string coming out of a window.
Okay. and go to page 74. And that is labeled Exhibit 54. And what is that a picture of?
That's a picture of Mr. Sutton with what looks like a pump action shotgun pointed down into the feed room.
And what do you notice about the angle that he's holding the shotgun and the angle of the string?
Well, the string is parallel.
Let me correct you. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. What is the defense's theory right here, represented in this picture?
I've heard so many theories, but I really believe Mr. Sutton was trying to show that the angle wouldn't match if it was a taller shooter shooting into the feed room.
Okay. Doug, I'm not quite sure what page it is, but I think it's 2 back. Go back one more. There you go. That's it's labeled Exhibit 53. And what is that a picture of?
That's a picture of Mr. Sutton holding, I believe, the same shotgun more parallel to the floor.
And what is he trying to demonstrate in this photo?
I believe he's trying to follow that pink string to that pine tree or whatever got him to that pine tree.
Do you recall from his testimony how he got that angle?
I do, sir. I do. Mr. Sutton testified that he got to where he believes Paul was standing, and he got down and he peeped through the hole in the window, the one that he thought would match that corresponding defect in that pine tree, and he ran a string to that defect in that pine tree.
Are they trying to determine the angle of the shot is exactly the way the shotgun's being pointed?
Well, I believe they were trying to determine trajectory path of that projectile.
What is flawed about this?
Guys, with a rifle, you're talking about a single projectile, and most people understand the distinction. If you can find where it was fired and you can get a perfect impact, sometimes that'll give you an idea of the path of that projectile. With a shot shell, you're talking about 9, 12, or 16, in this case, 9 buckshot pellets. They're packed in a shot shell with filler, it's like a styrofoam material. They're packed in a shot shell. When that cartridge, the primer of that cartridge is ignited and those pellets exit the muzzle of that firearm, they start to spread. We've heard a lot of testimony about that. They start to spread, and they spread in a cone. Okay, you got some at the top, some bottom, some left, and some right. And the more the distance becomes, the greater they spread. They're not like a mother duck with the ducklings right behind it and all the buckshot are in line. So you can't get a true trajectory on this shotgun. You can't even measure a true pattern, not even close to a pattern, with one pellet. So it's my opinion that that pellet that definitely impacted that pine tree, that's the top of the cone. So you've still got a bottom and you've got two sides of that cone. And unfortunately, none of those pellets were located.
So in your professional opinion, can you exclude a 6'4" defendant like Alex Murdaugh, or anyone for that matter at that height, from shooting that shotgun at that angle?
Absolutely not.
When the defense expert says that the shooter has to be between 5'2" and 5'4", do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that wholeheartedly.
With what degree of certainty do you think they're wrong in their conclusions?
I just think it's an unknown. I mean, there's many more variables you have to know. How the shooter was holding the gun, you know, how his proportion to legs matches up with body. I mean, that's something that we're all a little bit different. And unless you've got a video of that or someone tells you how they held a weapon, I think the notion that being able to look at this evidence and determine that is unscientific.
You said something a minute ago. You said there's so much we can't know. Could the shooter have been running laterally?
Certainly he could have.
Could the shooter have been running toward Maggie?
Certainly.
Maggie was certainly moving, correct?
In my opinion, she was.
Could the shooter have been on their knees?
Could have been.
but there's no way to know for sure, correct?
That's an unknown. Yes, sir.
And because there's so many unknowns, there's no way the defense expert can definitively exclude a 6'4" person from shooting the rifle and the shotgun, correct?
The defense,
Cannot leave the witness.
In your opinion, can the defense, based on what you just testified to, exclude a 6'4" person from being the shooter and with either weapon?
in my opinion, no. The defense witness is relying on math and absolute. And in crime scene investigation, sometimes there are no absolutes.
Dr. Kinsey, have you ever observed a contact wound to the head by a shotgun?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times have you observed a contact wound to the head by a shotgun?
After the fact, I've seen several dozen, maybe 3 dozen. But I also had a gentleman that committed suicide in front of me, probably from me to you.
How many times have you actually seen either photos of a contact wound to the back of the head with a shotgun in your professional career?
Probably a dozen. Out of that 3 dozen, probably 24 of them were suicides or someone taking their own life, probably a dozen execution killings.
Can you describe to the jury what kind of trauma a face, and I know they've heard from a pathologist, but in your experience as an expert in crime scene forensics, can you describe the kind of trauma you have observed in your career with contact wounds to the back of the head or any part of the head?
Yes, sir, I have.
And specifically to the face.
Generally speaking, whether it be a shotgun or a large caliber handgun, the result is similar. You feel as though the forehead and the facial features have went away, and that's a kind way to put it. They're actually there, but they've been shredded. And the pathologist can actually put those features back in place, or the majority of it. But looking at it, it looks like from the teeth up, the person went away. It's just a mess.
Dr. Kinsey, I would like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 486. Can you look at that and say if you've seen that picture before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the picture of?
It's a picture of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
And what part of Paul Murdaugh is it a picture of?
His face and his forehead.
Does his face look like it suffered the kind of trauma you have observed in the past from a contact gunshot wound to the back of the head or any part of the head?
No, sir, other than some red features from, falling on the cement after the fatal shot and some blotching to his skin, his face looks fairly normal to have gone through what he suffered.
And I'm not going to publish the photo again because I think people are tired of seeing it, but I do need for you to describe what kind of things you've observed with the eyes and the bones with people that you've seen that have been struck or shot in the back of the head at point blank range.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not always the back. Now, I've seen some from the side also.
But
yes, sir. Generally, like I said, it looks like the facial features have gone away, or they've at least changed drastically. A lot of times you will get large blood pockets or contusions under the eyes if the eyes don't pop out. A lot of times the eyes will pop out and they'll be on what's left of the cheeks. The facial bones, you can grab them with a gloved hand and you can move them around. And then you will actually have pellet exits in the skin flap. If you pull the skin up, you can see where the pellets, whether they be buckshot or close distance birdshot, you can see the actual defects from those pellets.
Based on your training and your many years of law enforcement experience, are the wounds suffered to Paul at the back of the head consistent with a contact shot to the back?
Absolutely not, in my opinion.
Okay, Dr. Kinsey, we'll move on from that for just a second. You were here yesterday, correct?
I was.
Did you have the opportunity to observe, I want to say his name correctly, I believe it was Tim Pombach?
I did.
He was a crime scene investigator who was qualified as an expert for the defense. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would, he came up with two significant conclusions, you could say three, about how Paul was shot at the feed room. Do you remember what those were for this jury?
The big one that I recall is that Paul was shot in the back of the head with a contact wound. And the other one, the strikes in my mind, I don't know, the shooter passed him and shot him from inside the feed room. Those are the two big ones that I recall.
There was another one regarding the number of people there. Was there?
The thing about two shooters, yes, sir.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. I would like to, Doug, can you get the Elmo up? I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 182. What's that a picture of?
That's a picture of that expert with his hands cupped opposite the hinges on the door frame.
Okay. I want to let this picture up for a moment because what is the direction that the picture was taken from?
From inside the feed room.
Facing what direction?
Outside the feed room.
Okay. Now, you had an opportunity to hear the defense's theory on how Paul was shot, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
I would like to demonstrate that with you right now.
Yes, sir.
Can you walk us through the defense's theory as you understood it to be?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, for purposes of this demonstration, I don't know if the court would allow it, but it'd be nice if we could open this door. I want to make sure that there's security here, but if we could have that door open just for a minute or two. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm grabbing what Smart Estates Exhibit 4, which is a camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 shotgun 12 gauge. We'll use this for the demonstration, so step down. Now, is this door the same width as the feed room door?
It's a couple inches wider than the feed room door.
And of course, the feed room door doesn't have this, it's inset, correct?
That is correct.
So this is not exactly a replication of what happened at the feed room door, correct?
No, sir, it's not. The door swings the same direction though.
Now, you have given me permission. I'm very careful about muzzle velocity. Muzzle awareness, but you have given me permission to point this at you, correct?
I have.
Okay. You actually asked me to, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. So go in there and stand a couple of feet back. It doesn't have to be 5 feet, but you have since testified that Paul was 5 feet inside the feed room, correct?
Can we demonstrate the first shot out here?
I am.
I believe they am.
Right, stand back a little bit because you got to stumble toward me.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to point like I'm pointing at you.
Yes, sir.
Paul is shot. Where's the shooter approximately outside the door?
The reach face or the ejection port of the shotgun is just past the door frame.
Okay, Paul has just been shot.
Yes, sir.
And then in the defense's theory, you tell me what to do, and you act this out, and I'm gonna do what you tell me to do based on the defense's theory of the case.
The defense agreed with the assessment that Paul stood there for a moment, bleeding down his injured left arm, and he slowly walked toward the door.
Okay, and what does the shooter do?
The shooter's coming in the door.
And then what does the shooter do?
He shoots Paul in the back of the head after he passes him.
Okay, and then shoots Paul in the back of the head like this, and where does the blood spatter go?
The blood spatter, the pellet defects, and one that I didn't know about that the expert collected was in the door frame at the top of the door.
Now, I understand this is a little different than the feed room door. That's the best we can do. So what did you find odd about the theory, first of all?
I think the theory is preposterous, in my opinion.
Can you walk me through why you think it's preposterous?
Absolutely. Number one, that dry lock number 2 shot shell fires a projectile at 1,450 feet per second once it leaves the muzzle of that weapon. As was mentioned, that's a millisecond. That's fast. To think that the pressure from flesh and bone will cause that pellet, those steel pellets now, we're not talking about lead. Lead's a little bit more giving. Lead is malleable. It will crush or flatten. We're talking about steel, BB pellets. They will turn around because of the pressure, go back the opposite direction, 180-degree direction at enough velocity to dent a steel exterior door and embed in the door frame. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen, in my opinion.
I don't know if you mentioned this earlier, but can you talk about, make sure I get it right.
And can I add?
Please do.
Also, there's no defects to the OSB or the T111 siding in the bottom of the room.
All right, wait a second. You said a lot right there.
Yes, sir.
TS what?
TS111. It's like a exterior paneling that people put on their buildings. That's what's on the building.
For all us city boys, we appreciate you describing that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's a whole other paneling. There's no defects at the bottom. And if that theory is correct, if this is an entrance and this is an exit, the shot still had to go somewhere. There's no defects down there on anything. The door frame, as I mentioned in my previous testimony, the door frame has a clean void. That would be perfectly in line with those shot from that shot shell. There's no cracks, chips, pellet holes in the cement. There's nothing in the OSB. That's cheap plywood. That's man-made plywood. There's no defects in the plywood. There's no high velocity blood spatter on the floor. What was pointed out to you is medium velocity, and that's from coming out of the wound and gravity bringing it down to the floor. You would see a pattern on the floor, just like what you can see in the photographs at the top of that door. None of that's there. So I have to look at the science, and I have to look at inertia, and I have to look at that shot shell and how fast that shell is propelled out of that barrel. And I know that it can't turn around 180 degrees and go back the other direction. It's not like blood and tissue. We're talking about steel pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, are there studies on percentages of blowback when you're shooting into someone?
There are.
And based on your expert opinion, what percentage of blowback would come back at a shooter if they were able to shoot at that angle?
Well, I don't think there's any definite, but what I read is 8 to 10%, except in, like I said, it's not an absolute every time, but 8 to 10%. Remember, the most of your force is going out the front of the barrel.
And a moment ago, you were just talking about the defects and all of the trauma that would have happened to the paneling and the floor. Can you point on this photo with the dowel stick behind you for the jury? I just want them to see in this photo.
Right here, the void, as I documented in my original testimony, the void was from here down, other than one stray satellite drop of blood. That was fairly clean from here to at least right here. But there's no defects here. There's no defects in that cement outside. There's no defects in the inside cement, and none in this OSB right here. And that was still there when I did the tour. They ripped out all the shelving and some of the insulation, but this was still there.
Dr. Kinsey, you may have covered this a little bit, but explain for the jury, if someone is shooting down, as we just demonstrated a moment ago here in the doorway, you're leaning out, the shooter is shooting down. How do pellets get embedded into the door frame up here? How is that possible?
I think it's impossible myself. Physics don't work that way unless you're shooting into a trampoline or a huge piece of steel, and then you may have a pellet deflected back on you. It happens many times, especially when we're shooting steel targets, but not at that velocity. It will not sink into the door frame, and it definitely will not dent that door with what I documented, in my opinion.
What is restate for this jury what the defense's theory based on that blowback that would have exploded into the shooter's face here behind Paul? Explain for this jury what the defense's theory is about how that shooter would have been injured.
The defense expert testified that that shooter would be most probably incapacitated from blood, bone, and body fluid, and there was a high likelihood that he was injured by those pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, in your expert opinion, is there anything awkward about a shooter standing outside going into an enclosed area to turn around to shoot someone from enclosed? Is there something weird about that to you?
I can't figure out the methodology of a shooter. I've never done any crime like that, Mr. Wilson, but I don't see, if we talk about common sense and everybody's mentioned the totality when they don't have an answer for something, it's always, I looked at the totality, but I don't see any reason for someone to squeeze up past one victim in this doorway to go inside to shoot him back out. And if he did, if that scenario did happen, that doesn't explain all the pellets that are in the floor of the feed room that we've heard testimony to as to why law enforcement didn't clean those pellets up. If it happened the way the defense expert says those pellets would be out here in the yard, they would not be inside that feed room.
Dr. Kinsey, you have a chance to review the case file on this particular case and observe the defense testimony from last week?
It's two separate things. Yes, sir. I have reviewed our case file. All crime scene or what I felt was crime scene related evidence. I didn't look into the videos and a lot of that other stuff. And I have witnessed the testimony of the defense experts.
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the tool marks found on the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the tool marks found on the weathered 300 blackout shells found way up by the house in the flower bed? Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar.
And what do you know about that?
The examination.
Of our case, it's going into completely new information. Their ballistic experts already testified. We didn't present a ballistic expert, and now they're parading him as a ballistic expert.
Response.
Your Honor, their expert said yesterday, about an hour and 9 minutes into their testimony, that it would be impractical for one shooter to bring in two long guns. It has always been the state's theory that the shooter owned both guns and had them on him. So we're rebutting what the defense expert said.
The objection overruled.
Please answer the question.
Can you ask me again, Mr. Wilson, please?
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the 300 blackout shells found up by the flower bed that appeared to be several months old and weathered? What relationship do the shells have to each other?
According to the firearms examination, those cartridge casings were loaded and ejected from the same weapon.
So a family-owned weapon is what was used to kill Maggie.
Leading.
What do you infer from that information?
I would infer that this is a family-owned firearm.
There was some testimony yesterday, Dr. Kinsey, about, well, it was from the defendant's brother, Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh. And it related to the following day, he came upon the crime scene. It had been cleared, and he saw how the crime scene was left. Can you explain? You've been in law enforcement for how many years?
30 years. Well, over 30, but 30 years getting paid.
And you're the chief deputy at a sheriff's department?
Yes, sir. Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office.
just to clarify some things, can you explain normally or traditionally how crime scenes are cleaned up for this jury? Is it the responsibility of law enforcement, in other words?
No, sir. There are private companies that are contracted through SOVA. Well, it used to be SOVA. The name's changed now, and I'm sorry.
What does SOVA stand for?
It's Victims
State.
It's a State Office of Victims Assistance, but it's now changed. I can't tell you what the new acronym is, but it works through our victims advocates, law enforcement victims advocates. Almost every department has them, and there's funding provided from taxpayer funds to work through your victims advocates, and you go out and you clean these crime scenes for the families so they don't bear the burden of cleaning those crime scenes. Law enforcement in particular cannot collect and dispose of and transport sounds terrible, body parts or body fluids. That's something the coroner has to do because it's actually by permit through DHEC. But to make it easy on the family, these companies can collect those items and then they will turn them over with a chain of custody, or they will properly dispose of those items.
Dr. Kinsey, is it your expert opinion that a 6'4" shooter cannot be excluded from the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I see nothing that could exclude a 6'4" shooter.
In your expert opinion, can you tell this jury, is it right for the defense to say that there had to be two shooters based on the testimony you heard yesterday? In your expert opinion, can you exclude two shooters?
I cannot include or exclude two shooters.
Can the defense include, to the exclusion of all other possibilities, two shooters?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, court's indulgence. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Mr. Griffin.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kinsey.
Hey, Mr. Griffin.
And anyone who has a doctorate degree, I want to call doctor. It's all right if I call you doctor?
I'll answer anything you call me, Mr. Griffin.
I understand.
I appreciate that.
But now, your degree, though, is in criminal justice. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You're not a doctor of pathology?
Absolutely not.
And you have no medical training?
I have training in pathology of gunshot wounds. Yes, sir. I've attended several courses, classes, and seminars. It was also included in the criteria for the certifications I mentioned for the International Association for Identification. I've also conducted extensive research on police officer use of force cases and the injuries that result from therein.
Your doctorate is in criminal justice, and I believe your dissertation research is in use of force and perceptions of public attitude held by police trainers?
That is correct.
What was that?
Been going on the last 5 or 6 years in our country. I was just trying to help. I wanted to figure out something that would assist with, because we've seen some law enforcement officers do some terrible things on video. We've also, we've got a segment of our society, the minority segment of our population. A lot of those citizens are in fear of law enforcement, and I wanted to study if the media perception as held by the 3 types of law enforcement trainers, if the media perception and the way they portray law enforcement, if that affected the way we train our officers, if we're too hypervigilant, or if we tell them, look, there's death waiting for you around every corner. Is that going to make law enforcement more prone to use force or use less force, or those kind of criteria? And that's what I was interested in. I was laying the groundwork with a scientific quantitative study to allow someone to come behind me and do some further research just to expand that topic.
Right. But you've said you also have done some gunshot wound training as part of some certification?
Yes, sir. The IAI, as I mentioned, I was formally certified 2 different times. I think it's a 5-year certification. And I did let it lapse in 2015 because that's when I started my PhD and I couldn't study for both. But that is an extensive process where you do research and you have to do a written test. And then with my proficiencies throughout SLED, and then I still do some with our sheriff's office now where you have to pass proficiency, and that is practical examinations, testing, and that kind of thing.
Okay. Now, in this case, that the state did have a pathologist, Dr. Reamer, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
And you reviewed her autopsy report as part of your work, correct?
Not so much as reviewed her report, but I went and spoke with her in Charleston at her office.
Or did you review her report?
I have access to her report, Ms. Griffin. I can't tell you. I looked through the whole report.
And you understood that her opinion was it was a shoulder shot through the neck and then up out of the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe we agreed on that. Yes,
and your reconstruction opinion is that's the exact same angle that Paul was shot by the shooter. Shoulder, neck, out the top of the head.
Yes, sir. But I didn't just rely on her information. I also looked at the crime scene photographs and I went to the scene myself.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
But, and then did you hear Dr. Eisenstadt, his testimony?
I did.
Now, you worked with SLED, did you not?
I did. Yes, sir.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked for GBI, correct?
Yes, sir.
SLED does not have its own in-house division of medical examiners, do they?
No, sir. There are several fine medical examiners throughout the state. I've done autopsies in a lot of the bigger cities in South Carolina.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked, and he was the chief medical examiner toward the end at GBI, correct?
That's what he testified to. I don't know that doctor.
You didn't know of him before this case?
I did not. No,
Okay.
sir.
Now he says his opinion is it was a gunshot wound, contact to the back of the head. Is that correct?
That is what he testified to. Yes, sir.
And if he is correct, then your opinion is incorrect. Is that right?
I don't share the same opinion as that doctor. But yes, if he would be correct, that would make me incorrect.
Okay. Now, in your training, are you familiar with Mr. DeMayo's book on gunshot wounds?
I have read DeMayo. I've heard it described as the Bible. I don't consider, no do my cohorts consider that as the gunshot Bible. There's 4 or 5 different versions out. There's one called Terminal Ballistics by Dobb, and there's also one Gunshot Wounds by Doherty. And those are the ones that I'm more familiar with. But I'm not saying it's a bad textbook, and I'm not saying that the information in it's not correct.
Okay. Now, and we'll get to more of that in a moment. What I'd like to do is first address Mr. Sutton's work that you had criticisms of.
Well, I didn't have criticisms. We just have different opinions. He's an engineer and I'm a crime scene investigator,
Okay.
Mr. Griffin.
Well, I just, seems like you said that the angles of the, to the quail pen were unreliable.
Absolutely.
Okay. And
I have several more criteria that I didn't mention earlier, but I mean, if you want me to go into those, I will.
Well, I want to ask you first, what's your understanding as to how those measurements were taken? Who took those measurements in the quail pen?
The original angles were the original SLED crime scene agent that responded to the scene.
Right.
And took those angles.
And you understand that Mr. Sutton relied upon Agent Worley's measurements?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Now you were putting a dowel, shoving it in a box and taking it out of the box as if Mr. Sutton went back and tried to remeasure it.
No, sir, that's not what I was insinuating. I said when the original agent removed her dowel, it wasn't nefarious,
But depending on how she removed that dowel, she could have altered that impact.
Well, let's take a look at that, Doug. And this is Defendant's Exhibit 140. And can you pull that up? The one you were showing with the state. Excuse me. Just go to the second slide to start with. There you go. So you understood from this exhibit that Mr. Sutton relies solely on the shot trajectories measured by Agent Worley.
As I said, it wasn't his intentions, Mr. Griffin. It was his results that I disagree with. It's not absolute. And he gave, in my opinion, an absolute opinion to this.
Well, why would Special Agent Worley take measurements if someone should not rely upon them?
I can't answer that. You'd have to ask Special Agent Worley. But in my opinion, the direction, even though she can't obtain a perfect angle of impact, or even if that weathered cardboard was damaged, it's not a good substance to depend on because it's just not hardy enough. And she was showing direction. I'm not saying the direction's wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't put confidence reviewing this case or work in this case. I would not put confidence in anything that angle of impact tells me because it's cardboard.
All right. So if you can go to slide number 7, I believe I've numbered them correctly. And do you recognize that as being one of her measurements?
I do. Yes, sir.
And do you think she took the dowel out and then put it back in to put this measuring device?
No, Mr. Griffin, I didn't say the angle. I said the angle of impact when he was talking about the bullet wipe and that part. That's what I was referring to. And that's what I'm saying. That hole can be altered when you remove those dowel rods. That shows direction, but that direction, I don't place a lot of confidence in it because we have more cartridge casings and we have injuries on Miss Maggie Murdaugh. We don't know if this bullet struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. If it struck anyone else, we don't know that the defect in that doghouse struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. Those are unknowns that we don't know. So all this proves to me is that the shooter was moving and more than likely Miss Maggie Murdaugh was moving.
All right, hang on. So Doug, if you'll back up one to number 6. So are you suggesting that this photograph, number 6, taken by SLED, Agent Worley, that was taken after the dowel was removed or before a dowel was put in there?
Mr. Griffin, I don't know. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know how it was altered when she removed the dowel. I wouldn't place confidence in this before inserting the dowel because it's paper. It's not something hardy.
Well, would your opinions be different if you knew she took the picture first before inserting the dowel?
It would still be irrelevant except for direction because we know we had a moving shooter. We know we had a moving victim, and we can't prove one way or the other whether the projectile that caused this defect struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. So if you'll go to slide 8. Again, this is Agent Worley's measurements of a dowel in the hole. Is that correct?
Same picture. Yes, sir.
Well, let's go to number 9. It's a little closer. And is this measuring up and down or left and right? Horizontal or vertical?
That is up and down.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to mention this, but the actual protractor or level finder is backwards. It would be a much more confident angle if the flat edge was up against the substance, but I wasn't going to bring that out.
And SLED did this, not
SLED did that, yes, sir. But I don't know what her intentions were. Like I said, she could have just been trying to show direction. I don't know that, Mr. Griffin.
Well, this is direction, but it's up and down direction, right?
Yes, sir. It's showing angle of impact also.
Right. And if you had confidence in the angle of impact, you could do, whether you're doing it with a Faro system or just, the old fashioned way with some sort of colored twine? I mean, it's a legitimate way to determine shot angles.
I don't know what it would prove, and I've run it through my head a million times. I don't know what more it would prove other than you've got a moving victim, you've got a moving shooter, and that at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was over there in the vicinity of that quail pen. And we know that because we identified that tire tread impression on her leg as being from that Polaris or another tire just like it. Okay. So I know that already.
So if you go to slide 12, please, which is exhibit 70. So you know that this shot angle through the quail pen also went through the feed room. Through the shed, through that wooden wall. That wooden wall there, correct?
I don't think I observed a photograph of the inside of the shed. I may have, but I don't believe I ever observed that.
Well, do you see number 12 going all the way through? This is the dowel that goes from the outside, the inside, and then on through the backside of the quail pen.
I see it being held up by the cardboard and the rabbit wire, but I don't know what's behind that cardboard.
You're unaware that it actually went through the wood there. You didn't know that.
I do not know. And like I said, I don't see what it would prove. I don't see any more that it would prove than you've got a moving suspect and a moving victim.
Well, if the measurement included going through fixed wood siding, that would give you more confidence that the angle is accurate, would it not?
Yes, sir. But the angle itself will prove no more for me than direction, because what this proves to me is at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was close to this quail pen. If this shot is related, and I have no reason to believe it's not, and my shooter was moving, my victim was moving. I don't know forensically what else that can prove.
Well, you can certainly measure the angle of the bullet entrance to the quail pen and calculate backwards to see where that shot was fired from.
You could, yes, sir.
And that's what Mr. Sutton did he not?
He did, and I never disagreed with his direction. I'm disagreeing with his final analysis or his final result that you can judge how tall a shooter is without knowing a whole lot of other variables.
Well, you understood that Mr. Sutton said that the gun, the barrel was somewhere on that line at to make the shot angle.
Moving back and forth on that line. Yes, sir. Yeah. I heard his testimony.
And that he picked a spot and said, if you put the gun at a hip level to get on that line, he used a 5'2" person as an example. That's
exclusively. Yes, sir. I do.
But he did not say the person had to be 5'2", did he? I mean, we all know it could be dynamic. A 5'8", 6 foot person can get low.
What I gathered from his testimony is it was his opinion that only a person in that height range could have fired that weapon. That was my opinion.
Well, his opinion was that it would be a shooter at 6'4". It would be an unnatural position for them to fire at that low of a level.
And that's the part I disagree with. I don't know how Mr. Sutton could publish an opinion about what's natural or unnatural.
Well, if it's someone's 6'4" and the muzzle of the gun is being fired at 28 inches off the ground, I mean, the 6'4" person either's got to get down on the ground or hold it down below their knees. Isn't that correct?
I have demonstrated several different ways, depending on distance and height, that a shooter can shoot. We don't know. We don't have a video of it, Mr. Griffin.
Right. But Mr. Sutton's methodology, I think what I'm hearing you now is you don't have a real dispute to his methodology.
He's an engineer. Yes, sir.
Okay. What you dispute is the accuracy of the angle coming out of the quail pen because of the construction being cardboard. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I said that if I was investigating that and even reviewing that case, as a consult, I put little or no confidence in that angle of the impact of that cardboard. Now, I put much greater confidence in the one for the dog kennel.
Okay, well, let's see if we can. You mentioned you had a fair amount of confidence in at least one of the angles coming out of the quail pen, right? Left or right?
The direction, yes, sir.
The direction. And so let's take a look at that right quick. And Doug, if you'll go to
Time. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. The court reporter needs a break. We'll take 15 minutes.
Thank you for coming back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, we are covering the Alex Murdaugh trial, as you know, and you've been riveted to this screen. I promised to bring you back into that courtroom, but just as we went to break, the judge said that the court reporter also needed a break. So they're taking 15 minutes off. But this gives me a chance to bring in my great guests, Chris Adams and Tyler Bailey, both esteemed, well thought of, very experienced trial lawyers, usually defense lawyers in the state of South Carolina. Carolina and elsewhere. Okay, so let me start with you, Chris, first. I have said that by bringing in the Attorney General of the state of South Carolina, that indeed the state is sending a message that this is an important case. I'm bringing in the, excuse the pun, the big guns. How is he doing?
For a politician, he's doing better than I was expecting. He's actually asking questions like he's a courtroom lawyer, not just a politician.
That's, you know what, that may be the shorter answer. Politicians would never give that short an answer, Chris. So let me go to Tyler here for a second. Tyler, okay. All right, all this about where the wounds are on the decedent, as we know, Paul. And I'm not talking about putting Maggie aside for the moment, not that she's not important. It seems to me that the state has got themselves into this predicament about why it matters where the shot is, whether it's to the back of the head, close contact, whether it's through the arm, whether it's through the neck and going upwards, because they had said to the grand jury that there was back spatter. And, you know, I know from trying cases, long guns, a lot of times you don't get that back spatter, even with a shotgun from the gases, okay? But they've gotten themselves into this position. Now are they trying to get out of this position?
It appears they're trying to get out of it. You know, the jury has heard a string of experts, from forensic pathologists to criminologists. You've had investigators from SLED testify about how the gunshots occurred. So, you know, I think the jury has heard so much, so many different experts. Most of the experts seem very qualified and have been able to withstand cross. We currently listen to Kinsey being crossed by Jim Griffin right now. You know, I would be surprised if the jury's able to really keep up with all this. I think they'll have a better idea how they felt about the testimony. This last expert being the last one who was examined on direct by Alan Wilson, Attorney General, I think will serve a little bit more of a lasting memory. But it's going to be interesting to see on closing arguments how both the state and defense try to, you know, outline their positions on the experts and which expert they should believe.
And Chris Adams, my feeling is it really doesn't matter whether it's a head wound, back wound, or whatever, because as I see from my Twitter feed, someone says, well, he could have just washed himself off if he had stuff on him, that the jury's going to come down to whether or not he's the shooter. And to me, it comes down to that kennel video and the 2-minute time period where the 2 cell phones locked forever and were not used ever again. To me, that's the case. One way or another, do you vote yes or do you vote no?
Well, Linda, you raise a great point, and I think it's a very interesting point to think about, that the state went through their case in chief and they didn't commit to the scenario down by the kennel and leading to the death. So that could have happened anyway, but what they were telling and selling to the jurors is that Alex Murdaugh was responsible. Now the defense has put on a case where it does matter to the defense, the scenario, and they put up expert witnesses say Paul was shot first, here's how he was shot. Then it would have been Maggie running toward the shooter. And it really played into the idea that it would have been 2 shooters, not 1 shooter, which undermines the key piece of the state's case. Now in rebuttal, the state is trying to commit to a theory. And the theory seems to be whatever the defense is telling you can't be believed. And we're calling these experts, and now we're willing to express all sorts of theories about how it went down, and we're going to commit to those. And it seems an odd time to do it, because the bigger question, and it seems like the safer position for the advocate, who of course none of the prosecutors were there, the safest position would be.
And Chris, I have to hold that. Chris, I have to hold that thought because we're going to take a quick break. I'll see you all on the other side. Stay with us. Thanks for coming back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden, but I have with me our own correspondent who's been in that courtroom, Gigi McKelvey. Gigi, it is so great to see you coming out during the break to talk to us. Tell us, the Attorney General of the state of South Carolina, Alan Wilson, what did the jury, if you could tell, think when he got up, and did they know who he is?
I don't know. I mean, they were pretty stoic. There was more reaction from just members of the public and all of us in the media that he got up, but it was interesting. You know, it's the last witness, we think. So, I mean, it's now or never, right?
Yeah, so we know that he is questioning Dr. Kinsey, who was one of the more, I should say, affable witnesses for the state on the stand. He's now in the redirect on the rebuttal case, I guess. I guess he's not really in the redirect, he's still in cross. But how is the jury? Are they hanging on his word? Are they listening to him? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think he's one of the more favorite witnesses for the jury. He explains things so well. You really get a picture of what happened that night. First time he testified, the jury were just all eyes and ears. They're tired today, but they're still giving him 100% of their attention because he's just one of those witnesses, I think, that explains things so well. It's just, it's interesting to hear him talk because he helps you understand why this can't be, why that can't be. And then not only that, but he just puts it in layman terms. So I think witnesses like Dr. Kinsey, who is my personal favorite by the state, have been great for this jury to help visualize in a trial with a lack of visuals.
And speaking about visuals, that brings me to a question we did not talk about, the gun demonstration. I was like, oh my gosh, if I tried that in the state of New Jersey, I would be, or federal court, I'd be called out. But is the jury now, are they listening or are they done?
No, they're listening. They're not tapping out by any means. I think they understand this is the last hour or so of testimony in this case. They'll go to the jury view, I believe, tomorrow morning. And then, you know, closings either tomorrow afternoon or Thursday. I think maybe Thursday. So I think they know we're winding down and they're seeing it through. They've been attentive for the last, 6 weeks? And so nothing different this afternoon.
Wow. Well, Gigi, I know I have to let you go back into that courtroom because the break is almost over. I can't wait to hear your thoughts after all the witnesses are finishing. And of course, the scene view by the jury tomorrow. Thank you, Gigi McKelvey, as usual. And this gives me a chance to again speak with my wonderful guests, great trial lawyers familiar with the South Carolina landscape, Tyler Bailey and Chris Adams. Now, Tyler, let me go to you. Okay, so the state spent a lot of time, again, on their rebuttal case about Alex Murdaugh being a liar, right? And we know that. But I can hear a summation now from the defense. Well, they want to talk about that. This is the state. This is the government. They went to the grand jury. They lied about Alex Murdaugh having back spatter, blood spatter on his T-shirt. They lied about how the weapons were loaded in that house with bird shot first and then buckshot, something, by the way, I also fell for, right? They lied. They're the government. And he even told you, the witness on the stand said, well, it's okay to lie to the defendant. Well, it's okay to lie to the defendant, but it's not okay to lie to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I can hear it now, Tyler, your thoughts.
Yeah, I think the defense is going to have a lot of ammunition, excuse the pun, to work with in their closing. You know, the state has there's been a sloppy investigation. You have state witnesses who have admitted to lying. The state's case has largely been all circumstantial evidence and attacking Alex's character. I think on rebuttal that Dick Carpootland did a good job in trying to show that maybe one of the witnesses, one of Alex's former partners may have been biased. He kind of beat him up on this. Was he angry? Was he angry? And to me, he showed a little bit of anger in his testimony. I think that during the closing arguments, the defense are going to show that, look, there is some ground to this two-shooter theory. We know the state did a sloppy investigation. We know that they lied, and all they're showing is that Alex is a liar, and he's admitted to being a liar. But he has not admitted to killing his wife and son, and evidence to them, I believe there's a lot of reasonable doubt there that he was a shooter.
So, Chris Adams, Dr. Raymer was on this morning, right? She didn't count how many pellets were on the floor, in the body, and it seems to me and you probably would know better being from the South Carolina area, that you need to know that to know how many shooters there are, right? You can't just rely on the fact that there may be some spent cartridges on the ground. That would be good. But she also said she had notes, and I was jumping up and down at my desk when I heard that she hadn't turned them over, and the defense didn't answer. I'm like, hello, Your Honor, time out. We want those notes. There may be Brady material in those notes. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not sure the context about that. The notes should have been provided in discovery. They should have been provided to the government's or to the defense's expert for the defense's expert to review and see if they agree with the conclusions or disagree with the conclusions. A lot of times, and I think younger prosecutors learn this lesson the hard way. A lot of times a file is given to the prosecutor and they believe that they have turned over everything that they have. And they learn very quickly that there are two files. There's one sent to the prosecution for production to the defense, and then there's the real file in the office. And if she had notes, the defense is entitled to them, and their experts would have wanted access to them.
Which is why, Chris, I always tell when I train young lawyers, even though they say it's electronic, usually there is a file pad like I have here on my desk with law and crime. It's kind of a little messy right now where I've made notes on top. You have
You bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Griffin. Yes, sir.
Dr. Kinsey, I'm still talking about the quail pen. You remember how tall off the ground that defect is?
I do not remember, Mr. Griffin.
If I would show you Agent Wardley's report, take a look at it. We don't, it's already in evidence somewhere, but if you could just tell the jury, and if that's consistent with your understanding of how high that defect is.
$4'2".
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And did you inspect, when you were out there, did you inspect the entry in the quail pen or the damage to the shop behind the quail pen at all?
I looked at all of it, but I did not run any angles.
Okay. And did you ever talk to Agent Worley about her measurements?
I did. Yes, sir. I did interview Agent Worley about her work on the scene.
When was that?
Back the first or second week of December at the New Sled Laboratory.
Okay.
I can give you an exact date if I look back through my notes.
I don't need that. But are you being compensated for your time?
I am. Yes, sir.
And how much have you been paid thus far, and how much you hope to get paid before it's all said and done?
Well, I'm a Baptist, so if I didn't charge something, my friends and family would talk bad about me. But my retainer is $2,500, and I have a flat $100 an hour rate. And when I added it up, I was up a little over 100 hours, but I ended my retainer myself without anyone asking me to do a little over a week and a half ago. And I'm now working off of a mutual aid agreement that my sheriff's allowing me to do that, Sheriff Leroy Ravenel from Orangeburg.
Sure.
So I'm not charging anything from a little bit before last week on.
So 100 hours, $100, is that?
That's roughly, I have expended roughly, not all of it was daytime, but if I take off, I have to use personal leave from work to do this work. So roughly 75, 80 hours I have used of time from work.
Okay. So you've made $7,500, $10,000?
Well, I've spent way more than that running up and down the highways, Mr. Griffin. I've probably been to 20 meetings or so, but yes, sir, if you look at it that way.
Now, Doug, back to exhibit.
But I will be going up next week.
Exhibit 140, and if you'll go to slide 31, please. I think it's the right number. Yeah. So this is from Mr. Sutton, and it's got, let's just focus on the angle going in the quail pen. This is not a height issue. This is the angle. Do you have any disagreement with this angle?
I don't. The only problem I have with it, I know there was a side-by-side there, and I don't see the side-by-side depicted on this photograph. So looking at it, I could not tell you how that would play into that angle.
Okay. But, and the quail pen's 4 feet, the defect in the quail pen's 4 feet, 2 inches off the ground. And according to Agent Worley, the shot angle is rising either 1 degree or 1.5 degrees or 3 degrees. Is that consistent?
That's accurate. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you believe the shot angle is rising? I mean, you may not agree with that exact angle, but do you believe it's rising toward the quail pen?
Well, I believe it could be. Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe it could be a downward?
I do not
trajectory?
believe, looking at it, that it could be downward. No, sir.
So we can eliminate downward.
Well, if you're going by my results, I'm saying that I don't believe it's downward.
Okay. And so if it's going upward, and then you take that line back that we see, this line, at some point in time, it's going to go into the ground, will it not?
It should, yes, sir.
And do you know where that terminal point is roughly?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin. As I said, I know I've got a moving victim. I know I've got a moving suspect. I know there's a lot of movement. I don't see where that's worth 25 cents or a quarter one way or the other. It gives me an idea that this is a fluid and dynamic crime scene.
Well, if you had confidence in the vertical angle, then you would be able to determine depending on where along the way, you would be able to determine the height of the muzzle of the gun if you had confidence in the angle.
Well, I'd have to know a bunch of unknowns also. How the shooter's holding the gun, how tall the shooter is, the distance. Did he move a shell casing? Did he not? I mean, I don't know those things, and I'm not going to make them up.
No, I mean, would you have to know all those things to know how high the muzzle is off the ground at any point along that line?
If you give me a fixed point and I knew that I had a strategic fixed position I was shooting, I could run a tape measure and know where they were at.
And it doesn't matter whether it's a 7.4, 6.4, 4.4 person, the muzzle's going to be at a fixed spot, right?
That's the way angles work. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Now, on this Faro, and Faro is SLED does Faro work, do they not?
Yes, sir.
And it is the state-of-the-art technology of scanning and getting measurements?
It is the new thing. We use the sketch pad and a pencil, but I do understand the technical part of it.
And would you agree with me that the feed room would be about right in here? Can you see that? You want to come down and point out where the feed room would be on this angle? Excuse me, on this Faro? And I'll give you I thought I would.
I believe it's right here.
Right there at the end of the structure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I guess you don't have the measurements, but do you know roughly how far this line, this angle would be away from the corner of that structure?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin.
You've not done that math?
No, sir, and I saw no need to if all the shell casings are up here by the shed.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to go back to Paul and his injuries and and I guess first I want to talk about your analysis. Y'all have been critical of Mr. Palmbach and Dr. Eisenstadt, but under your analysis, the shot of the gun was up to the left shoulder, jaw, and out the top of the head. Correct?
Yes, sir. That is my opinion.
And you, I'm gonna come up here, and this is the feed room door here. I just want to understand where you have Paul under your analysis. Is Paul on this side?
Which shot, Mr. Griffin?
The last shot.
The fatal shot?
Yes, sir.
Well, as I mentioned in my report, I would assume he's closer to this wall because I've got a void 6 inches below that light switch. If you look at the outside photograph of that building, there's a silver light cover on the wall. And about 6 inches below that, I've got one stray satellite drop of blood, and then it's fairly clean. You got some outliers, but it's fairly clean going down.
Okay. So you think Paul is closer, and this will be the door and it's swung open. So you think Paul is closer to this side?
Well, I think it would have to be Paul because the angle wouldn't match up if the shooter was here and Paul was over there. It wouldn't match up either way, whether it was down in the head or up in the head. It still wouldn't match up either way if Paul was against the hinge side of the door.
And Paul is standing roughly how I'm standing?
No, sir. As I demonstrated, well, we tried to demonstrate, me and Mr. Harpootlian were kind of dancing up here, but I believe he come out with his head down. He's drooped on the left side, and he come out on this side with his shoulder just outside the room. Yes, sir. About like that.
Okay. And then the shooter is off to Paul's left?
Yes, sir. From this side. Yes, sir.
And the shooter has a shotgun, right?
Absolutely.
And he is some 2.5 feet away?
Well,
I mean, the barrel is 2.5 feet away?
That's what Dr. Reamer said. Yes, sir.
What do you say?
I don't believe it was that far away. But I'm not, like I said in my earlier testimony, I'm not going to contradict a pathologist. She knows more about the human body than I do.
All right. But you don't mind contradicting Dr. Eisenstadt?
Well, because I've been to the scene and I've reviewed all this evidence. Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. Well, that's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you say, let's take 2.5 feet from the end of the muzzle, is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir. That is.
And then you've got to back the shooter up to hold the gun. And I guess if you got it 45 degrees, right?
Well, as mentioned a dozen times so far, I don't know how long this shotgun is.
Okay.
Okay. But it would be here. And I don't know where he's standing, most probably behind this wall because Paul is stumbling toward him. So here.
So the shooter's shooting left-handed, you think?
Well, I don't know if he's left or right-handed, Mr. Griffin.
Okay.
I don't know that part.
Right.
But that angle would match up despite all the.
That matches up.
Yes, sir. That would match up.
Now tell me, in that angle, and this dials the gun, where's that shot shell going if it ejects?
If I'm pointed into the room, it could go inside the room.
Well, you just raise it up to. I mean, under your angle.
But I'm behind the gun. I'm behind the gun, so that's going to push the weapon out a little bit. The ejection port's on the right, so the shell could easily end up in that room.
If Paul's standing there and the end of the muzzle is 2.5 feet away,
yes, sir.
You're saying could eject in the room
The door is this wide. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
at 45 degrees.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's doable. Yes, sir.
And then under your analysis,
Your analysis.
your analysis.
Oh, my analysis. Okay. I'm
Your
sorry.
analysis.
Yes, sir.
We're not there. We're not there. We're still in court. The shot's going up through Paul, chest, jaw, out the top of his head.
Yes, sir.
Number 2 bird shot.
Number 2 steel shot, dry lock, 3-inch. Yes, sir.
And you counted, and I think you said 150, 156. I can't remember.
Well, the literature says 156. I was like 150, but I kept getting tired of counting, and I think I kept messing up. So I'm going to say the literature is probably correct.
Okay. And I think there were some 60 to 70 that were found in his body, at least.
I have no reason to doubt that. No, sir. I didn't go 1, 2, 3, 4 and count them on the X-ray, but I believe that.
Okay. And Doug, if you'll pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 188, which is in evidence. Oh, I don't want to do that one. Hang on. Let's do crime scene photos. And folks, this is going to be a sealed exhibit, so please cover your monitors. Turn on. This is Defendant's 193 as soon as we're ready. So you tell us, you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
And this is the door?
Yes, sir.
And this part of the door is blood spatter?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then there's hair?
There's hair. There's a little bit of bone, and there's some other body tissue.
Okay. And there, you think, where is Paul in relation to the door at this
He would be right where I showed you, off at 135-ish, give or take a few degrees closer to this side, so you could make that angle. You can look at the directionality in the blood and tell which direction it's going.
Okay. And coming out of the top of his head would be 75 steel pellets?
Yes, sir. That's no other way for him to get out. Yes, sir.
And you went out there and you found one indentation.
Well, it's an indentation, but that is a little deceptive because you can see the paint damage to the top of the door. One indent is what I found, but I said bullet defects. The S got dropped from that. But if you zoom in on that, you can see where the paint was disturbed around that indentation. But one proves it didn't go back the other direction, Mr. Griffin. It doesn't take a lot.
So if you'll pull up 188, Defendants in evidence 188, and this is not under seal. 188, please. And zoom in on the indentation.
There's actually several if you,
All right.
you're cutting in on that one, but.
So you say there are more defects on the door?
Yes, sir.
Did you document any defects that you observed on the door?
I got them in a photograph. I can show you.
Okay.
What other documentation did I need to do it to verify that that's the same door?
No, I'm just talking about other pellet marks on the door.
There are other pellet marks on there. Yes, sir. You just cut that one down, but if you move up a little bit, you can see the little indentions right there in the paint.
All right, back it up, Doug.
Right above the hinge, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
There's several of them there.
And then you see this pellet here in the,
I did not see that, but I'm vertically challenged, and I wish I could have looked up and saw that pellet, but I did not see that pellet lodged in that door frame. But I'm glad Mr. Murdaugh, however you say his name, I'm glad he found it, because that even proves my point a little bit more.
well, so I'm going to ask you, according to your shot angle, how would a pellet get there?
It's really, I mean, the cone, it's a cone, Mr. Griffin. I've already described how shot pattern works. It's a cone.
So this missed his head, you think?
No, it come out of his head. And the ones in the floor in the feed room probably also come out of his head. They bounced off that door, the OSB, and in the feed room.
Okay. And so you believe that this pellet that's in the door jamb came through his shoulder, through his neck, out the top of his head, and ended up at that location?
Well, it didn't turn around and come back out the top of his head. Yes, sir, I do believe that.
Well, now you said there's blowback 8 to 10%. What do you mean? You testified earlier there's blowback about 8.
If someone is behind the stock of a long gun and you shoot someone within distance to have high velocity spatter come back at you, it's going to be 8 to 10% of what's in front of the gun is going to come back at you. And a lot of the literature supports that.
Well, were you, let me show you, and this is under seal. Please cover up, and it's Defendant's Exhibit 192. Under seal, 192. You see that?
What?
This photo.
Yes, sir.
Now, this blood spatter down here where you say Paul would be standing, what's your explanation for that?
What do you mean, what's my explanation?
What is it?
That is medium directional blood spatter.
From what injury to Paul?
Probably his brain hitting the sidewalk would be my best guess, but that's not high velocity.
Now, you understand what Mr. Palmback said was that that's more consistent with Paul being shot from the top of the head, going through his neck, out his shoulder, and producing that stain.
I also understand Mr. Palmback said there's no damage over here from those shot pellets, and you can't have one without the other. I disagree with that result.
So you believe this is from Paul's brain landing?
Either his brain landing on the sidewalk, bouncing off the door, or either his body falling in body fluids outside. That's low velocity, low to medium velocity. That's not high velocity blood spatter. That's stomping in a puddle of blood or something moving in a puddle of blood. That's not the projected blood like you'd have a millimeter or less in high velocity blood spatter. That's large. It does show some directionality. It's coming from the door frame or either right outside the door frame, but it's large. That's way too large to be associated with the exit hole of a gunshot.
So you understand his brain landed feet outside?
I do understand, Mr. Griffin, but I also know his brain made contact with that door and the top of that door frame before it landed. And I know gravity works and brings body fluids back down to earth. You got one or the other, either that or when he fell in existing blood. That is low velocity. Like I said, that's associated with something in a puddle or something large. That's not associated with a gunshot or high-speed machinery.
Now, would you agree this is a voiding area over here on the door?
I wouldn't agree it's a void area because I don't see the outline of shoes, or I don't see the outline of implement or the outline of anything else. I would say there's more concentrated blood droplets over here on the side opposite the hinge, but I would not necessarily agree that's a void area. I see downward spatter on the door right here. For it to be a void, that would have to be absent blood.
Well, you see a little bit.
I do, yes, sir.
But you don't see very much blood on the door.
Not compared to the other side. You're correct.
Okay. Now,
but if there's something there, Mr. Griffin, blocking that spot, you're not going to see a little bit. You're going to see none. If you're standing there and I splash you with blood, there's going to be two perfect bloodless footprints there. So that's why I'm not considering this a void.
unless it goes up and comes down.
Gravity brings it down. That is right. And if your person had time to move or whatever, I guess that could count for it. But
Well,
I don't
if it went
consider.
over the person and came down.
And that would do what?
If body matter went over, brain went over, hit the top of the door, and then bounced out, and blood came down, that would account for a drop here or there, would it not?
It could count for a drop here or there, but like I told you, the majority of that force is applied upward.
Right.
Upward. That's why you got the hair on the ceiling. That's why you've got the demarcation line on the containers. That body fluid was directed upward with force.
Okay. And the you mentioned there's no footprints here. Was any effort made to illuminate footwear impressions through any protein enhancers?
I didn't see any of that, Mr. Griffin, if they did. I saw no evidence of that when I went back to the scene. Generally, when you use dye stains and that kind of thing, it's just going to be there forever.
Dye stain would have picked up perhaps stained footwear impressions you can't see with the naked eye, wouldn't they?
It may have if someone had stepped in blood and left a footwear impression.
Right. Well, there's a shooter somewhere inside or outside the door, correct?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And there's no effort to determine footwear impressions of the shooter.
Mr. Griffin, obviously,
Was there?
I don't know. I don't know what the process was. I know they examined some partial footwear impressions,
You can take this down, Doug.
but I don't know how far they went beyond that.
Well, they certainly should have gone further than they did. Would you agree with that?
Mr. Griffin, I can only judge what I would do, and sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't. If I saw evidence that I had something that I needed some more detail, I would use chemicals, but it just depends on the situation.
Kenzie, I'm going to show you what we marked as defendants exhibit 197 and 196. And I'll ask you first, 197, do you recognize that as essentially a picture outside the feed room door?
Yes, sir, I do.
And Your Honor would move 197 into evidence this time without objection, I believe.
Are you offering both of them?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to either?
No objection, Your
They're
Honor.
both admitted.
Right, 196. Dr. Kenzie, what would you make of those pock marks on the concrete outside the feed room door?
I don't know, Mr. Griffin. I don't know what they are.
Could they be pellet?
I guess they could be.
All right.
They could be from a pressure washer also.
Oh, you have these? Okay, great. So we're seeing for the jury 197, and then can you zoom in there? Can you, Doug, go to 196, please. So those could be from a pressure washer, and those could be from a number 2 birdshot pellets, correct?
Well, I don't know. I have to see the cement everywhere else to see how it's weathered.
All right, fair enough. Now, last few questions, you mentioned that that you had seen some 12 execution style killings with contact wounds to the head.
I said I've worked about 36 total. Probably 12 of them were homicides to the head. The execution thing, I don't know if it's execution or just contact, but I would say it's self-inflicted as opposed to someone else doing it.
Well, so let's get it right. 36 total. I thought
Probably 36 total. Yes, sir. And 2/3 of that was probably self-inflicted. So that would leave 12.
Self-inflicted are usually under the chin and the mouth on the side.
Well, the one that I witnessed was to the forehead.
To the forehead.
Yes, sir.
Now, of the 36, how many were shotguns?
No, I've worked a lot of self-inflicted gunshot deaths. I was saying shotguns.
Oh,
About
so
36.
36 shotguns.
Yes, sir.
Roughly 12.
And a couple of them were accidents too, but yes, sir.
Okay. And the and how many involved number 2 birdshot?
I don't recall. I had some with birdshot. I don't recall if it was number 2, 4, 8, 9. I don't know.
And how many were to the back of the head?
Probably a dozen were to the head. Contact either the back or the sides, or the one I told you about in the front.
Okay. And any of those, did the brain evacuate from the skull cavity?
I have seen them. I have seen the brains come out. Usually that was from one here. I'm not going to say I haven't seen it. I probably have seen it. But most definitely, like I said earlier, when I described it, it looks like it goes away. It's really still there. It's just not something you can quantify. I mean, it's just a mess. That's the only way I can explain it.
In your career, have you ever worked a case where a victim's brain has been evacuated the way Paul's was in this case?
Yes, sir, I have. And tongues also. Tongue and brain. I have seen them. Yes, sir.
And were those self-inflicted?
Both.
Okay.
Yes, sir, both.
And you're talking about shotguns?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Shotguns.
And I think you described those as execution style killings.
Yes, sir. I would, if you put it on somebody's head from the side or the top, that's how I would describe it.
Well, let me ask you, would you describe Paul's murder here as an execution style killing?
In the context that someone executed him, yes, sir, but it wasn't in the top of the head.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
And that, and there was no signs of struggle. You agree with that?
I saw none. No, sir.
And would you agree with Mr. Palmbach that it appeared that Paul got caught by surprise?
I've said that from the start. That would account for his arms being down. Yes, sir.
And
or someone he was real comfortable with.
And even under your analysis, the shooter would have blowback blood on them. Is that correct?
I believe they would. Yes, sir.
It's just a matter of the quantity between you and Mr. Palmbach as to how much blood would.
Well, as I mentioned in my report, as you get closer to the muzzle of the gun, I think proportionally it's going to increase. You know, when I said 8 to 10% is what most of the literature says, that's behind the stock. But as you get proportionately closer to the muzzle end of the gun, that's going to increase because you're down at the business end where those pellets are coming out doing damage.
And in this case, you're talking about brain matter?
Yes, sir.
Blood?
Bone? Yes, sir.
And getting hit from some skull fragments?
Yes, sir. That's possible.
Under your scenario as well?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And lastly, how many murder have you worked where one person brings a high-powered assault weapon that has a magazine capacity of 20 or more rounds and a shotgun with maximum capacity maybe 3 shells?
Well, I have worked multiple murders where the available weapons there were used and several calibers were used, but I can't tell you from memory the other ones.
Logically, it would make sense that if you're going to go kill two people and you have a high-powered weapon with a high-capacity magazine, that was all you need to do the job, right?
Well, if the weapon's available, Mr. Griffin, if it's there and it's available and maybe it wasn't something that I put a lot of thought in, I'm probably going to use whatever's available.
Well, here we know there were two weapons available. There was a 12-gauge shotgun and a AR-15 style 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
And both were used.
Yes, sir.
And there was sufficient capacity in the 300 blackout to kill both Maggie and Paul, correct?
Well, in a perfect scenario, a shotgun is what I would want at night with moving targets. But in a perfect scenario, a young man doesn't take a double-aught buckshot to the middle of the chest and walk away from it. So I don't know. I don't think like that. I don't know. But in the dark, I'd rather have a shotgun than that rifle.
Courts and build it. Just a second. One more line of questioning. You demonstrated Mr. Palmbach's shot from the top of the head with Attorney General Wilson a moment ago.
Yes, sir.
Now, that was Mr. Palmbach never put anybody inside the door the way y'all demonstrated in his testimony, did he?
That is the way I understood it. Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, he said that. Well, can you come up here, Mr.
I mean, with the void, you're talking about the void. He said there's a void here, and this is where I believe the shooter would be, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So if you'll come up here, Mr. Arbutlian, and let me find the dowel.
Let me bend down. Don't let him bend down like that.
No, I don't. No, I don't. So if you're coming out of the threat, you're going to get down.
Down?
Yeah, get down. Almost to the ground.
And over like this?
Further. All the way. Yeah, you probably need to get down further, but you probably can't do that. But the shot to the head as he's coming out, right? Or boom.
He'd have to be twisted this way for it to work out with the arm if that was the.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But that's fine. That's fine. But Mr. Palmbach never said that they passed in the doorway, did he?
He might not have said those words, but that was my inference, that there's a void there. And when he's in the picture holding his hands here, I took that to be Paul's head. So that's.
Okay. Did you not understand when he was in the picture there? He was demonstrating what your angle had to be to make it work.
Well, I wasn't in the door with my angle.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all we have.
Thank you.
All right.
Briefly, Your Honor. All right. Dr. Kinsey, you've had an opportunity to speak with Dr. Reimer, the pathologist that actually examined Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you had an opportunity to observe and listen to the testimony of Dr. I think it's Eisenstadt, who was the pathologist that did not examine Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
You've also had an opportunity to go to the crime scene and observe the feed room, observe the areas where both Maggie and Paul were murdered, correct?
That is correct.
You've had an opportunity to observe all the brain matter and tissue and the defects in the doors and the wood and everything and get a complete context for what happened that night, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Is Dr. Reimer or Dr. Eisenstadt's conclusions about the trauma to the bodies, which one of them is more consistent with what happened at the crime scene as you observed with your expert background?
Well, I'll start by saying I don't know either one of them from a can of paint. This was my first time ever meeting Dr. Reimer, but my opinions are consistent with hers. I vary a little bit on the distance, but like I said, I'm not going to argue with a pathologist. That's not I'm not that kind of doctor.
Real quick, you differ with her a little bit on the distance of what?
Of the fatal shot to Paul's shoulder, I believe it was a little bit closer, and I can't account for that lack of stippling. But other than that, her opinions and my opinions are fairly consistent.
But that would not change, that difference of opinion would not change your conclusions either way.
No, sir, they would not.
For the sake of this redirect, let's assume for a moment that the angle of impact and the direction that the defense posed were accurate. Are there other variables that the defense expert didn't account for that could change the height of the shooter?
Well, as I demonstrated, positioning, distance, height, the way you're holding the weapon that could place those cartridge cases there. It's nothing uniform about it. As I said, it's static and dynamic.
So the shooter is running around and the victim is moving, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's chaotic.
Yes, sir.
It's crazy.
Yes, sir. I would imagine it was.
There's no way to know, unless you were there, how the gun was being shouldered, where it was being held, the angle. There's no way to know that.
I have no way of knowing that.
You were asked about how much you were being paid to be here today. Do you recall what the hourly rates of the defense experts were when they testified?
I do.
Can you go ahead and tell me what those were?
Some was $350 an hour, some was $650 an hour, and I think one was $5,500 a day, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Jim, pictures you just put into evidence. Oh. I got them right here. I just found them. Thank you. Okay, I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 197. Do you know when that picture was taken?
I have no idea.
Okay, so I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 196. Do you know when that picture was taken?
I have no idea. No, sir.
Is there anything about the defects of that photo that stand out to you other than just concrete defects?
They're not very uniform, but no, sir. Other than that,
Does that photo tell you anything?
it tells me nothing. No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. Any further witnesses by the state?
Your Honor, in the rebuttal case, the state rests.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state is rested. I'm going to have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. Everyone be seated. Any comments you want to make, Mr. Harpootlian or Mr. Griffin, about Sir rebuttal?
Sorry.
About Sir rebuttal. Sir reply.
No, thank you.
All right. So we run out of time today as far as the jury view. We're going to take a recess for me to confer with counsel.
So we're into it now. We will see where this goes here in the last stages of this case. The we'll see how long this break takes here. But yeah. Who knows? Who knows where this will go? You know. Now what, right? Now what? What do we do now? Now we wait. We wait. I don't know if they're going to bring the jury. Well, they're supposed to do this field trip. Are they still doing the field trip to Moselle, to the property, to for the jury to take a look at that? If that's still happening, I believe that was scheduled for tomorrow. So, and then they would need probably the rest of the day tomorrow to deliberate. We'll see where it goes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at this point. Jennifer, I feel that he's very guilty. I also feel that there's probably not enough evidence for a unanimous decision from the jury. I feel like there's probably going to be a hung jury. Yeah, so we have the field trip and closing arguments. Yeah, so we still have the closing arguments. Remember that. And then the field trip. So we'll see.
Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, I can tell you right now that the state has rested its case in rebuttal. Defense had no comments about a SIR rebuttal. The judge is now talking to counsel privately. He has dismissed the jury, I understand, for the day. So this gives me a chance to speak with my guests right now, Chris Adams and Tyler Bailey, who've been waiting so patiently. Chris, let me start with you first. I actually thought that at the very end there, Dr. Kinsey may have gotten the better part of the defense attorney, Jim Griffith. When Jim Griffith asked, what do you say about that blood spatter that's on the floor? And he said, yeah, he gave his explanation. He said, that is not high impact velocity spatter. It's slow impact from Paul's brain hitting the top of the door and coming down. Your thoughts?
Well, this, I think Gigi pointed out at the last break that she thought this was a very effective witness. If the jurors like this witness, if they're listening to this witness, if he's connecting with them, he has been a strong way for the state to end the trial. He has come in and they've asked a lot of him. They have asked him to come in and try to put some context on their pathologist report to dispute each of the defense experts. And it sounds like, at least from Gigi's person in the courtroom perspective, she believes he's done that quite effectively. That would be kind of a big moment for him if he has a common sense, graphic way to explain a piece of evidence that the defense had not anticipated.
And Tyler, one of the things I said, though, was a little moment in the courtroom, not necessarily with this witness, but it had to do with the fact that when Buster testified early on, when the defense started their case, the third witness, he never had seen the replacement rifle, the 300 Blackout that replaced the one that Paul lost. Paul actually was using Buster's gun, and Buster said, you know, he didn't like it. There was a little friction over it. So it seems to me that somewhere you're going to hear the prosecution, I think, say the last person who had that gun was Alex Murdaugh when he took it from his cousin. Where is it? Where's the one missing? You can only point to him. Thoughts?
I think that goes right in line with the state's entire case being circumstantial evidence here. So, of course, they're going to point that missing gun to Alec, and they're going to point a lot of things to Alec. And I think it's all going to come down to, you know, what version of the or theory of how these murders took place should they believe? Should they believe the state's version, which is all the circumstantial evidence points towards Alec, or should they believe the defense's version, which is there's no direct evidence that leads to Alec being the shooter. There's no murder weapons that have been found. There's a poor investigation. No fingerprints or footprints were checked by the investigators. I think there's a lot of issues that the defense has posed in the prosecution's case. So it's going to come down to which version of the theme of how these murders took place should they believe, and jurors have a lot to meddle on.
They certainly do. Chris Adams. Okay, so now we have some dramatic moments. I'm sure they're planning their closings. One of the things that Alex Murdaugh could have done, because you know the state's going to say he's a liar, is, hey, jury, He could have, he said he's cooperating. He could have bought that blue shirt and he could have bought those shoes. And not only is that gun missing, but that shirt, those shoes that we saw in the video, that's missing. Does it come down to the videos in this case? We have 1 minute left.
1 minute. I don't think so. Certainly the lie is going to be a huge part. The lie about not being at the kennels is going to be a huge part of the closing argument for the state. And the defense is going to have to deal with that and then pivot back to having them talk about the burden of proof and have they disproved that there could have been any other shooter or shooters in the plural. And I think that there's a lot for the defense to work with, but they're going to have to deal with the videos, get them out of the way and move on.
All right. I want to thank both of you, Chris Adams, Tyler Bailey. I know you'll be back with me. I want to have all of you continue to go to our YouTube channel in case that judge goes back on the bench. This is the Law and Crime
share the
Network.
stream,
I'm
guys.
Kenny
Let's get it back
Bodden.
out
We're
again.
covering the Alex Murdaugh trial tomorrow. Jury view. I'll see you then at noon. On the other side, stay tuned.
Yeah, we'll see where this goes right now. It's I'm not exactly sure if they're not going back into the courtroom. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Why are they not yeah, they should be at this point. The judge was going to have okay, they were just wrapping up that segment. Okay. Had me a little bit confused. So I think that John, right, he was on the stand earlier, is who we're talking about, Glenda, and folks are asking about his involvement with like getting rid of the guns, cleaning up the evidence, things of that nature. So, if that happened, it would make sense that he'd have, again, he leaned on family, either cousin Eddie or, his little brother, which would make sense. You go to people you can trust when you're involved in a homicide. If Maggie was leaving him, found out about all this information about his drugs and everything else, and she was like, whatever, I'm out. Maybe she had someone else she was talking to. Maybe Alex was jealous. Who knows? There's a million things that we could come up with as far as our scenarios that play out in our mind, but we don't have all the answers, and I don't think we ever really will. I think that it's really, even in the comments, I'm seeing that there's several different interpretations of what we feel happened, right? And that's just how it's going to run. There's not going to be any conclusive, I think, data that's going to give us anything until somebody comes forward, like Cousin Eddie, and tells everybody, like, listen, guys, here's exactly what happened. I was a trigger man. Alex was a trigger man. We mowed him down. We had to, whatever. Who knows what it's going to be? I don't. I'm not going to pretend like I do. But I am interested to see how far this goes with the jury. How long, what are your thoughts, anyone in the comments here? How long do you think it'll take the jury to deliberate on this one? And is it going to come up guilty, not guilty, hung jury? That's kind of where I think. I feel like it's going to end up being, I feel like it's going to be a hung jury. I really feel like while the state had a lot of evidence that I feel was, that made Alex, that showcased Alex as looking very guilty, the way he was lying and all the things he was doing. But at the same time, I don't really feel that they have enough like hard evidence to put Alex in a situation where his finger's on the trigger. And that's what they have to prove. They have to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he murdered both Paul and Maggie. I feel that they were pushing for a second gunman, and they made enough of an argument that would make sense. I don't think that it was a 5 foot tall 12-year-old, as they kept alluding to, but I definitely feel like there was a second person involved, and that person was responsible for getting rid of the guns and ditching the phone, all of that. We obviously, okay, here's the thing. We know somebody else was involved, unless Alex did it all by himself. I don't think he would be able to get it all done by himself. So somebody else would have to be involved. If somebody else wasn't involved and we just pull back and look at it from the macro view, somebody else did it, right? So by that rationale, no matter what, somebody else had to be involved, unless Alex has masterminded this whole thing and figured out a way to just confuse everybody, But I feel like, yeah, Jennifer Foster's on Facebook saying drug dealer. He's definitely involved in drugs in the drug world, drug community, and with the amount of money he was working with and probably the amount of drug weight that he was involved with, you're dealing with people that are willing to do some pretty horrible things for those drugs. So Shelly says one day not guilty. Someone said by Friday hung jury. Yeah, I kind of feel like if they do a field trip tomorrow, anybody in the comments, I had to step away for a brief moment, but did they confirm that they're doing a field trip to Moselle tomorrow? Is that a sure thing? KJ, what are you talking about? You're not in jail. Alex has been shooting guns from the womb, using 2 guns in. Teresa, that's a solid point too. Having an AR style blackout 300 and a shotgun. You throw a shotgun and it's got a sling, right over your shoulder, and bang bang, and then boom boom, and then it does look like 2 shooters, and and here's the other thing too, is the DNA. There's not going to be, it's almost a perfect storm for Alex to have committed the murders, because his DNA is going to be on everything. He was the first on the scene, touching the bodies, there's cross contamination of all these different things. So as far as the scene goes, yeah, it's totally going to be, swamped over with his DNA. So, there's plenty of options here, guys. Veronica, you said it. Cousin Eddie, CB Rowe, brothers, his Buster, or any one of the other associates that he probably had in the drug world. You know what I mean? There's people, he was not solely profiting off of all this money he took. We already know that he was sending all of these bad checks through Cousin Eddie, and they were working this for the drug community, the drug network they were involved with. So yeah. I mean, I've seen people get their teeth knocked out of their mouth over $5 in drug money. I've seen, I've got a good friend of mine whose family was murdered over some weed money in a dispute by a biker gang back in Washington. You put millions of dollars out there, and you have Alex Murdaugh, who is tied in to the criminal world. I mean, he does a lot of lawsuits, and that nature, because it's a moneymaker, but he has been in the law field for a long time. So he's dealt with a lot of people. When you are that close to, the dark side of the law, you're going to know a lot about it and know the right people or the wrong people, if you will. So, it stands to reason that Alex Murdaugh is definitely 100% the kind of guy that would be involved in doing a heinous act like this. Here's the thing. If it wasn't his wife and his son and everything else lined up, he was the guy that, he was just their lawyer. He was just their, family friend who happened to be the first one on the scene, and everything, all the other evidence was there. It would be like a no-brainer. They'd be like, yeah, he absolutely did it. You know what I mean? They would just want to find out if anyone else was involved. But he's a heartless, liar. The guy, I feel bad about what I did. No, you don't, man. You're mad you got caught. You stole millions and millions and millions of dollars. You defrauded people that were in need. You defrauded underage individuals, handy-capable individuals, people with neurological disorders. You were the worst of the worst when it comes to the white-collar crimes, right? So who's to say that you couldn't just as easily slide into a blue-collar, right? You couldn't just flip the script a little bit, end up on the other side of that, and do the unspeakable. Doesn't take much. What did they say in the? I was watching this new show with Stanley Tucci, and he said anybody's capable of being a murderer. A murderer. It just depends on what kind of day you catch them on. And it could be very much that you put the right elements in play or the wrong elements in play. Like I said, the perfect storm. You get the right concoction played out in front of you or inside of your body, and someone lights that fuse, and who knows? Or maybe it's a tragic series of events that got him to a point where he just did what he did because he felt he had no other options, or he was involved in something that he knew he couldn't stop because of the people that were involved as well. So, yeah, I don't know. Glenda, who are you guys you're talking about being in jail? KJ and Glenda, are you guys in Facebook jail? Are you on timeout from the big FB? Anyway, glad you guys are hitting it off. Yeah, I just want to see where Buster comes in on all this too, because I think Buster is like the dark horse here. He's like the yeah, he's the dark horse. I think he has got a lot more. I think he plays this like aloof, kind of distant guy, but he's the guy that, got caught cheating in law school, if I remember correctly, and got kicked out. He already put a bad smudge in the family name. He's the oldest son. He's supposed to be the next in line to like carry the talisman, be the torchbearer of the Murdaugh dynasty. And thus far hasn't done much. He's also being brought up in a civil suit, because he was allowing his brother to use his ID for fake ID, his ID as a false identification to buy alcohol, which ended up having him kill a young woman. And the all the lawsuits that were coming from that. Alex Murdaugh is trying to shuffle all of these or all of his possessions, his holdings into his wife's name, trying to put all this money there so that they won't be able to get it from him. She's now involved. It's just a nonstop, kaleidoscope of things that led to what happened, and then it doesn't help anybody when the first thing you do as Alex Murdaugh is start lying right off the bat. Immediately, I didn't trust SLED because of my drug addiction, so I started lying. Or is it because the police? Who's on the take? Who's crooked? Who's not? And at the end of it all, the ones that know too much, or know the right people, or know the wrong people. Who knows? But that family, what the thing is, like, if Buster was involved, which I think he was, cousin Eddie was involved, maybe Alex's brother, who knows, man. Who knows? We're gonna find out that his dad's actually not dead, and he's pulled a Tupac. He's actually the one behind the scenes pulling Phantom of the Opera action here, offing people to try to save his dynasty. Just saying. I like Mark Tenzel. You need to check that out, Marianne. So Mark Tenzel was the other attorney that was one of the witnesses. Not a fan of the Murdaughs. The Murdaughs were definitely not a fan of him. That's the guy, Mark Tenzel, that Buster was seen flipping off from the the gallery. So who knows? They're planning on coming back? I'm not mistaken here, am I? Like, they were going to do a quick break, and he was going to confer with counsel and figure out what was going to happen. Because I've only got 16 minutes until I'm going to have to cut it off. Because like I said, we hit that 8-hour mark, and then our platform, we have to reset at 8 hours. So hopefully, in the documentary, a user off a drone saw John Marvin and Buster removing something from a building. What was that being removed? I don't know. I'm interested in getting down there myself. So I'm excited. Like I said, I'm going to be heading down to South Carolina, to Moselle and that area to check out this whole thing. Hopefully they'll come down to the verdict while I'm there, be it Thursday afternoon or Friday. Because I'll be there. I get into what I'm doing is I'm flying into Atlanta because it's the most cost-effective way to make this happen. Flying into Atlanta, which is a couple hours away from Colleton and all of this, Beaufort and the whole area there. And that'll be at 5:30 Thursday morning. So I get there like 8:30 Eastern time. It'll be about a 3.5 to 4 hour drive. Get there by about noon, 1 o'clock ish. Probably 1 o'clock, and that'll give us till the end of the day. I'll still have a handful of hours for deliberations. Hopefully Thursday they take their time to do that field trip so that by Friday we should have a decision. I would hope that's how it works. And then Friday evening and Thursday evening as well, I'm going to be driving around and checking out all the sites. So showing you guys firsthand kind of like what we've been seeing on the news and as you guys all know, when we do these lives, you're able to kind of interact, and so we can talk to each other while I'm there, and you can kind of be interactively involved with this this trial and this case that has been sitting with us now for 24 days as it is. It's been going. Teresa Ellis says guns and trash bag and a box of papers. So, yeah, who knows, man? I mean, someday, or what's going to happen is Alex is going to do what our old antifreeze killer did, and he's going to talk to a cellmate, and they're going to be like, oh, well, I'm getting some good time. I'm getting some good time on this. I'm going to tell everybody your story. You know, and then a Mark Jensen situation will come up. So who knows what'll happen there, but we do know that regardless of what happens, you guys, no matter how this plays out on the murder charges, Alex Murdaugh is going to prison for the rest of his life. I think it's just a matter of if he's going to go to a state prison for murder or a federal prison for financial crimes. We definitely will be getting hit with financial crimes. So he'll be in court for that regardless. And there's, you know, like 100 of those, you know, and who knows how many more are going to get, you know, pulled in as they keep moving forward. And that's just the direction it's going to head. So we have, you know, one of two things. And I think what's going to happen is the people that were all involved in this case have made it clear, like, listen, like, and I've said it, you're going to be in prison for the rest of your life, no matter what. You can choose how you're going to do that. It can be a really short-lived trip, you know, we can make sure that when you get there, we put a mark out and that's it. You're done. Or, you know, if you want to be better about it, we can make sure you have the protection you need while you're locked up. And, you know, because we're talking about gang involvement right now. And then if it's not gang involvement, there's cartel involvement, you know? So yeah, it's this isn't too far of a deviation from what is going to be I think we'll see more of the story. That's what I feel. I really feel like we're gonna see the next, the rest of it, if you will, as we move forward. You know, and it's it's gonna get juicy. I think it's gonna get real juicy. It's gonna be a lot happening here. It's a lose-lose for him. Yeah, he's done. He's done for. I think Buster right now is playing it tight. Maybe Buster pinned it all on his dad so that his dad will go away. Paul goes away. Mom goes away. The only person left with anything is going to be Buster. He'll get all the money, and then he walks away scot-free because, you know, they think his dad did it. And his dad's like, I didn't do it. But Buster had access to all the same things that his dad did. You know, and his dad might know that. Maybe he doesn't want to incriminate Buster. I don't know. I don't know. I do know, however, that there is a good chance that we might go over our time today because we have about 11 minutes left and they are not, for whatever reason, deciding to come back right away like I need them to. So while that's happening, we're going to look at this, take a quick time out, and just bear with me for a brief moment. Yeah, Shelly Buster's, he's got it going. He knows what's happening. We're going to go with this. Boom, put that up there. Bear with me. I just got to get this other one set up. So if we have to skip out, we can come back in. It's so quiet. Way too quiet. I think what I'm going to do here is, oh, here they come. Hopefully they're quick. They got 8 minutes to give us the breakdown. But court is back in. Let's
Okay, that's the end of all of the testimony. I don't know whether or not another motion or matter of law needs to be addressed at the end of the reply. Do you need to preserve the record any further?
No, sir.
All right. So we need to discuss jury charges, also the jury view. Yes, sir.
We just want to, I'm not sure I've read a case on this, but renew all previously made motions concerning directed verdict, so as to preserve them. I'm not going to argue the grounds.
Yes, sir. That's what I was suggesting, and to preserve the record. And the court denies any motions regarding dismissals or directed verdicts. So we need to have the jury come. You bring the jury.
Okay, the jury's coming back in. And they're going to give apparently in the field trip tomorrow still. So that's the jury view. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we're going to see when it cuts me off. I got 6.5 minutes there, Veronica. So we'll roll this for a little bit. And then if for whatever reason you guys that are watching right now, if this cuts out on you, just hit refresh and we'll come right back up. So
Okay, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now heard all of the testimony and received all of the evidence in the case. And we are essentially done for the day. But when you return tomorrow morning, we're going to have an escort take you all to the subject property, Moselle, to have a jury view of the location.
Look at the way Alex Murdaugh's staring at the judge.
As well, to ensure things go as they should. But I need to instruct you as to how it
now he looks nervous.
happens and give you this instructions. And that is that you'll be taken to the scene of the alleged crimes. And while you are on your way to the scene and
alleged,
from
those were the
scene,
crimes. Yeah.
you are not allowed to discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. And you're not allowed while there to ask any questions of anyone.
Thank you, Shelley.
Who may be there, including any law enforcement personnel or any other court officials. If you have any questions, you can only ask me. You still have not heard closing arguments and have not begun deliberating. So the way tomorrow is expected to go, you will come, you have the jury view. After the jury view, you'll return for closing arguments. Then I will instruct you as to the law that you are to apply. Then you will deliberate in an effort to reach a verdict. But it's absolutely essential that you understand that you're being taken there to view the scene. Now, it has been a year and a half or more since June 7th of 2021, since the alleged crime occurred, and things have changed or most likely have changed. You have different season of the year, this change of circumstances as far as the property is concerned. So you have to take that in mind and certainly consider that, but still it's the same location. And I've determined that it would be beneficial to you to be able to observe the scene that everyone has been talking about. And we'll do that tomorrow morning. So I want you, we'll prepare to leave now. I'm going to have you go back to the jury room and talk with the bailiff for a moment, and then you all will be dismissed for the day. And I'll instruct the personnel to take you directly to the scene at the designated time tomorrow morning, which would be 9:30. Do y'all get here before 9:30, like 9 o'clock? So we'll say 9:30, but you may leave before 9:30 since apparently you all get here pretty early. So we'll see how that works tomorrow morning. So if you'll go to the jury room now, and we'll prepare to dismiss for today, and we'll see y'all after the viewing.
We're going to run this right up to the 8-hour
mark.
So we got about 2 minutes left on that, and then it'll probably naturally cut out on us. So, man, I'm afraid we won't get to go on the field trip. Going to have to, FOIA it. But I don't know what that means, actually. Find other. Jenny Lynn, help me out. What's FOIA? Why am I not? Find other? Yeah, they have to close a lot of stuff down for the jurors tomorrow. So hopefully they're able to just let them know, like, hey, guys.
Okay, as I stated, the scene will be secure, and the law enforcement will ensure that no one is there to distract or to interfere with the jury view. I'm going to administer an oath to the people who will be transporting the jury.
1 minute.
Bailiffs, deputies, whoever they are. Danny Gregory, if y'all will come forward now. Danny Gregory, Reuben Carter, Bill Polk.
Yeah, so we're going to
Taylor
miss swearing these
Flynn.
guys in.
All right.
Or
I'm going to give you all an oath.
Giving them an oath.
If y'all will come and stand, and I'll administer the oath to you. All right. And if you first just state your names.
Anyone watching right now that's out in Spokane?
Daniel
Let me
Gregory.
know.
All right. If you all raise your right hands, please. Do you swear that you will keep the jurors during the time you escort them to the property on Moselle or at Moselle?
Yeah, same thing.
And you'll return them to the jury room, and that you will allow
like 3
no
seconds, guys,
person
so
to speak to
that's the
them,
case. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning,
including
9:30.
yourself, while you have them in your
Eastern
custody,
time,
unless
9:30
the
Eastern.
court otherwise gives you permission. If you accept that oath, please say I do.
I do.
All right. Thank you very much. And as I've said to the jury, the plan is to, since I've told them now about the jury review, is that when they meet in the morning, I intend to go, and maybe the clerk or two of the court folks, but we'll go there prior to the jurors, prior to them coming here. Any questions about anything? Okay. Very good. And Mr. Pope, I'm going to speak to you for just a second. To you for a second. I think it's just Mr. Pope, right?
Well, there it is, guys. I'm not going to linger too much longer. I think they've got it figured out. They're going to dismiss everybody here in just a moment. He's going to have a one-on-one with probably the kind of bailiff captain, who's going to be in charge of making sure everything runs smooth. They are going to have the area sealed off, and they'll have plenty of security there, I'm sure, because people have been out at the scene, taking pictures and doing things like that. Ever since these documentaries came out, it's been kind of like I said, a crime porn situation. People are really into it. So tomorrow morning at 9:30 Eastern time, I will see everyone here on YouTube and on Twitch, and of course, all the folks we lost on Facebook. But between now and then, you guys have a great night. I look forward to seeing you. And if you're able to contribute any super chats, super stickers for anyone over on YouTube, greatly appreciate it. It'll go towards the travel fund that'll get me down to
All right, I'm
South
going to meet with
Carolina here
the
at the end of the week.
lawyers and discuss jury charges. Anything else before we adjourn for the day?
Not from state, Your Honor.
All right, very well. We're in adjournment. Let's see. Now, I want to say adjourn till 9:30, but we'll have the jury view at 9:30. We need the court reporters. If you all stand by, we're going to adjourn until 10:30. We're not adjourning. We're going to discuss jury charges.
If we go out there and, I mean, I understand we're allowed to go out there and watch the jury if they look at things and not speak with them. You think they'll be back here by what time?
I'm thinking 10:30,
They're going to leave here at 9:30?
maybe before 9:30.
They're only going to be there
We're
for an
going to figure
hour.
all that out, but we may not be back exactly at 10:30, but we're going to shoot for 10:30. It may be 11 o'clock,
You got to get 12 people.
maybe 11:30.
Well, we'll be
Well,
out
let's say
there.
11 o'clock. How about that?
Just say noon, man. Call it good.
I mean, I don't know, you know. It's whenever we get back, really.
Typically, if I'm at Moselle with the jurors and they're not, it takes 25 minutes to get there. They're going to be probably there for an hour, 25 minutes. So that's about 2 hours total. I just didn't want to have to.
We'll say 11 o'clock.
That'd be great. Thank you.
11 o'clock.
Okay.
And we'll be in adjournment until we
Arguing when they get back, arguing and charging tomorrow.
yes,
Okay.
argue, charge, deliberation tomorrow.
Right. All righty then.
All right.
Tomorrow's going to be a big
Very
day.
good. And
Hopefully I'll get there. on
Whether we
time on
deliberate
Thursday.
will depend upon what time argument ends.
All right. You guys have a great night. I look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow morning, 8:30 Central, 6:30 Pacific, and 9:30 for you. Actually, we'll probably push it out. I'll check in early and see if there's anything happening. If not, then we'll jump in when they come back from the field trip. So keep that in mind. We'll just play it by ear. Guys are amazing. Have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks for joining me today. CJ TV. I'm your host, CJ. Look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Take care.